Good morning, everyone. And this day, we'll be seeing some interesting things in the Clancy trial. It'll be starting, allegedly, as you could see, in 8 minutes or so. And good morning, Saw, and everyone else. We are going to see how the rest of this goes, and I'm sure it's going to be very divided opinions across the board about it. So, yeah, I they're starting allegedly an hour earlier. Well, they usually start 40 minutes late, but we'll see what actually happens. And clock is ticking down to the point where they're allegedly going to be doing it. So yeah, Friday we saw the some doctors come up, and it seems that the doctors seem to confirm what the defense is saying. It That was an interesting twist, and I don't know if we're going to see people outside like we did before, though people demonstrating, or if we're going to see, um, just them in the courtroom, or maybe is it a rare situation where the general kangaroo, as I call him, in the kangaroo court, does he start early? Does he do something different this time than what he usually does? That'll be something cool to see. But yes, at the moment, it has not started yet, but it will be eventually starting. Right, because it's we're getting to the final phases of this nearly 20-day trial. Oh, hello, Holly. It's been a while. We've missed y'all. We missed you too. And yeah, it is day 19 of the trial. It'd be pretty cool to see what happens next. Hope you've been doing well with everything. This trial has been definitely wild everywhere. It's been crazy across the board. Uh, It is one of the biggest trials since the Depp trial, because in that trial you had hundreds of thousands of people and millions of people watching, and it looks like this one is escalating to that point. Right, and today in the trial, the case is moving into its final phase this week as the prosecutors present the rebuttal witnesses following the defense rested their case on the 21st, and it is entering the final days. In the area is Plymouth County Superior Court, and where the closing arguments are expected to begin soon, either today or tomorrow. We have about 4 minutes left when they allegedly are going to start. We'll see what actually happens. And central focus remains on Clancy's mental state, the time of the strangulation occurred, and in January 2023. The defense argues she should not be held criminally responsible due to severe postpartum psychosis, and so you're going to hear both sides talking about that, sort of like what we've been seeing. Prosecutors are expected to call it's going to be three instead of four medical witnesses, and the jury finds her not guilty. Reasons of insanity. She'll be committed to the state mental facility. If she's convicted, she will be put in life in prison without parole. Well, the public is very divided by this. the large crowds have gathered near the courthouse with hundreds of supporters wearing pink. So that is the recap about what's what we're going to be expecting for today, and it could go into tomorrow, maybe the next day, but it's going to pretty much be what it is going to be with closing arguments, and then eventually they're going to get into a variety of different, not really much of a variety of different other things besides that. We had there was Philip Risnick. He was famed for testifying in the Andrea Yates insanity defense trial, a bombshell testimony he did in that trial. He used puppet metaphors and altruistic filicide and delusion of influence. Dr. Paul Ziesel probably pronounced that wrong, maybe. So, and he's a clinical and forensic psychologist. Focused heavily on her internal psychiatric state during the tragedy, loud thoughts, and ability to confirm no malingering. Donald Cody, the clinical and forensic psychiatrist, missed red flags, sparse records. Her medical care was very sparse. There is an issue here with. Well, it seems like both sides agree that there's an issue with the way it was handled by the various different medical care units, or people. How just it seems like there is some neglect or some mismanagement with that. Regardless of what people think, if she's guilty or innocent, that certainly could have been handled differently. So we'll be glad to. I mean, in the future, they could have better systems. Although we're in 2026, we should have gotten over this by now. It would be nice if they were able to get this system to be a little bit differently so people can have their treatment better. But of course, you're going to have people do crazy things either way. All right, so at any moment, they should be coming with the logo, or the better known as the state seal. Yeah, so we're just waiting for them to come on. And we'll see Tupac later in the day. Starts around 11:30 my time. We'll go back and forth, during breaks and when this is over and stuff. And we will see when everything begins. We are excited to watch it with you two, Holly. It is. It's always cool to do that. I remember when we were watching the. It was one of the replays of some of the older trials from like maybe like 20 years ago or so, and nice commentary from you. Yeah. It's nice to watch it with our friends in the spaceship, and I I really think that I like the chat's commentary about it. It's been really nice doing that with everybody. Nice watch party. Yeah, shout out to day 19. so far, General Kangaroo is 9 minutes off schedule. So that is pretty, not surprising. A lot of times he'll take about 40 minutes. Okay, so that is good to have, definitely. And some people drink tea, most people drink coffee, and either way, it's good to have some of that nice in the morning, and especially with this day we're going to be having. It'll be very interesting. Here we go. Okay, it's outside the courthouse. So far, there's no people, but We're outside the courthouse, and the window's a little bit extrude looking, so we're gonna put that like this. Okay. This is outside of the Plymouth Court trial courthouse right here. All right, so here we go. Well, as I said, maybe we'll see some people demonstrating, or maybe we will see something like that. But maybe there's some interviews, maybe So it's a very nice looking courthouse. It's very modern looking. With Plymouth, you'd think that they would have an antique courthouse, but they have it all updated. Interviews from outside the courthouse is always very fascinating to see. I believe that it serves a good purpose to show uh, people's thoughts and opinions in a public eye, or sometimes they interviewed lawyers or defendants or attorneys or family, whatever. Especially when they have press conferences, usually after a trial. So, and I'm sure it's a big gathering today. So, it's very good. I like the design. It's almost like an awning, a patio, but very large. Flag is blowing, and it looks like a very nice day too. Yeah. Because when you see the public impact of a trial, it's easy to watch it in our chats or in where we are, but of course, there's a larger ripple effect that happens when you see the different demonstrations that people have and thoughts about the trial that people will express. So it is all very fascinating to see. My weekend was very good. I was doing a lot of research on the Tupac case in that time period. So, and I listen to all kinds of different music across the board. And before this trial, of course, I listened to him at times. So it's a really, big thing to see that trial develop, and was, optimistic about the Clancy trial as it's coming to a close, seeing what happens with that. I, in Saw Girl, I hope that how was your weekend? I hope it was well. So I like last, and so yeah, it was. I got stuff in the garden done. Next time we go in there, it'll be, some nice things to see, like we did before. I just noticed the state flag. Are they able to see it? Yeah, there's the state flag over in there in the corner. Now it's black and white. Okay. Okay, there's a state flag over there in the corner. I just noticed, but yeah, it's it's pretty cool. So yeah, weekend was pretty good. I saw some streams about the Chosen, which is a Jesus series. That was nice to see. So yeah, my weekend was pretty good. Had a good time with Bubbles and the pets, and also it was Nice man. Happy birthday to her. Saw. That's awesome. And yeah, the Odyssey is a very good movie. Yeah. You know the tale. It was. I read the book about it, about the Odyssey. So it was great. It's great you got to see the movie. Yeah. If it's a Christopher Nolan movie, it was that movie was. He's a good director. Oh, okay, so understood. Yes, I've read the book before. Yes, it's one of my favorite books. That's very good. And DC and Marvel are very similar to the Odyssey. The way it was, because back in those ancient Greece, that was the Odyssey was their version of DC and Marvel and comics and stuff. So it would make sense for them to be in it. Nolan's a very good director. So yeah, or they describe the wine colored seas. I like that. Yeah, and because I remember they were describe. I read it in high school. So back in school, they had us read certain books, and back then in high school, they had us read the Odyssey, and I read it after school as well. When I was with my friends, I used to do rapping with and stuff in the neighborhood. I would sometimes, we would play video games, and sometimes I would read the book, the Odyssey. It was so quiet in my friend's house. It was like a church, and I used to just go and just read, and it was nice. So, uh, it it was like a little library for me, and yeah, I reread it. So I read it in school, then I reread it later. That's what I did with a lot of the books I got. I reread them throughout the 2020s. This point in time focused more on YouTube. I mean, I always was focusing on YouTube, but this one I focused on the most. Oh, awesome! Both are very good actors. And with Spider-Man, I had this thing with the Spider-Man movie was I always saw the Tobey Maguire one as more canonical than the remakes, so I didn't really see the newer Spider-Man movies, but they're I've seen them recently, and I think they're both pretty good. The newer Spider-Man ones, but I saw the one where all three of them were in it. The That was in the 2020s. The one where Toby made an appearance in there. I I saw that one, but the newer ones I'm not as familiar with, but I did see them later, and I thought they were all good movies. But yeah, and it said Tom Holland is a good actor, and he did go with Spider-Man, and John Brethel also are too. So yeah, those definitely would be very good roles in that movie, and it would suit them. Yes, and that was very creative and very good of very awesome that they were able to do that. The creative writers were able to compile that together to put all three of them and to connect all their universes together was very good. Oh yes, yeah. The cats like to. Bubbles does that to me all the time. She said my cat is bugging me. Yeah, John Berthnell is the Punisher. Nice, nice, nice. And yeah, it was cool seeing the Green Goblin and the Doc Ock and all of them in it. And it was nice to see the other storylines of the two other Spider-Men. I said those writers were brilliant to be able to put all that in there together. All right, they were very brilliant. You know, because the Marvel universe and also DC, you pretty much do anything. And with the DC comics, I like both Marvel and DC. And I with DC, the at Six Flags, which there's still Six Flags around, they would have a lot of DC comics characters there. Saw Girl, I highly doubt it, but you never know. He could do a very rare situation, and he might go and throw a rare full day of court. He could. As I was thinking, he could come on time. You know, it's possible he could do a full day. I highly doubt it. I think General Kangaroo is going to make it shorter than it ever was. It's like when he thought something was impossible like that, he says, "Nah, hold my beer, and hold my flask. I'm gonna make the day shorter than ever it was." So like he's like got skills with that. Oh, you should have saved your comic book. Yeah. Oh, the I remember with the comic books. I used to read them in class. Uh, it was geometry class. I used to read them, and although I was focusing on schoolwork too, I was in the back. I was in the back of the class, and some of the friends and I would just kind of mess around sometimes, and I it was like a live stream but less fun. And I used to read them. It was pretty cool. And the ads from the 80s and 90s were pretty cool there. Yeah. So yeah, the comic books, especially when they're unsealed, is very nice too. Because like the way they'll look is like it'll say Marvel or like Spider-Man on it, and it'll be like completely sealed. So that's how it looks completely sealed. But I was very into comic books, very knowledgeable about them. Spider-Man and the Hulk and their original comics are very cool. It looks how you think it would look. All the paper, the paper's different, and the different types of pictures and all were very nice. Now I have a newer comics that are from the Simpsons. Now they're coming out with a Simpsons movie this year. I remember when Mary Tools and I saw the original Simpsons movie, and they said some word at the end, and it meant that they're going to come up with a sequel. And they decided to come out with 20 years later to come out with a sequel. So the Simpsons will be coming out. It was in 2007. It was in '07. But yeah, Batman definitely, and Superman too. I agree. So yeah, I like Gotham. Because Batman's humble beginnings, it was pretty traumatic what he went through, and seeing Gotham. I mean, it reminds me of how LA is, and NYC is now with a lot of the crime rising. And it doesn't mean they're all parts of LA and NYC are like that, but there's certainly parts that have problems because of the strange policies people have now. So yeah, I believe it is does mirror things even nowadays. Superman was very good too. Superman's a meme. He's been a meme for decades. You know, it's he, so he's very famous. I like him too. He was. I was Superman. I've been a Halloween dress up. I've been Superman and Batman before, and also Spider Man. But you know, Superman costume. I remember back when they used to have Blockbuster. 20 years ago, I used to go get the Blockbuster. I would get the Superman movies. I used to rewatch, so I enjoyed it. They don't have Blockbusters anymore. They just have streaming services now. Right, Sauce says, Grants think Lindsay should be put in asylum like Arkham. Yes, that is a good analogy. Basically, he doesn't care about her postpartum or any reason for leaving her children. Oh, okay. Yeah. And yeah, it's you see, because some people just are not uh, into the trials, where like they may see when people there's people that could watch a trial the entire time, and two people have two different verdicts. The reason why people that watch a trial have a different verdict, sometimes they're driven by emotion, sometimes they're driven by not maybe looking at something from a different way that they're looking at it. But somebody, the grandson, okay, it's a lot of times it's they, you know, there's fine print that people don't always look into, or they see the fine print and they see something else. And people that are not even in the trial hemisphere are going to look at it in a vanilla context, which they're not going to look at it the way like diving into a pool. They're going to look at it from a bird's eye view. Right. The other thing you saw further, and knowing how relatives are, talking about it. Now, my family's more into trials because I talk about them and stream it. And Saw says he thinks she belongs in prison forever. Yeah, and it's a very horrid thing she did, and I can understand why people feel that way. And but as I said, with there's emotion that people that have, and you could just like with journalism stuff, you could make a shocking headline without people looking in the fine print about it, and I do think men and women are different, and just like another analogy I want to give out is like if there's I should have been testify, although I'm not a doctor or anything, I could have testified for Lindsay and done pretty good because there's some things that could have been said that aren't said. So anyway, there is this situation that was occurring, and 19 has no forgiveness for her. Yeah, understood. And a lot of people that watch the trial the full time think that way. But there's somebody that's like an alcoholic. Yeah, Dr. Alien. Yeah. And say there's somebody that remembers that they're an alcoholic, right? And they do some crazy stuff as an alcoholic. People watch violent movies or TV shows or were bullied. I mean, all kinds of different things across the board. And some people will become crazy alcoholics. Some people could drink some alcohol and never have a problem. Some people become drug addicts. Some people don't. Some people shoot up schools that were bullied. Some people don't. Some people don't need a reason to shoot up something. Right? You just have all kinds of different people. So I just think that she's it doesn't happen every day what she does, but she had some rare one of those people that had a very, very bad predisposition to an umbrella of mental health issues. And as I was saying before, which the doctor in the trial was talking about, he has a name. Which I know his name, but the one with the glasses, the very older one, it's just easier for me to say that quickly as I go through this. Is that you could be under psychosis and do other things and be aware and do other stuff. Oh, hey, Lemon. Good to see you, buddy. It has been a while since we've seen you. And I know the garden lives are still going to happen. Garden lives are still going to happen. And, it just, we go through different, right now we're doing other things. But we still are going to do the garden lives, probably this week, definitely. So, good to see you, Lemon. And anyway, so as I was saying, you have people that could function under psychosis, under very high psychosis, and say people could be autistic and could be high functioning autistic, or you could have someone like Elon Musk that has autism and he did some brilliant things, and you have people that have autism that may be completely disabled. It depends of a spectrum of events. So, something a little bit different is like the Jim Jones cults, which I've said before, or Heaven's Gate. The people that were going to go and poison themselves and delete themselves to meet an alien spaceship that's somewhere out there. It's pretty. People think it's pretty wild to think something like that. Now, on our spaceship, no one is supposed to delete themselves to get here. We want the humans to be alive. Yes, I think you saw. And for those that want to know the name, it was Dr. Resnick that I was speaking of. So yeah, you could have the psychosis and function and do regular things and plan things out and plot stuff out, but their software and their reasonings under a delusion about something. I think Dr. Resnick completely articulated what was telling everybody before I did it, before it was talked about. All right, good. Here we go. Here's the seal. Yeah, and it was amazing how they're able to. I never went to college or anything. It's just I do a lot of research on things. So anyway, yeah. So that is how it works. And Moki told us an example about how there was this doctor who, uh, not a doctor, a case rather, a couple of days ago, last week or this month, where this woman was trying to delete her three children, and one of them survived with a knife. She called the husband, said, "Say goodbye to your children." That's a little bit different than this other lady. She's just not all there. And if Lindsay's faking it, which she can, because there are people like Charles Manson and Ted Bundy, and if she was faking this, she's more clever than they were. I mean, it's possible people could fake these things pretty good, but basing these things off of a logical trial narrative, you have to have evidence for things, and sometimes evidence could come out later. And if there's no evidence for something, then it is what it is. But sometimes, of course, there's exceptions to the rule. Okay, there are exceptions to the rule, but this situation, yeah, it just she had some very rare mental break from reality and would need to be treated in a mental institution. And I would suggest never releasing her ever. If she got locked up in prison, I can understand why. It was pretty messed up what she did, and I don't want to downplay the crime because a lot of these people will be very manipulative. And Clancy, if you believe Clancy should be put in a mental institution, these people will twist it around and say like, "Oh, you believe shouldn't should be criminally liable," and they'll try to shame people into these things. But that's why I want to make shout out to Mary Toodles. That's why I want to make clear as daytime that not downplaying this and that it should never have happened. And I understand if they want to lock her up forever. It doesn't bother me either way. But logically speaking, yeah, she needs some sort of mental help. It needs to be an asylum, or a mental institution, whatever they call them now, a mental hospital. Yeah, because there are things like that that exist, throughout history. If people were brainwashed by a dictator, or they had a mental illness of their own. Like there's Ed Gein, who's a Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and he did it. He was put in a mental asylum. I agree, Saw. A mental hospital for life, not prison. Yeah, I agree. That definitely would be better and more logical to do. Yeah. Saw said, "Where's Lindsay's motive? I haven't seen a clear motive." Exactly, Saw. There's actually no motive at all. It's quite the opposite. And she went to jump out a window and paralyzed herself and cut her wrist. I mean, to do that's going far out there. What would be the reason to do it? It doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no motive here. And a lot of times, evil people want to keep themselves alive. Sometimes they do want to delete themselves, like the school shooters, but there still wasn't a reason to do it in the first place. If you have a loving husband and family, there's no reason to do all this crazy stuff in the first place. It's just, yeah, you could say why someone did it, but the motive behind it is not there. Now, uh, Massachusetts doesn't need a motive, but people are humans, and people want to see a motive on why people did something. Yes, Ed Gein. Yeah, to the day he died. Yeah, and he was in Wisconsin, the lovely state of sane people. Yeah. Yeah, and Ed was, he had some crazy eyes himself, and he was under different schizophrenic illusions, and there are people that can have schizophrenia, which Lindsay may have had, or some sort of thing, and it creeps out. It can come out anywhere. Yeah, they definitely saw. Definitely they do. And I like how it's called Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but it took place in Wisconsin, so it should have been the Wisconsin Chainsaw Massacre. It would have been more fitting. A lot of times, Southern people are nice, but there are some parts of the South where you have some people like Texas Chainsaw Massacre people. Little isolated places, there are people like that. But it was based off somebody from Wisconsin instead. So, yeah. His mother was very strict, and, you know, it was a very wild situation there, uh, with the mother. It was, and he was didn't have a good nurturing situation. Yeah, and I'm gonna say something graphic. The That dude was, he like, cut some person up, and like it was a skinning a deer or a some sort of cow or something. He, like a slaughterhouse. This is where the analogy of the slaughterhouse, or I'm a real a normal person, and the ambience of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is a very interesting to listen to sometimes, and like it's basically the sounds of a slaughterhouse and a couple other ambient sounds, and it's like a kind of like a '70s thing, because it's like a it was back then, so they used whatever instruments and stuff they had back then to make those weird sound effects, and then people in the comment section were saying they watch it while they read a book or they do homework, and it's like, so it's interesting to listen to like the ambience of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's a very sane thing for me to say that, but it is what it is. So I have experience with some of this stuff. So I like the horror movies a lot, as you can see, but the it's about the kind of like a slaughterhouse theme to it, and it has like other ambient sounds to it. So the ambient sounds are very cool because they're able to make that movie very crazy. At the same time, it didn't have traditional like Hans Zimmer or various different composers that you would have in movies today. So they worked with, it was a low budget film, and they worked with what they had. That is true, Saul. He was from Wisconsin. That guy was, he was nuts too. And also Brooks and Ezra. As I said, it's just that they need to make a Wisconsin Chainsaw Massacre movie. It'll be more accurate. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre is accurate too, because there are weird places in this, isolated places in the South where you could have weird people like that. But they need to also make a Wisconsin Massacre too. Because, like, Wisconsin's still living up to its reputation with all these crazy people throughout the decades. You know that they have there. I shot to Wisconsin. There's I know some cool people there, and my fellow German kinsmen. Wisconsin's filled with my fellow German kinsmen. So shout out to them, but just make it clear they have some crazy people there. But the South has nutty people here too, but it's more isolated, just like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's just people in isolated little colonies. I think the isolation, people in isolation, could be a little bit more different than people in the general population. Like sometimes. General Kangaroo is 49 minutes late. Apple River guy. Oh yeah, I remember him. Yeah, I remember that. We could go on and on. Definitely. He's from Wisconsin too. The kids and him both were all, in my opinion, nuts of both sides. And uh, as I said, Saul, you and I are more aligned about the about what we think about what he did. But yeah, people could argue that both of them were kind of out of their minds. But yeah, it's both people are overreacting. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, kids will be kids, and but as I know, kids will be kids, and I just kids are not going to be as disciplined as as we like them to be, but they will have to. It would be best for people to try to walk away from a situation if they can, and it would be best for people to not try to cut up people with knives and stuff. So yeah, it's a people should just like drift away. Yeah, I definitely agree, Saul. Absolutely. And if they were to keep following him, he could just keep drifting down the river until he gets around police or authorities or people. So yeah, he could turn the books on them. But yeah, it's like the Antifa thugs are different, right? When they're vandalizing these places, uh, not the peaceful protesters, but people that were just there to cause a problem, which is two different things. And yeah, like that's totally night and day. Like he could have done it differently, definitely, in my opinion. Um, I think people have a lot to learn as they grow older. Yeah. But you see, Saul, the reason why I didn't walk away is because it's like they go into they want to be uh, tough, like they want to fight and stand their ground, and a lot of times it's good to just drift away. I'm glad that the different philosophies that I have, uh, you know, is a better approach to kind of like walk away from things if you can. Which I want to say that without hypocrisy, of course. Because I don't want to, um, the desired outcome would to not be to not do that. There's an interesting thing going on. The YouTube timer thinks that it's still in the stream from Friday, and it's showing that I've been live for a couple of days, and it's kind of interesting. It thinks it's still in that Friday stream. Scared. Well, I mean, I guess it's picking up where it left off. Yeah, yeah, but definitely Wisconsin has its bizarre people. Let's see. Yeah, it's on today. Scared. Microsoft trial is on right now. And Shakur trial with Snitch and Davis is going to come on 11:30. Yes, Microsoft trial is on right now. Yes. We've been watching the Microsoft trial sort of like in order, like kind of like from back from its past, and we just kind of bounce. We went through like we didn't watch it live. We watched it over time with replays. Yeah, another name for him Saw is Snitch and D. Yeah, yeah. Saw he was um, the dude's a bumbling idiot, man. He and I was, you know, obviously Aries is like the hood, and I was in different rap groups and stuff, and for this dude to be talking about what he was doing is really disgraceful. It's he's and in fact he's bragging about it, and that's why you see a lot of people in the trial talk about like they would never go on a podcast or anywhere and talk about the streets. And now he was trying to get out of a federal charge of drug smuggling, and in the mafia and the Italian mobs, understood so they they did backstab each other a lot, the different families. So he's just being a crook, a thug, but he doesn't have the street honor like the hood street honor. No. Some like Orlando. Although the hood they do their, you know, crazy overreactions by doing the murder, of course. Orlando's like, he could have just challenged Pac to a brawl, like a go in the ring and fight. It's like he wasn't able to fight with his fists. He had to go shoot somebody. It's a little bit. It's a low thing. It's a sissy thing to do. He could have been more tough about it. But it's not. Fights happen in the locker room at schools. If fights happen like that, all kinds of places. It's still assault. People should not do that. They'll get arrested. People shouldn't fight like that. But it's like him to do the shooting was such a sissy thing to do. So, and his sissy uncle is being held accountable. And I'm glad that he snitched himself into jail. Good. All right. And yeah, so uh, it's eventually they de-escalated the East and West Coast feuds, which because a couple months later, Biggie was assassinated or murdered, however you want to say it, as well. So they're like, at that point, they had a Snoop and Diddy made a peace deal to stop the conflict. He is 59 minutes late, but maybe they're going to start at 8 o'clock, so that means they're going to start like in an hour. So we'll see. So that is something I think is quite fascinating with the the way Kangaroo General handles his court. It's he's either on another planet or he likes to take his flask out and chill. And also in these types of, with Lindsay, of, so basically the mind is very complex and people could think about whatever verdict that they want to have. That's perfectly fine. It's a lot of the time it seems that mental health, especially I think with men, is not always looked into or taken into consideration. So, the mind, a lot, we don't even use most of our brains, so it can be very complex. And a lot of times I think people see things through a black and white lens, but they don't see through a black and white. A lot of times it's not a black and white lens. So when you have a black and white lens, it can either be one thing or another thing. It could be either, and that's it. And in this case scenario, when you have a gray area, it could be something both at once. It's like she could be completely psychotic or schizophrenic or some kind of mental break happened, but she was aware enough to do all the stuff she did. It was like some sort of hybrid situation where it doesn't fit into one box or another box. You know, and I am not a psychologist or a doctor. I never even went to college, but that is, and this is backed up. You can look it up. It was backed up by Rensnick, the doctor that came on the trial. So it's backed up by actual professionals. Yeah. So in a lot of times, like in the past, people, which I do believe in a spiritual realm, I do believe in uh, demons and things can cause problems to people. Now, I also believe there is a mental health, like a scientific uh, explanation with things at the same time, that both of the things are um, happening concurrently at once. Not always, but a lot of times. Now, back in the past, people didn't always have a way to explain things, so they used only something demonic. But besides the demonic things, there's also concurrent with it something else too, with mental health that could be treated or with medicines or counseling, whatever. And there's people that just have a free will to choose to do bad things. And then a lot of times, like when there isn't witnesses, when there isn't a witness that is called, sometimes they don't call a witness that they're going to call. You'll wonder, like, what would have that testimony have done? Would have it helped or the case or not? And I do think the prosecutors' rebuttal witnesses are helping the defense. And, you know, and if people have, oh, okay, Saw, well, welcome back. Yeah, and it's like, I believe people can be, under demonic influences, but at the same time, it concurrently exists mental health problems too. So that shouldn't be ignored at the same time. Now, I do believe another thing that is important to know is that this has nothing to do with Lindsay's case. She seems pretty like outside of reality, but what they do in this situation, if someone gives you wine and you get drunk, you here we go. No, the camera shook for a second, but that's it. It didn't do anything else. So I'm praying in agreement with you, amen. And no matter what the outcome, I believe he's the greatest planner, and his she will find a way of peace and what I mean by peace is a way of getting the help she really needs to get. Now, I do believe the American prison system in general, we don't need to make it a paradise on earth where everybody's going to want to go there, but it could be a little bit different because I think that it's the way they have them is a little bit cruel and unusual punishments. Way. So that's pretty cool. To if she's actually found not guilty with reason of insanity. Yeah. So we are going to see what this brings. Yeah, and because people say not criminally responsible, but it's like people don't understand it. It's like the thing with their emotions about it, and the thing was a good point that was made by Grace was they did the witch hunts back in the 1600s, and it looks like they're still doing it today. Not calling people that think she's guilty a witch hunter, but some people are acting like that. If you have a right to think whatever verdict. All right, so the doctor for the rebuttal doctor for the prosecution, it seems a little bit odd. The one of them seemed kind of odd. The when we saw the look kind of like Count Orlok or Nosferatu, that one, it was. But then again, he was saying some things that benefited the defense. So,
this court is now in session. You may be seated.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Worthington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, so are we ready for the jury?
We are.
All right, so what we'll do is can I see counsel just very briefly, just in regards to today's schedule?
Side bob with General Kangaroo. Yeah, so I think that the doctor was very odd, in my opinion. He said some things that benefited the defense. He just because the truth is a truth, especially a psychiatrist or some sort of doctor. Like, a truth is a truth. That's a good thing about trials. If it's done right, you could have people could just see the truth how it is. So yeah, I think he was odd, but he said some things that benefited the defense. Yeah, it's almost like Amber Heard's psychiatrist. Now that trial was a clown show. There's been some talks, it looks like, that Depp is going to be in the Pirates of the Caribbean again. So, that's good news. He's going to be in a Scrooge movie later this year. A child adolescent psychiatrist. I know, because the thing is it's a little kind of different than a grown woman, but the prosecutions, how they are. Like I said, it said some things that benefited the state. I mean, benefited the defense. There's not even a state; it's a commonwealth. But it was if anything that benefits the defense is good.
All right. Jurors in.
What's the next exhibit? What's the next exhibit?
292. LBBB.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting at Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Allowing to save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. I hope everybody had a nice weekend. And so what we're going to do, as we have done so many times before, I'm going to ask you those questions, and then we're kind of going to go over what today's schedule is, and then we'll get right back to the trial. So the first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Last question: is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. What we are going to do from the schedule today, if you remember on Friday, we were during cross-examination of Dr. Mack, who had testified Friday afternoon. We're going to return to the cross-examination, and the only difference is Dr. Mack is going to be available by Zoom here. We've had a couple other witnesses, so you all kind of know how that's going to work. So we're going to finish the cross-examination of Dr. Mack by Zoom. Commonwealth, if they have redirect question, and then we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and so just to kind of go back as far as the procedures that we followed, so the Commonwealth presented their case Then, after they were done, the defendant presented their case, and we're now on to the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right. And when the Commonwealth's rebuttal is done, we're going to move to the next portion of the procedure process, which will be the closing arguments and the legal instructions. All right. So that comes after the Commonwealth's rebuttal witnesses. So that's kind of where we are at this point. And so as we go through today, I'll kind of keep you up to date in regards to the schedule for going forward. All right. So that's where we are. So at this point, I'm going to, we'll get Dr. Mack on the screen, and then it'll be Mr. Reddington continuing cross-examination.
Let me just swear.
Yeah, please.
Dr. Mack, could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sir, how many times have you testified in courts on the issue of criminal responsibility?
I would estimate 1 or 2.
So if you estimate 1 or 2 times, would this be your 3rd time?
By that estimation, yes.
Okay, so it's not by my estimation, though, it's by your estimation, and you would know better than me, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the 3rd time in your career that you've testified on a criminal trial on the issue of lack of criminal responsibility. Is that correct?
I know there are other times that I've created opinions.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm not sure how many.
I'm just asking about criminal responsibility. That's it.
I'm talking about criminal responsibility. And I know there are other times I've created opinions, but I'm not sure that I've testified about them in the courtroom.
So my question was simply, how many times have you testified in court on criminal cases regarding the issue of lack of criminal responsibility, and this would be your 3rd time, right?
That is my recollection.
Okay. And you have testified in court on behalf of various governmental agencies on other matters in addition to criminal responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And you are operating under the umbrella, if you will, of the test Dietz conglomerate of a lot of expert witnesses that, as I understand, would parcel out cases to different people. Is that right?
There are times that I do cases through Park Dietz and Associates. I can't speak to how many experts they have and exactly how they, as you put it, parcel things out. But over the span of my career, there have been times that I've done it when cases have been presented through Park Dietz and Associates, and times that I've done it through other entities. As I discussed the other day, I had a role for the state of Maryland, and at times, and in this case, there was a criminal responsibility trial that I was a part of when I had a role for the state of Maryland. So going throughout my career, it's been multiple different entities.
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
What's your question?
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
I believe I have.
Was that at Park Dietz, or was that you individually, or one of your other entities?
You'd have to specify which case.
Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania.
Can you cite that case again, please?
Sure. Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania, where the court held that that would be Abram Mack, was apparently certified only in child and adolescent psychiatry. You lacked forensic certification to testify in the field that you were ostensibly going to testify in. Does that refresh your memory?
No.
Did you testify in Commonwealth versus Torres in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember.
How about Commonwealth versus Carter in New Jersey? You remember that one?
No.
Do you recall that the court held on an appeal that you used an approach that fell below the standard of forensic practice?
No.
How about Feder LeBron versus the Secretary of DCF, 710 Fed 3rd, 1202 in Florida? You remember that case, I'm sure, right?
I do.
And in Feder, there was a gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, who was a Navy veteran, who was a single father and had a child. And he was a member or a person that was able to get benefits from what's called TANF, T-A-N-F, Temporary Aid to Needy Families. You remember that?
I do.
And the state of Florida decided that because needy families consisted of either minorities or drug users or people that would not be reliable to work in the confines of working underneath the TANF, so they wanted to have blood testing and drug testing of all the people that were temporary aid to needy families, right?
That's your conception of what was happening with that.
Well, that's my conception from reading the case, sir. Do you agree, sir, that TANF is an acronym for Temporary Aid to Needy Families?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree, sir, that this gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Florida?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it was in federal court?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that in federal court, the court held that, in fact, you were unqualified to give an opinion that you attempted to give, saying that it was perfectly appropriate to test by way of urine or blood people that are benefiting from the TANF program, because your testimony was that they belong to a class of people that, I guess, had to be tested. Right?
I don't agree with your conceptualization.
Okay. So the court ultimately ruled that your argument, your testimony on behalf of the state of Florida, the government, and you indicated that TANF benefits, applicants for TANF were people that were involved with drug use, violence, and higher rates of suicide. Remember those words, those three words?
The testimony that I provided.
Do you remember testifying, sir, about the people that are the beneficiaries of the TANF program, people that need aid because of needy families, are people that should be tested by way of blood or urine, and your argument, sir, was because they are of a class that would be more likely to commit a crime or have suicide or drug use. Did you testify to that?
That is not the way that that testimony or that report was presented. No,
okay,
I disagree.
So your answer is no. Let's keep it that way. Your answer is no. So you recall, sir, that there was an appeal, and in fact, on the appeal, it was determined that, again, yet again, you were not qualified to offer a relevant opinion because, number one, you never studied the TANF population. Recall that?
No, that is not the correct conceptualization.
Says you. Number two, that you did not survey any data. Recall that, sir?
Specifically in Florida is the nuance on that issue.
And number three, that you had no research whatsoever on the data that you based your opinion on. Would you agree with that, sir?
No.
Do you agree, sir, that the court held that you relied on other researchers' studies and didn't make any effort whatsoever to form an opinion based on your own research? Do you agree with that?
I don't remember the specific language of the court.
All right. Do you recall that ultimately your testimony was stricken?
No, I don't believe that it was stricken.
Okay. In any event, sir, you would agree with me that you have a memory of Abram Mack being subject to this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with TANF, right? You remember that much, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Thank you. Now, in summary, sir, you're here to testify in front of this jury regarding your testimony and opinion that you've given regarding Lindsay Clancy's state of mind at the time of the killing of her children. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you evaluated her in 2026. Is that right?
Yes.
So you really evaluated her about 3 years after the incident that occurred in January 22, right?
January 2023.
So you do recall the date that the incident occurred, 23, right?
Right. So to answer
Okay,
your
the answer is right.
Yeah.
Okay. And in reference to your answer, sir, you would agree with me that there was a significant passage of time between the incident in 2023 and when you saw her about 2 or 3 months ago, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you drove out there with the guy that's going to be in here testifying in about an hour or so, Helbrun. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
When you say that I drove out there,
I'm just asking the guy's name. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
you'll have to ask him how he likes to pronounce it.
Well, did you know how to call him or what to call him when you were out there with him for 2 days at Tewksbury?
Kirk.
Kirk, okay. And you met Kirk, I imagine, that morning that you were going to evaluate Lindsay?
Yes.
And what was the date that you evaluated her? Was it February date?
I think the first date was April 10th.
Okay.
The second date was April 12th. And those were the 2 days that I was there.
Right, because Kirk had to give her psychological testing on the middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
You're asking me where I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
I stayed in Massachusetts.
Where?
I believe in Wellesley.
Where? Was it like Holiday Inn? Was it a Ritz-Carlton? Where?
A private home.
A private home, okay. Kirk didn't stay there, did he?
I don't know.
You don't
No,
know?
he didn't stay there. He didn't stay there, that's for sure.
Okay. So in any event, you must have had plans to meet up with Kirk at Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I did meet Dr. Halpern at Tewksbury Hospital, yes.
Okay, I'm calling him Kirk because that's what you told me is that you refer to him as. But it's Dr. Hoffman, how do you pronounce it?
I believe it's Halpern, but you'll have to ask him how he prefers it.
Okay, I will. And then did you meet him in the parking lot of Tewksbury?
Yes, I think that's right.
And
Or in the lobby.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Or in the lobby.
Okay. So when you went there on that date in April, the first day, you already had your information that you were able to form your opinion based upon. Is that right?
At the time that I initiated the examination, I had reviewed records related to Ms. Clancy, but creation of the ultimate opinion...
No. I'm asking about the records, sir. Real simple. The records that you reviewed. You had already reviewed them before you went to Tewksbury Hospital. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the records would be, obviously, cell phone extraction records, yes?
I don't know exactly when I reviewed those cell phone records.
How about defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluations? Dr. Philip Resnick, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, you reviewed the reports that were already prepared by my experts. Is that correct?
And also Dr. Zeisel.
Zeisel, yeah, thank you. Okay, because I had sent them to you, isn't that right?
You had sent them, I believe, to Dr. Heilbrunn.
To Dr. who? I'm sorry.
I think Dr. Kirk Heilbrunn. And I think he was able to give them to me.
Okay, fine. So you also were able to review Division or Department of Children and Family Records dated February 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those would be records that pertained, obviously, after the death of the children, but it was just an interview of Patrick the father and Lindsay's husband, right? That's what those were.
That was a substantial component of that, but that was the DCF evaluation that occurred, and they, I believe, interviewed him when he was at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, all I'm asking is that the DCF, in other words, there's no DCF records that shows that Lindsay was abusive to her children, right?
I don't think that that was necessarily the conclusion of that report.
Well, it wasn't a conclusion of any report. There were no other reports other than February 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and that would be interviewing Pat, the father and the husband, right?
As I said, I think effectively
Okay.
that is the core component of that report.
Okay, that's a component of the report. The answer is yes. You also had medical records from Astor Mental Health Records, right?
Yes.
That would be Jennifer Tufts,
Yes.
Jennifer McAllister, right?
I'm not sure if that's the name of another doctor in that practice, but substantially Astor Mental Health included the work of Dr. Tufts.
Dr. Tufts. And how about nurse practitioner Jolada? Did you review her records as well?
The records of hers that came from the organization that she worked in, yes.
What organization was that, do you know?
I'm not exactly recalling the title of it, but I believe it's South Shore Mental Health, but I'm not exactly sure of the exact title.
Boston Children's Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and McLean Hospital records. You reviewed them, correct?
Yes.
Spalding Rehab, right?
Yep.
Tewksbury Hospital from March 27th of 23 up through April 1st of 26, which is a little bit before you saw Lindsay, right?
Correct.
They were about 7,000 pages, a lot of paper, right?
Yes.
Toxicology records, police reports, grand jury testimony, you read all that too, right?
Correct.
Police interviews of witnesses, right?
Correct.
And you had met with, I imagine, or spoken to, by telephone perhaps, with the district attorneys, the prosecutors here.
Yes.
And where did you meet them?
The prosecutors?
Yeah.
Only by phone.
Okay, so you met them by phone. When was that?
I don't know offhand when that was.
How long was the conversation?
I don't recall. It could have been somewhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And basically they told you that they wanted you to evaluate a defendant who had been indicted for triple homicide of her own children by the name of Lindsay Clancy. You knew that from speaking with them, right?
Effectively, I knew that, yes.
And, you know, I normally don't go there with expert witnesses, but it was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. How much money do you make a year on your forensic evaluations?
It ranges over the years, several $100,000 of dollars.
Yeah.
Can be a few.
And a lot of that,
more.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that would be appointed cases or cases either from Park Dietz or some other warehouse that asks you to evaluate people and testify in the court, right?
Or over the years, people contact me directly.
Really?
We're talking about over the last 15 to 20 years.
Right. So when you were contacted by, strike that, did the DAs here call you or did you call them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that they told you what a horrible case this was, that this woman killed her 3 children by strangling them? Did they tell you that?
Sustained. Next question.
Well, did you know what the factual allegations were of the case? Yes or no?
Well, all the factual allegations, yes, I believe they were conveyed to me during a phone call.
Yeah. Okay. And when you were engaged or retained through Park Dietz and Associates to work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, I mean, that's fair to say. You were working for them, right?
Effectively, effectively, I was retained by the district attorney's office. Yeah.
All right. And let's talk about confirmatory bias. You know what that is?
Well, you were asking me the other day about the cognitive bias think tank, and we talked about how, as a part of my work in patient safety.
No. This is Doctor.
I would like to deal
Hold on,
with
Doctor. Please listen to the question and answer the question. Go ahead.
This is confirmatory bias, sir, not a think tank talking about safety of anybody, okay? Confirmatory bias. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
And what does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about the work in diagnosis in medicine, as I was getting at before, it refers to the idea that an individual has a idea as to what they're aiming for, and they gather information that accedes to that, and that brings that point together.
Okay. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are retained in your practice, working whether it's for Dietz or somebody else, and you are engaged by a prosecutor, such as the Plymouth County DA's office, is it fair to say that you go into your work and your evaluation, and I hesitate to use the word investigation, but you have a confirmatory bias? You're hoping that you're going to be able to help them out, right?
No.
No. Okay. So you had read all this material, you had spoken with the prosecutors, and I imagine you had done a team back with Kirk Heilbrunn, right?
A what?
You talked to Kirk Heilbrunn about the fact that you guys were going to go in and evaluate Lindsay, right?
We had worked with the prosecutors, and I believe them with you.
No, you didn't. Excuse me. You didn't work with me. What do you mean? You didn't work with me.
I imagine there was interactions in terms of setting up the dates on which this would occur.
I had nothing to do with it. My office manager, Laura Mather, would have done that. I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Yeah, okay, next question.
So when you went out there on the 2 days that you went out, forget the middle day, because that's when Kurt was by himself. When you went out there, the two of you met in the parking lot or the lobby, one or the other, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
I said yes.
And the purpose was to go interview her, right?
Miss Clancy, yes.
So you guys go down the hallway, you go in the elevator, you go upstairs to the locked wards, they have to open the door, they have orderlies and people that escort you. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to sign in, you have to have ID because it's a locked ward, right?
Effectively, yes.
Effectively. And the two of you, you and Kirk, go into a room where she's sitting in her wheelchair by herself so that you two of you can interview her. Is that correct?
Yes.
For how many hours did you interview her the first time?
First day, it was roughly ended up being about, I think, 4 or 5 hours.
And have in mind, sir, as counsel has already elicited, she's incontinent. She has issues because of being paralyzed and had to have a break, didn't she?
She did not ask for a break.
She was able to power through the 4 hours?
I don't know if that's the appropriate way to frame it. We took a break. During the interview, we discussed the schedule that she has for catheterization, if that's your question.
So you and Kirk Heilbrunn sat down and you questioned Lindsay, the both of you together or one at a time, or how'd that work out?
One would ask questions, and if another one had additional questions to ask about that particular topic, then the other would ask. And
she was, fair to say, she was pretty cooperative with you guys, right?
Yes.
She was polite, she was affable, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions, right?
Yes.
And then when you concluded that first day, then the next day, Kurt Heilbrunn went on his own to Tewksbury and had another multi-hour interrogation, questioning, or whatever of Lindsay, right?
He was there for a second day for psychological testing.
So you're aware of the fact that he was there for psychological testing, right?
Yes.
Now, a psychiatrist doesn't do psychological testing. The psychologist does, right?
Typically, that's true.
And there are a number of tests that are administered to people when they are being evaluated for purposes of a criminal case such as this, right?
There is a number of different tests that test different aspects of an individual's psychiatric or psychological or cognitive functioning.
Right. Like, for example, you want to determine, I would imagine, whether or not they're lying or exaggerating or minimizing their symptoms, right?
That's always an interest, yes.
And it's of interest because if a person is, in fact, masking or lying about their mind, trying to fake out an evaluating forensic psychiatrist or psychologist, when you say that's of interest, that's something that can be a test result that a jury could look at, right?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a test that specifically states a person is lying.
No. You ever heard of the MMPI?
I have.
Okay. You ever heard of the K scale?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, the K scale is among the internal validity scales of the MMPI. The MMPI is an assessment of the individual's personality.
Okay. So let's focus on the K scale, sir. When you say that it's a, let me ask you again, what is your understanding of what the K scale is seeking to find out?
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Sustained. Next
Well,
question.
you know,
Next question.
MMPI, K scale, focus. What does it mean, sir?
So the MMPI is an assessment of personality, and it is a set of questions that the individual responds to provide the test and to provide the user of the test to understand what is their personality like. The K scale is a set of questions embedded in the MMPI that are designed to see whether or not the individual is exaggerating in their responses, generally speaking.
Okay. Or lying, right? They call the K scale the lie scale, right?
Well, if you're simply referring to your own personality style, the issue is whether or not the answers are reliable or valid. It's not a matter of assessing if the person is lying on the MMPI.
Does the MMPI assess to any degree whether or not a person is lying, in your opinion?
No.
No? So let's stay with Dr. Mack's opinion on the K scale. What would that do? It would determine if somebody is not being truthful about their symptoms or they're exaggerating their symptoms?
Well, the MMPI assesses the individual's personality and their thoughts about themselves. So the question is how to get an accurate reading of the person's personality. If it is the case that they are having a deviation on the K scale, then you might not utilize the MMPI as a whole. But the MMPI is not designed in a sense as a lie detector.
So what does that mean, sir, when you say if there's a manipulation of the K scale? What does that mean?
I don't think I used the word manipulation.
What word did you use?
I may have said deviation.
Okay. So if there's a deviation on the K scale, according to you, what does that mean?
It may come to a threshold that the MMPI is not usable, and
because
the users cannot gather information about the individual's personality as a result.
Because they're lying, and it's not a reliable test, right? That's the ultimate consideration, right?
Right. So it's not saying that the person is lying. It's saying that the test is not reliable.
Because the person who's the subject of the test is not being, let's say, forthright. Is that fair?
I don't know that it's always necessarily a conscious act. an individual, it simply reflects the tendency the individual has when answering the questions that are on that subpart of the test.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint a positive picture of themselves?
Overrule.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
Okay. So you are aware, regardless, that when Lindsay took the test for Dr. Kirk Halbrun, that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about. I don't know. We're looking at each other.
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but why don't you ask the next
yeah, okay. So you, tell me again what your answer was, sir?
That effectively, that's what the testing elicited, that her case scale, effectively, it was a valid test.
Okay. Now, you, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the health care providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar 2. Is that right?
I'm aware that was on her mind, that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar 2 is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about, is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
An individual, there is a need in one's practice, traditionally at least, that if an individual might be suffering from bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling this jury?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you said.
I said the concern about the relationship between SSRIs and mania or bipolar disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And when you say mania, what does that mean to you, sir?
Mania is a state defined in the DSM. I believe we discussed this the other day.
Well, go ahead. What is it? What are the symptoms of mania?
So mania is a condition, and it's defined not only by the symptoms that I'm going to mention, but also by a time frame. And as we discussed the other day, it is a mood state that is used as a building block for bipolar type 1. So one would need to see 7 days consecutive, and where the following symptoms, 4 at least of the following symptoms are present most of the day for all of these days. And that would include a thought process called flight of ideas, Secondly, distractibility. Thirdly, an engagement in activities that are pleasurable but have painful consequences. Rapid speech, or what we would call pressured speech.
Pressured speech.
Or rapid speech. Additionally, grandiosity and an exaggerated amount or excess degree of goal-directed behavior.
And what is your... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What is your understanding, sir, of the symptoms of bipolar 2?
So bipolar 2, well, we didn't finish the definition of bipolar 1, but in terms of bipolar type 2, one would need to have had a major depressive episode. I believe we discussed that the other day as well. And also one needs to have had what's called a hypomanic episode, which is similar to a manic episode, but lesser in terms of time course that's required, and only 3 out of the 7 symptoms are required.
So bipolar 2, you would agree with me, sir, is in fact a major or a serious mental illness, right?
Yes.
And your opinion, after you had your opportunity to go back again with Kirk on the 3rd day and interview Lindsay in Tewksbury Hospital, and how long did you interview her for the 3rd day, asking her questions?
I'm not sure I remember. It was perhaps 3 hours.
So after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No.
No. So why don't we look at your report and you tell me what your ultimate opinion was of your diagnosis of Lindsay after evaluating her, sir.
I think I said this the other day that my
Why don't you say it again, sir?
Yes, I'm happy to. My opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode, and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
Well, looking at your report, sir, on your conclusions, would you agree with... So do you have your report?
He's reading from the wrong report.
Do you have your report, sir?
Can I see it sidebar just for a second?
It's not the wrong report. So, sir, you would agree that your opinion on page 35 is that at the time of the incident, that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from a mental disease, and then you have the opinion, however, she retained substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct. Is that correct? Did I read that right? And the mental disease from which she suffered, in your opinion, was a mood disorder, major depressive episode. Is that right?
Yes.
And you further opined that she may have also had an anxiety disorder that preceded or continued to be present while the major depressive episode proceeded through January 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that she has been at Tewksbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think well, you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So, did you have a chance to review Dr. Helbrin's report?
I did.
And do you know what Dr. Helbrin's opinion was of the diagnosis?
In terms of
diagnosis.
Yes.
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So you have nurse practitioner Jolee, who, as a treating practitioner, indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
In terms of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
No, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So with all of the various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you, sir, about
what I discussed the other day was when that specifier is able to be used, that would be a diagnostic question.
So, with the understanding that nurse practitioner Jolee is bipolar, or looking at bipolar, that Zeisel report, you don't know or recall what it is, but you incorporated it into your report. Dr. Resnick is bipolar too. You feel that this is or is not indicative of a precursor to a person suffering from postpartum depression? It's in the books, in the articles, right?
Your use of terms, to me, seems apples and oranges. The question of postpartum depression would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So,
I can't, can you say that again, please?
we're talking about categories that are not aligned with each other.
No, I'm asking you what your answer was, okay? What's your answer?
You'd have to restate the question.
Okay. You recall Friday, sir, that you were talking about onset of postpartum depression symptoms occurring within a particular time frame. Do you recall that, sir?
The diagnosis would
No,
be
my question is
depressive
simple. Do you
episode.
recall saying what the time frame was Friday?
I'm trying to answer your question.
What is the time frame?
The time frame designated for the diagnostic specifier called with postpartum onset is 4 weeks.
Okay. And that's your opinion, right?
Well, I believe that's what the DSM says.
Okay.
The 4 week
So
period
let's talk about
the 4 week period. The 4 week period in which that specifier may be added.
Okay. You recall saying
The
that
diagnostic rule.
you recall saying that a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. Do you recall saying that Friday?
What I would have intended to say.
No.
Which I believe
What did you say to the? Come on. What did you say to the jury last Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked, okay? And then if the Commonwealth has any redirect, they can follow up with their questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you recall saying that the person has to be postpartum within 4 weeks, according to the DSM? Recall saying that?
To meet that specifier, yes.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
Sure.
So,
But that wouldn't be the specifier of with postpartum onset.
yeah, but you
in the
can't.
DSM.
Postpartum is not a disease, doctor.
Right.
Postpartum.
It's this appellation that is defined in terms of 4 weeks.
Okay. According to you, right? You understand that World Health Organization is different, right?
If you're talking about the ICD,
What is that time frame, sir?
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
How about the proposal to amend the DSM-5 text revision, or TR? What's the proposal for that?
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6-week period.
So you've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks, you got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay. You would agree, sir, that she is at Tewksbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
Yes?
And she hasn't had, over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's been medicated at Tewksbury, right?
She has not demonstrated any signs of mania.
And she hasn't demonstrated any signs of anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating signs of anxiety.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair, she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what medications that she's on while she's at Tewksbury?
She's taking, I think we discussed this the other day, a low dose of Zyprexa, I believe clonidine and trazodone, and propranolol occasionally.
Okay. Now, after you had a chance to review the medical records from Dr. Tufts, which would be from end of September of 22 up through October of 22, for example, initial prescription, right?
I've reviewed all the records from Dr. Tufts, yes.
And you recall what the first prescription was that she got, right?
Sertraline?
And that would be what, 25?
Yes,
Was that increased?
it was.
And was there an issue or a problem, according to Lindsay, when that was increased from 25 to 50?
Yes.
And what was the problem that she indicated to the doctor?
She wanted to sleep, but she was finding it hard to sleep.
She was unable to sleep for a period in excess of 48 hours, is what she said, right?
I think it was at that point, yes.
And also, she indicated that there was, in her opinion, a symptom that she didn't really have a need to sleep, even though she had gone 48 hours without sleeping, right?
No, she wanted to sleep.
Well, would you agree with me, sir?
She was tolerating, she described that she was tolerating during the daytime and functional sufficiently without the sleep, but she found that she was trying very hard to sleep and she couldn't sleep.
And do you recall her indicating that she did not feel, regardless of 48 hours straight without sleep, that she had a need? She said she didn't feel like she had a need to sleep. Did you see that in the records?
I'm not sure that it would be characterized that way.
Did you see? Okay. Did you see anything in the records?
Wanted to sleep.
All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Mr. Rankin.
Did you see anything in the records that indicated that she complained of the fact that she had gone 48 hours without sleeping after she was on the sertraline, and then felt that she did not need to sleep, even though she'd been without for 48 hours?
I don't exactly recall what was written by Dr. Tufts, but she described to me that in that period...
Doctor, I'm asking you about the medical records, not what you think she told you 3 years later. The medical records.
The medical records review the fact that she was not able to sleep.
And would you agree with me that one of the symptoms, sir, that you would be concerned about as a psychiatrist is when a woman who is postpartum, after having a baby, is complaining of a number of symptoms, one of which is that she went a long period of time unable to sleep, but didn't feel that she had the need to sleep? That's textbook, isn't it?
Well, the DSM textbook refers to a decreased need for sleep as the seventh element of mania.
Okay, so that is an indicia of mania. Can I get that out of you?
The way it's written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
I don't know that she has decreased need.
And in the medical...
trying very hard.
Go ahead.
I think she desperately wanted to sleep.
Is that what you think, sir, or is that what your opinion is based on the medical records?
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
Okay. So, is it your understanding that she also exhibited signs or symptoms of postpartum depression?
So, to the extent that she had depression in a period after having had a baby, that is not how DSM would refer to it, but as you said, everybody would be postpartum in that regard. So my opinion is that she had major depressive episodes in this year, or within 4 or 5 months following birth.
Sir, you're familiar with the postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
So there's the concept of having psychosis.
Are you familiar with postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with a proposed diagnostic entity called postpartum psychosis, and the idea that people can have psychosis as a mental disorder at other times.
You're familiar with the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the funding of the Department of Mental Health for the Massachusetts Child Psychiatry Access Product. You're familiar with that, right?
No.
Called the MCPAP, that focuses on postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. Are you familiar with that, sir?
No.
Would you agree with me that when a person has a child and is within the postpartum period, that they may present to a doctor with symptoms that might lead the doctor to believe that they are suffering from postpartum depression? Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with that particular program. I'm happy to.
All right, I know you're happy, but I'm just asking, sir, about postpartum depression. Forget the program. You're not familiar with the program. We get it. I'm asking you now, sir, about your familiarity with postpartum depression.
Yes.
Okay. And there are symptoms of postpartum depression. Fair to say?
Postpartum depression.
Are there symptoms, sir? Yes.
I am familiar.
Okay. And forget the DSM. Let's just focus on the symptoms as you understand it for postpartum depression, which, according to you, has to occur within the first 4 weeks of birth. But quite frankly, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 12 weeks, it could be a year, right?
You said forget the DSM, except that making diagnoses in psychiatry requires an authority, and we utilize, in this country, the DSM.
Maybe we shouldn't?
So,
All right, sustained. Next question.
So are you familiar, sir? You're not familiar with MCPAP for mothers in Massachusetts. You're not familiar with that subsidiary of the Department of Mental Health, right?
no.
Are you familiar with the Department of Mental Health postpartum psychosis provider training? In other words, what the LISCWs are learning and what the psychologists or psychiatrists working for the DMH are learning about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Are you familiar with those standards?
No.
How about the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale? We talked about that Friday. You're familiar with that, sir?
I am.
But you don't feel it's important. You think the regular GAD scale, general anxiety scale, is sufficient, I guess, right?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. So do you think that the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale is important as a tool for a diagnosing physician dealing with a woman that's within the time frame and exhibiting symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Lindsay's scale, if you know now? You had the weekend, I imagine, to look it up.
I don't offhand know what it was.
Okay. So if I offhand told you that it was pretty much off the chart, would that have any impact on your opinion as to the utility of the postnatal depression scale that was administered to her?
That's another form of the question.
No, sustained. I mean, overruled. Let me ask. Sorry.
It's a scale that elicits distress, which she had, and it elicits depression, which she had.
And it's not just limited to distress and depression. It's focused on, and again, I'll read it, the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, right?
Right.
So, no, the answer's right.
She had diagnosis of depression. She was being treated for depression.
All right. So you, in any event, you don't utilize, apparently, the EPDS, right? You don't utilize it in your practice, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it in some time.
Just like you think that, an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person has a baby, right?
I'm sorry?
You remember Friday you said that when a baby is born and the woman suffers a tear, that you called it a particular name?
An episiotomy.
Right.
When there's a need for repair for a tear, there are several different degrees.
No, wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold on.
Can have.
Excuse me, sir. Friday you said that the episiotomy is, in fact, a tear. Do you remember saying that?
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
Did somebody tell you that you were way off base on that testimony Friday, sir?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring to you saying that an episiotomy is a tear. And it's not.
And, Your Honor, is there a question before the witness?
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
All right, why don't you
The last,
just, hold on. Well, you can rephrase that.
Do you remember saying Friday that episiotomy is a tear? Do you remember saying that to this jury, sir?
I don't remember the exact words that I stated.
Okay. Did anybody
After a tear.
Did anybody over the weekend tell you that in fact you were wrong and that it is a surgical procedure and that a natural tear has nothing to do with that procedure other than repairing? Did anybody talk to you about that at all over the weekend?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you would agree with me at least that postpartum depression, even though you don't use the EPDS, does have symptoms that a doctor would consider if a patient came to him or her for help, right? Yes or no?
So,
yes or no?
You're asking me about a condition which
Right.
is not the way that it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not you understand as a doctor that if a woman has a baby and comes to you because she is in trouble, that you would look for symptoms, would you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And if the woman told you that she was less able to laugh, no emotion, unable to see the funny side, is that a symptom, sir, in your opinion, of postpartum depression? Yes or no?
It's a symptom of depression.
Was Lindsay Clancy complaining that she was unable to laugh or emote or see the funny side, if you will, of life when she went to see Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say the next issue would be stopped looking forward to things. You're familiar with that? People don't look forward to things, and they, what is that called? Anhedonia or something like that?
Right. So that was one of the several elements of major depressive episode that I referred to the other day.
Right. But it's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression, correct?
They are the same. When
Okay.
you have depression and you meet the qualifier, then you can call it depression with postpartum onset.
How about a person that comes to you and says that they're anxious and worried constantly for no good reason? Would you agree, sir, yes or no, that that's a symptom of postpartum depression, according to the authorities?
So,
can you answer that yes or no, sir? It's real easy. Sir.
All right, hold on. If you can't answer the question as asked, doctor, just say you can't answer it as asked, and I'll ask counsel to rephrase it. Go ahead.
Yes.
So would you agree with me, sir, that the next symptom of postpartum depression would be anxious or worried for no good reason?
So I can't answer that question.
You can't. You can't?
I said I can't.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the LICSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she would have episodes of fear or panic for no good reason?
Yes.
Did she also indicate, sir, that she was overwhelmed by life, basically, overwhelmed?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she was so unhappy and worried and anxious that she had trouble sleeping?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was sad or miserable and unable to enjoy things like family, friends, society?
That is a symptom that progressed as those months moved on, yes.
Sure did. Did she also say that she's unhappy? She was so unhappy that she was crying on a daily basis?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she had thoughts of harming herself?
Well, or suiciding, yes.
So if she's successful in harming herself and she dies, then it's suicide. Either way, it's a thought of harming herself, right?
I don't think she had the interest of harming herself simply for the interest of harming herself. She had the interest of suiciding.
And she wasn't successful, obviously, right?
Are you referring to January 24th?
So the postpartum depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
First of all, I'm not sure what you're... Well, I can't answer the question as you've asked it. I'll put it...
Let's talk about postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum depression. Is that right?
You're using terms that make it that I can't answer your question.
Postpartum psychosis, you can't answer? You know what that is, don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier? The one
I'm referring to the fact that this young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
So there is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis that we referred to the other day.
Let's do this. Symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Number 1, hearing voices. Would you agree, sir, that hearing voices is indicative of having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, you understand that term, do you not?
When we elicit...
Do you understand the term postpartum psychosis? It's real easy. Do you understand that term?
It's actually not easy. It's serious, but when we do elicit psychosis after a birth, we take it very seriously. Typically...
Who's we? Who's we? We take it seriously.
Well,
who's we?
We psychiatrists. I as a psychiatrist.
Yeah. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are diagnosing, if you do, a patient that's coming to you for help after having a baby, so it's postpartum, and has been through, let's say, postpartum depression, and is now complaining of hearing voices, or a voice commanding her to act, that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, yes or no? Is it?
That would be psychosis. I don't know exactly, based on your hypothetical, as to whether it would count as the proposed postpartum psychosis illness, disease, but it certainly would be a concerning symptom or sign.
Okay, so if you had administered the Edinburgh test, that is something that may have assisted you in evaluating the claim that the person is hearing voices, because that's one of the things that you would be concerned about with a patient, right?
You're always concerned if you're encountering somebody who's hearing voices, especially if they're new.
Especially if they're a mother, right?
Anybody.
How about thought broadcasting? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. How about a patient that says that they're worried about hearing voices, and they're worried that people such as teachers could hear the voices in their head? Is that something that would concern you?
Yes.
How about if the person was afraid that somebody is able to hear the voices in their head and would call the police or DCF and they'd lose their kids? Is that something that would concern you?
Hypothetically, yes, it would be a concern.
How about actually, in this case with Lindsay Clancy? Did you come across that in all of your investigation?
I came across, in my evaluation, a period where she worried that people could hear what she was thinking. That's different, first of all, from thought broadcasting. But in either event, as I've said, she was in a serious psychiatric state, and she was suffering.
How about number 2, postpartum psychosis symptomology, delusional beliefs with distorted reality? Did she complain to Tufts or gelada about having distorted reality being disassociated. Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that in the context of some of the medications she was taking that she felt that things weren't real, yes.
Okay, so
Or that
my question,
she felt
sir,
uncomfortable.
my question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me
Yes.
that she did, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about appears normal in between episodes, calm, even laughing? Would you agree with me, sir, that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes? It comes and it goes, right?
So are you referring to a particular...
I'm asking you a
authority
simple question.
Okay,
Do you
quote.
agree that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes, that it can come out of nowhere and then leave, and a person can appear normal? They can even laugh. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis and illness? Or the findings of psychosis in somebody who's postpartum?
I am asking you about Lindsay Clancy, the young lady that's sitting right here that you're testifying against in front of this jury, telling this jury that she was responsible for the death of her children. You with me?
I'm not sure I understand exactly the context that you just stated.
Okay,
But
the
if your
context
question
I'm giving it
about
is...
the natural course of an illness called postpartum psychosis. That illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course. And we understand
time out.
All right, hold on. Let him finish. Doc, you done with that answer?
I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
You're telling me, sir, that you don't believe or buy postpartum psychosis. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. So you do believe that postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness?
I don't think it's a matter of belief or not belief. I'm aware of how to elicit the symptom or sign of psychosis. I am also aware that there's a proposal for an illness that would be recognized where we understand its typical course and how it progresses, that has been proposed and that has not been approved for use in psychiatry in the United States.
Approved by who?
By the American Psychiatric Association.
The APA, so you...
Hold on.
By the team that let me, if I can finish, by
That's
the
the judge you're
particular
talking to, not
body
me.
within the American Psychiatric.
Do you agree that postpartum psychosis is a legitimate disease or defect? Yes or no?
When you have a symptom or sign of postpartum of psychosis at any time, but particularly in the postpartum period, it is a legitimate finding and something to be concerned about and to treat.
Okay. And when you say within the time frame, you're referring to the Dr. Mack time frame of 4 weeks, right?
No, I think, as I said, any time that a person has psychosis.
Okay, so
the issue about 4 weeks has to do with how we would diagnose it or what wording we would use to diagnose it, but that doesn't have to do with the reality of the individual.
Okay, so any time that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
You would not utilize that in your diagnostic terminology.
Okay. Well, you would agree,
You
sir,
would say that, and you would be concerned about it. According to the DSM, you would not utilize that.
I'm sorry. Doc, if you could repeat that answer. We had some problems following it. Go ahead.
So the presence of psychosis is always of concern, especially if it's new onset. To the extent that we are talking about the proper terminology of labeling something, whether it is postpartum onset or not, the DSM provides guidance as to the time frame. That is different than my saying that it is a not serious condition.
So symptom number one, complaint, according to the Mass General Hospital, major research project, along with the Department of Mental Health, dealing with postpartum psychosis, would indicate that hearing voices, a voice commanding her to act, is a symptom of postpartum psychosis. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no.
I can't answer that.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no.
All right, he just doesn't agree with it. Next question.
You answered these questions several times now.
Really?
Overruled. We're going to let him ask that question if you want to ask that again.
So let's move on, sir, so we don't fight over number one. How about number two? Delusional beliefs, distorted reality. Would you agree that that's a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
You said number one, number two. I don't know what authority you're referring to.
Do you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis, in addition to the hearing of the voices, would be delusional beliefs and a distorted reality?
I can't answer because I still don't know if you're referring to the phenomenon of psychosis or you're referring to some illness.
I'm referring to the illness that Lindsay Clancy was suffering that's in her medical record, sir, that you tell this jury you read. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I didn't find any evidence of psychosis in her record.
Okay.
Other than
was there any was there any indication that she was hearing voices? Did she complain about that, sir? Yes or no?
she complained about intrusive thoughts.
Okay.
If that's what you're.
How about the delusional beliefs and distorted reality? Do you recall her complaining about distorted reality, sir? Yes or no?
I'm not sure she used those terms. If you're referring
No, never mind what I'm referring to. Your answer is no, right?
No, she did not display psychotic features.
I didn't ask about psychotic features. I'm asking you about delusional beliefs and distorted reality, doctor.
That is a type of psychosis.
Okay.
So I didn't see any evidence of any psychotic features throughout the medical records.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated state, that she was out of touch with reality. You're telling this jury you never saw that?
I did see that evidence, that component that she discussed with her physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but I don't see any signs of psychosis or delusions.
Like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom, yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer, yes or no?
Are you referring to an authority there?
Doctor,
you agree.
Doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works, all right? You don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right? If I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know, and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So that's the rules. That's how it works here. So go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Would you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis with a woman who is coming to a physician for treatment indicates that they appear to have normal periods between episodes of disassociation where they're calm, they're even laughing, and they can drive cars, they can talk to people, they can use telephones, all of that, right?
It would be, that description may be of other things, but it's not necessarily of psychosis.
How about severe sleep deprivation, sir? Do you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom when you're considering the whole of the patient complaining of various symptoms? Severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of postpartum psychosis.
I can't answer the question the way you phrased it.
Okay, so let's say postpartum psychosis, you're somewhat familiar with it, and would you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of it?
I can't answer the question.
Okay, you can't answer it, okay. How about rapid mood swings? Would you agree that rapid mood swings are a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
Not sure I understand your question.
Okay. How about a person saying that they're not herself? I want to be myself. I want to go back to being myself. I can't be myself. Is that a complaint that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
It might be, if the person has psychosis.
Okay, the answer is it might be. Did Lindsay Clancy indicate that she wanted to go back to being herself?
Yes.
Now, did she also, was there any evidence, sir, of thoughts of harming her children?
There were periods when she had impulses or intrusive thoughts about harming her children.
And when you say intrusive, if I come to you and, if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is on your radar and says that they're having intrusive thoughts about harming their children, would you not ask them what that means? In other words, is it a voice in their head? Is it their thought process? What is it? Do you ask that question?
Of course.
Did anybody ask that question when she was complaining about having intrusive thoughts about suicide, for example? Did anybody ask her what that meant? Voices in the head or thoughts?
I believe that the clinicians at McLean, at Mass General, Dr. Gelada, Dr. Tufts all asked about or all made inquiries to understand the nature of her suicidal ideation.
Do you believe that based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
No, overruled.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did she complain that she was not herself and her family could see the change?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also complain of thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she also have poor insight?
I'm not sure that she had poor insight.
Well, if you are looking at postpartum psychosis and the symptoms are 1 through 10, if a person is complaining to you as a doctor, and when I say complain, I don't mean complaining, I mean that's medical language, that they're complaining or giving you a symptom, of 1 through 9, that is a very, very strong indicia that the person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, is it not?
1 through 9. I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. How about blood tests? You think they're important when you're dealing with prescribing medications like Tufts was after a month?
They can be.
And do you think, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a person should be given a basic blood test when you're prescribing these medications to them?
No, overruled.
There are some situations where blood tests are required or needed, and other times when psychiatrists may feel comfortable making prescriptions without such tests.
So there is a further test that can be given that would actually determine whether or not a person's enzymes are reacting to the drugs, the narcotics that are being prescribed to them. Isn't that right?
You say narcotics?
Well, drugs, you know,
sure.
like sertraline or...
Can you say the question again?
Sure. Prescriptions. When a person is prescribed prescriptions, it is well within reason that a competent physician would, number one, take a simple blood test, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And I guess that's up to the doctor that you're seeing, right?
Well, sure, or depends on what concerns the person may have, what's their medical history, what's your awareness of other factors that are affecting their biological health.
So let's take Lindsay Clancy.
Depends on which medication we're talking about also.
Let's take Lindsay Clancy, for example, sir. The medical records that you reviewed when she's dealing with Tufts and Gelada, did they administer any blood tests to her at all?
Not that I recall.
is there a further analysis that can be performed on the blood that is drawn from the woman when she sees the doctor to determine whether or not there are enzyme reactions to the prescription drugs that they're prescribed?
There are tests that can be done to determine the relative degree of one enzyme or another and how much they would do in terms of breaking down the medications, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that test wasn't administered to Lindsay, was it?
I don't think so.
In spite of innumerable, which we won't have to go through, complaints that she had and her husband about what was happening to her as a result of her postpartum as well as postpartum depression, symptomology of postpartum psychosis in conjunction with the narcotics, the drugs, the prescriptions that she was given. It never did any further testing, right?
Correct.
How about thyroid? Is that something that's important to you as a doctor dealing with a postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis?
Thyroid would be important to assess in a person complaining of mood problems, yes.
Well, how about a woman who is complaining that during the postpartum, which goes on ad infinitum, is complaining of postpartum depression symptoms and or postpartum psychosis? It's important to check their thyroid level, isn't it?
It would be important to check thyroid in multiple different psychiatric conditions.
So the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes.
Well, I'm not sure that specifically answers your question.
I don't care. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay. Commonwealth redirect?
Good morning, Dr. Mack. Now, defense counsel kept referring to your investigation in this case. Do you see your role as an investigator when you're retained to do these evaluations?
No.
And in fact, you are evaluating for a specific question, correct?
That's correct.
And in your evaluation in this case, you were asked to focus on the mental condition of Lindsay Clancy at the time of January 24, 2023, right?
So, excuse me, he's able to answer yes or no, but this is direct, so I'm objecting to the leading.
I'm going to allow just to kind of focus to the area, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. You can answer that question.
Yes.
Now, were you provided the information that you reviewed?
Yes.
And were you aware where that came from, whether it was the court or the district attorney's office or from defense?
I'm not necessarily aware of the origin of any of the documents that I reviewed, only that I did review them and I did possess them.
And as far as the timing of when you were retained in this case, I believe your testimony on Friday was that your memory was early 2025 you were retained. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that the initial discussion about it was at the end of 2024. I'm not exactly sure when the Commonwealth or the District Attorney's Office exactly made the retention happen, but I understand it to be early 2025.
And you were provided a significant amount of information after you were retained, correct?
Yes.
And that information continued to come to you up until the point that you were going to meet with the defendant in April of 2026. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And were you able to set up that interview with her on your own?
No.
Is it your understanding that it had to be with the permission of the court and the parties?
That's my understanding.
And that date in April was a date that was provided to you as a date that you could go and speak with her, correct?
Yes, the two dates, April 10th and April 12th.
And in conducting these evaluations, is it standard or best practice to review as much information as you can prior to that interview?
That's correct.
And you were provided records from the Tewksbury State Hospital in the weeks prior to your interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you're retained on cases, this case and any other, you're paid for your time and your work regardless of what your ultimate opinion is, correct?
That's right.
Can you explain to us the relationship that you have with Park Dietz and Associates?
Yes. There are times that attorneys around the country go to Park Dietz and Associates seeking or asking if they have an expert in a particular field, and Park Dietz and Associates may be able to propose one expert or another who might be able to help that attorney or law firm.
And so in your relationship with that company, you are simply an independent contractor, or are you employed by the company?
Independent contractor.
And fair to say, there's not kind of a group email that somebody can send out asking for experts on all these types of areas in which you testify, right?
No, the Park Dietz and Associates would go to individual experts that they think might be appropriate for one or another case given the topic.
Now, you were asked some questions about Dr. Halbrin, and I think last week on Friday you indicated that you didn't know him prior to working on this case. Is that correct?
Correct. I had never met him.
And so is he a name that was familiar to you in your area of general psychiatry?
I knew that he was another expert that works with the Park Dietz and Associates group, but I had never met him.
And in fact, he's not a general psychiatrist, is he?
I believe he's a psychologist.
Okay. And so your focus is different than his focus, correct?
To some degree, yes.
Now, how did it come about that you and Dr. Halbrin ended up going to Tewksbury at the same time?
Well, my memory is that to the extent that he also had been retained, that there was a need to that there was only going to be one opportunity for an examination by the prosecution. And so rather than create two different sets of interviews for Ms. Clancy, it was better to overlap them and have them happen concurrently.
And in relation to the purpose of the interview with the person being evaluated, the defendant here, was there anything different about your approach and his approach as far as the information you were seeking to gather?
Generally, no. As has been mentioned, he went ahead and did psychological testing on the second day. But other than that, it's still the same topic, the individual's mental health.
And in regards to that particular, those days that you were there, it wasn't just you and Dr. Halbrin in the room with the defendant, correct?
That's right.
Who else was in the room?
One person who served as a videographer, two individuals who served as videographers.
Do you know who retained the videographer?
I don't.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also on a one-to-one, so was there a staff member from Tewksbury close by, if not in the room?
Close by, but not in the room.
And the person who was conducting the video, they were in the room running the video the whole time?
That's correct.
And fair to say, as it pertained to taking breaks, you and Dr. Halbrin offered the defendant multiple opportunities to take a break, correct?
Yes.
And
we made it clear that we could take a break any time.
And she repeatedly declined a break, right?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. And that would be contained within the video that was running throughout the course of your interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to present as the next exhibit the recorded interview with the experts.
All right, I see counsel at sidebar. There'll be exhibit, yes.
Exhibit 292.
Okay, no objection?
No.
Dr. Mack, on cross-examination, you were asked about the LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Yes.
And was that testimony or by way of a declaration or a report?
It was a report, and then there was a deposition.
And so you were part of a hearing with the court in Florida to determine whether your ultimate opinions could be considered in the case, correct?
I don't think that there was a specific separate hearing as to that point.
Okay.
My recollection is that in the phase of a summary judgment proceeding, that the use of my testimony was discussed in the summary judgment documents from each side.
And then ultimately, your opinion wasn't utilized by the court, right?
If I recall the statement of the court in the document, it was that Dr. Mack is not an expert in this case, or it may have said Dr. Mack is not a qualified expert in this case.
And why was that?
My recollection of the case, which is now almost 15 years ago, was that the information that I was aware of in terms of the rate of substance use in individuals who received TANF was nationwide and was not specific to Florida.
And the issue was a Florida TANF case, right? Having to do with residents in the state of Florida. So as far as the limitations there and your testimony in these types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Well, that was...
Okay, if you can answer that, and then go ahead.
My understanding is that that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
Okay. And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility.
Correct.
Now, you talked a lot with defense counsel about the DSM, so I don't want to go too far into it, but on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specifiers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier of with postpartum onset, or atypical features, or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar-related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there is a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the 4-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode, that will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct? As
right.
a specifier.
As I said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's in there.
Yes, the description has that, yes.
As well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about, and then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis.
And so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see, or you can find 5 or more of, to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined, and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the days. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. and then it also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9
Right.
In order to meet the major depressive episode.
And I think maybe you might have missed one, diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
So, concentration.
Concentration.
So
a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
yes, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression, and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Can I object?
No, overruled.
Bleeding?
Correct.
No, overruled. I'll allow it.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, sir, are you suggesting that my office had any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Objection.
No, overruled.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know.
I imagine your office was aware,
Thank you.
but I don't
All right,
know that you had control.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right. Next, anything further?
Nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Anything further, Como? All right. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the morning break at this point, and we're going to come back and continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. We'll have a witness that'll go on the stand after we get back. All right, so we'll take the break at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, sign close the notebook. Place them on the chairs, please.
Jurors have exited the courtroom.
All right. Anything we need to discuss before the break, Como?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
All right, so we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court is in recess.
Okay, everybody, we are on a break for the Clancy trial. Alright, understood. And we are on a break for the Clancy trial, and it's a short morning break, and then they'll come back and continue with the day. And Dr. Smack did a deplorable job at trying to beat his cross-examination because he kept on trying to go into a fight with Clancy's attorney, and he only made a fool of himself. He doesn't really answer yes or no. He just answers he starts beating around the bush, and he just kind of answers it in his own way. But he doesn't really answer the question. He just makes some generalized statement. Then he starts asking questions. Then he starts smirking, and it's almost like we have a maniac as a doctor. And there's many good healthcare professionals out there, but most of this testimony has shown corruption with some of them, and the system needs some sort of reform. Yeah, and a lot of people, I feel, this trial has lots of high emotions to it, and it's really getting on people. But that's why I think a lot of people have say we're trying to pick it through a logical lens, and everyone else is trying to understand what's going on here in their own way. Other people know what's going on, and then lots of feuding happens. But I'm glad there's people exposing Dr. Smack and understanding that he is full of nonsense, and he's not a reputable doctor. Too many times there are people anywhere, that will sometimes not see the fine, line between answering questions yes or no. It's almost like the Dr. Smack is trying to hide something. He goes by the DSM, the board of psychiatrists and doctors, and he doesn't seem to go by his own views, and he may go by a system that might be flawed or corrupted at the same time. And I think it's very cool how a lot of times too many people get exposed, and they get exposed in the greatest way they could possibly be exposed. Because usually there could be a scheme, or they're in the dark, and then it comes out. Some people never get caught. But in this situation, it's great that he was seen foolish because he was caught in a karmatic trap. where it was karma doing its deed, and he was completely just brought to light. He looks kind of like a vampire. He has like strange mannerisms, the way he looks and acts, and he gets argumentative too. It almost reminds you of the Depp trial. Besides having several hundreds of thousands of viewers concurrently, besides that happening, and besides all these different things that we're seeing in general, of the psychiatrists and the doctors in this trial resemble the Depp one. Okay, you're connected, Saw. Okay, good. My pleasure. Yeah, and it really does mirror the Depp trial. In this, it has parallels to the Depp trial, where there is so many people in this that these like Herds doctors that were very bizarre and strange. We're seeing the same type of bizarre and strange behavior with the witnesses from the Commonwealth. And as I said, I have not seen this many views on this channel. Technically, it was on the other LC channel. Like, for LC and the other news outlets besides LC that are streaming this, it's it's equally as big. And at the same time, as I said earlier, Depp is going to likely be in absolute certainty be in the pirate movie again. And it's a kangaroo court, but it seems this time in my opinion, the judge was calling out this witness because the general kangaroo could see that this kangaroo that was on the witness stand was more bizarre than regular kangaroos that we would see in the kangaroo court. That's why he was like, "Come on, just answer the question, yes or no." It's it's unsettling in a way. And then when you see how she's guilty or innocent, the way these doctors handled the situation, it shows you they don't really know what they're talking about or what they're treating exactly. And he was like the alleged postpartum depression. But even if it's not real, if the theory's false, they want to know what it is exactly. So this is the kind of people we're having women being cared for by this people like him. And I believe that the lady should have better health care than this if this is what is out there. And I believe men too, is that I think both genders should have better health care, because especially it's like men are not always taken seriously when they have certain issues, and it looks like also women are not taken seriously when they have issues in different ways with psychiatric help. It looks like both genders are having some neglect here. When you have a dogmatic system that right, when you have a dogmatic system where they go by these, as I said earlier, these black and white rules, it's not really the best thing to do, because it's if you have an exception to the rule, the exception to the rule doesn't exist, but it does exist, and it's right there in your face. It's like a platypus or a giraffe or a gorilla. It's like they say it doesn't exist, but there it is. Or alien or UFO, whatever it is, they say it's not real, but it's right there in your face. Then you have to somehow come up with some rational explanation, but there isn't any. She could have also had some schizophrenia or some other type of disorder too, and it just kind of creeped out on her. And to say that there isn't some sort of disorder there, you know, there is. Like, because there's people that experience something on a spectrum of awareness where people could have the postpartum depression, and if that doesn't exist, there's something there, whatever it is, and they don't act on it, and other people that might go crazy with it and do something like this. You know, because I was explaining hypotheticals about what could be what, and the other people, like the doctor in the trial, the Dr. Smack, he doesn't seem to understand these basics. So I do think that they're going by a dogmatic system, and they're in it to make money and have control or whatever else. So I was thinking the system may not want to be sued, and he's trying to walk on eggshells to avoid a lawsuit against himself or against the firm or whatever he's part of. And it just some people do school shootings and it's not right, and sometimes they've taken medicines that weren't good that may have messed their minds up, that didn't, they're going to do it anyway, but it didn't help, right? So medicines can help people and work wonders, but if something's not done right, you're going to have problems like this, and it's going to make the whole system look bad. So there has to be some corrections. And now the kangaroo judge is reminding us that he's still kangaroo judge, because the short break doesn't seem that short. So he was just trying to remind us that he's not a clone or was replaced, but he's the same judge we had before. And he had a couple of sidebars to show us that he's not losing his mind, but there's a kangaroo that's just a little bit off, that might have rabies or something, and he's like, all right, kangaroo, all right, we're going to fix this so it's not going to cause all the other critters in here a problem. So, yeah, it just, he resembles a herd psychiatrist, Dr. Smack. So we will see what else occurs today, if they do closings or what happens, and that'll be that. So yeah, I feel really losing his mind. Some of these witnesses, it's the rebuttal witnesses. So, and prosecution's trying to do damage control. Looks like the general public on both sides views this as a win for the defense. And the break is ongoing. Good morning, Owl. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. unless person has gone through postpartum, a man can't possibly know for sure how it affects the mind. Yeah, that is correct. And he acts like he knows. He was actually saying like it. He doesn't seem to think it exists or whatever, and he doesn't seem to know what's going on with it. And he wouldn't. Like I have no idea how it would affect a woman. I know how other things affect mental health, but only they would know what it's like. So yeah, it's something that needs to be studied and looked into. It doesn't mean people should make up excuses for doing things that are bad, but there could be some, a small percentage of people that may really have a bad reaction to something. Yeah, or it could be very scary too. Yeah. There is a simulation of schizophrenia, and that's a freaky illness to have to deal with, and it reminds me of something like that to an extent, which I'm not a professional or a psychiatrist, never been to college, but it seems these people, like you hear voices talking, like the TV could talk to you, like schizophrenic people, like it could. I saw a simulation about it, and like the TV or the screen can talk to you about something. You could have the oh, thank you, Saw. Yeah, the haircut and shave makes you look like a teenager. I Yeah, I have the a baby face, and it's only with the different the the beard look makes me look older, and the shaven face and the haircut makes you look uh, younger, which I'm like in the middle. But yeah, there's definitely like a wide spectrum of different looks I can have with the beard. Yeah, and I go through cycles with the the beard and the shaven face. I go through it every so often. A lot of people like the beard, which I like both looks, and I I just kind of cycle through them. It makes you look like a teenage alien. Yeah. Also, there was this. Let's see. I Yeah, the beard. It was getting. Although you could trim a beard down where you don't have to shave it off completely. I go through, as I said, cycles. Yeah, it was getting. I felt a little bit too big, and then I you just kind of bring it back down, and then it comes back. Yeah, because it was nice doing the game the other day and doing the eclectic stream because those are the classic type of alien streams. Owl, I have not seen that. I have to check that out. Thanks. Yeah, okay, that definitely looks funny. Yeah, I've not seen it, but I have to look at that. Yeah, the it will be very cool to the type of videos that they have about. Yeah, it's a hoot. Yeah, definitely. I remember I've seen different completions of the depth trial and other types of videos about roasting herd, and they're very good. They're very comedic. Yeah. Yeah, it's something that we're going to be reacting to. Also, something I'll bring up is the reactions to Doctor Smack. Doctor Smack smacked himself in the face because he tied his shoes together rather than tying them separately, and he fell, right on his face. He banged himself, and he shook up, and that was it. He's all shook up on the stand, and she with Amber Heard's case, that her whining on the stand, it's this I said was one of the funniest moments in internet history. Really was. And the skits that people make about that were funny, and then what they're making about Doctor Smack is funny too, because said he has put himself in his own trap. Now the people that usually are against Clancy are saying that Smack was unjustly, uh, they were being rude to him unjustly, and he was, you know, meant well, or not meant well, but that he just no one's perfect. But everyone's kind of ignoring the what he was saying, and like even if you have someone on your side that's being foolish, it doesn't matter because what he's saying is making the system look bad. I'll say Red was laser and razor sharp to the point. All right, to a T, definitely. Yeah, and I have no pity for the self-loathing Smack. It really is. Uh, his eyes and all glare, and he makes all these crazy smiles in his face. And then he gets grumpy and says, "No, that's not what I meant." And yeah, maybe he's one of the cryptids that I talk about on the Garden Lives that we do. He's a lurking cryptid that just came out on the set. Well, chat, this is a very short break. You know, well, I'm glad that it's Judge Kangaroo. General Kangaroo is still there. Okay, it's good to know. Yeah, he wasn't cloned. And I understand both sides have strong feelings for this because we we don't know, like, this side's because children were deleted. Yeah, but I appreciate the both sides' opinions and glad for chat's opinion. Chat has cool opinions. With the different hairstyles and beards and stuff, I kind of am able to look like different people, like a chameleon. That's something that was pretty cool about the different styles that I do. Yeah. We're in the haircut phase. Shaven look, and the hair is more. I'd say it's the same as my head, but the red hair is more easier to see on the beard because this with the hair on my head, it's more easier to see in the sunlight. It's a little bit more auburn looking. Inside looks much darker. Yeah, in chat, and they're still on break. When the doctor said this was his third courtroom testimony, it reminded me of L.T. Gorman saying, "This is my third drop, including this one." Yeah, I remember when I heard the dude saying that earlier today, and it makes him, we know like the dude's like an idiot, inexperienced, and he said it with such confidence too. He's like, oh, I'm only on this is his third courtroom testimony. Yeah, and that was a good analogy, Owl, definitely. And I just thought it was, a buffoon thing to say. It's certainly a testimony that we're going to be reacting to over time because we have clips we like to react to over and over again, and that will be added to it. And yeah, I mean, he was already starting off to look like a clown show in the beginning, and you make crack a bunch of jokes with it. It's he's like he's barely mastered the tricycle phase. Yeah. Sheen Timu rebuttal. Saul said, "How can a pediatric doctor possibly know what a woman's postpartum? In my opinion, he's absolutely no idea. No idea. This doctor smack. Yeah, he has no idea what he's talking about, and it's like taking a dude that's a plumber. That plumbers are very cool and they're very needed, by the way, and trying to help them, run the electrical grid of a submarine. It's like it's not like they could do some things pretty easy and they could fix the problems on the submarine, but there's some things that maybe electrical technician wouldn't even know that would deal with electricity with houses. Then you need a special technician that would know how to deal with a submarine. So plumber and the person that would be an electrician both wouldn't maybe know everything about how a submarine would work. So, or a U-boat. So you have the special technician to deal with that, and they're bringing somebody that doesn't know anything about this type of issue that seems to be defiant and has his own theories, and he has made a fool of himself on stream during the trial. So definitely agree with you, Saul. It's a situation where we don't have a person that's really qualified to talk about it. Dr. F, yes, on Friday did an excellent job with it. Here we go.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Attorney Sprague, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Sprague, you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kirk Callan.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You start right here. Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
All right, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Kirk Heilbrun. That's spelled K-I-R-K, and then H-E-I-L-B-R-U-N.
What is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist. I am in the Department of Psychology at Drexel University in Philadelphia. And as part of that, I run 2 clinics. One is a clinic where I conduct psychological evaluations for, thanks, sir, for courts and attorneys, and the other is what we call the Reentry Project, where we provide assessment and treatment services to individuals who are either returning from federal prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court or have been exonerated following a false conviction.
And do you specialize in certain areas of psychology?
Yes, I do. I'm a forensic psychologist, and that means that I take the application of clinical psychology and I apply it to legal proceedings in criminal and civil matters.
Can you describe your training in clinical psychology?
Yes, I can. I received a doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin in 1980. And as part of that, I received training in various sorts of assessment and treatment and therapy and research and things like that. And then also as part of that, I was involved in a full-time internship between 1979 and 1980 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
And did you receive specialized postgraduate training in forensic psychology?
I did. I received from 1981 to 1982, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in the applications of psychology to crime and criminal justice.
And what did that involve?
That involved full-time exposure to clinical work in correctional and forensic populations, and also a thorough exposure to the clinical and research literature on assessment and interventions with these individuals.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
I am licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm also part of something called PsyPact, which allows people licensed in one state to practice on a temporary basis in another state.
And are you board certified in clinical psychology?
I'm board certified with the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the oldest and most rigorous kind of board certification agency organization in the country.
And are you board certified in forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm also board certified in forensic psychology with the American Board of Professional Psychology.
And do you have experience in the treatment of individuals found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility?
I do. Between 1982 and 1991, I was first a staff psychologist, then a chief psychologist at at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, Florida. And then between 1991 and 1994, I served as the clinical director of the forensic unit at Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia. And at that time, I was also serving as an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond. And as a part of these positions, I had responsibilities for providing assessment and treatment services myself, and also for supervising such services provided by others.
And could you describe your job responsibilities at Drexel University?
I could. I teach graduate and undergraduate courses in forensic assessment and law and psychology. And as part of the clinic that I mentioned a moment ago, I conduct forensic evaluations at the request of judges and attorneys, and I supervise individuals who are providing services to the individuals who are either coming back to the community from prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or who are leaving prison having been exonerated following a false conviction. And finally, I conduct research and supervise students who are working in psychology and law areas.
And have you conducted research in the areas of abnormal behavior and criminality?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've published about 240 articles, chapters, and books in the areas of aggression and violence, juveniles, mentally disordered adult offenders, forensic assessment, ethics, and malingering and deception. And two of those interests that are particularly applicable to the present case are risk assessment, which helps us understand the influences contributing to violent behavior, and also forensic mental health assessment, where we consider the important principles and steps that are connected with psychological and psychiatric evaluations in legal contexts such as criminal or civil proceedings.
And are you involved in providing continuing education to mental health and legal professionals?
Yes, over the past 15 years, I've presented about 50 lectures and workshops in the areas of forensic assessment, risk assessment, treatment, sexual offenders, and ethics.
And Doctor, in your experience in doing forensic evaluations and in teaching people how to do forensic evaluations, would you call someone you're doing a forensic evaluation on your patient?
No, I would call them perhaps someone who's being evaluated or an evaluee or something like that. They're not a patient because the role of therapist in treating a patient is different from the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist in conducting a forensic mental health assessment. They're different in a number of different ways, but basically what we try to do as a forensic evaluator is we try our best to conduct a thorough evaluation in which we are out there and trying our best to be accurate and just come up with something that is as true and accurate as we can possibly make it in terms of evaluating the questions that were asked. When we're working as a therapist, basically we're working to help somebody improve in their in various kinds of difficulties that they're having in life, symptoms, problems, and that sort of thing. And the two can conflict sometimes because as a therapist, I just want to do my best to help somebody. As a forensic evaluator, I want to do my best to be as accurate and open and thorough as possible, even if it doesn't necessarily help someone.
And seeing as you've treated patients and you've conducted forensic evaluations, would you conduct a forensic evaluation on one of your patients if requested?
I would not, no. If I were asked to do that, I would explain that those are two different roles, that there is very likely a conflict of interest that could arise if I try to do both, and I would refer whoever requested it to another individual to conduct the evaluation.
And have you testified in cases as a witness on issues like competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility at the time of an offense, civil commitment, and other areas?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've testified about 330 times. With adults and juveniles, the issues have included things like transfer and sentencing, competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense, civil commitment, and personal injury. I've testified on behalf of both the defense and the prosecution, and I've been qualified as an expert in juvenile criminal and civil litigation in both state and federal court. And I estimate that over the course of my career, I have conducted about 75% of the time I've conducted an evaluation and testified on behalf of the defense. And the remaining 25% have been conducted and testified on behalf of the prosecution or by order of the court.
And have there been times in that 25% of your casework that you've been retained by the prosecution, say for a criminal responsibility evaluation, where you find that the defendant is not criminally responsible and you have to tell the prosecutor that?
Yes, that happens with the prosecutor, and it also happens with the defense. And it's just something that we have to be able to do if we're in the profession of forensic psychology, because if we try to be thorough and accurate and impartial, then sometimes the results will favor whoever asks us to conduct the evaluation, and sometimes they won't. And what they have to hear, if my findings don't favor them, is that they're probably not going to want to use it.
And is there something called retention bias?
There is. That's something that's been discussed, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. And there are a number of different kinds of biases that the field has paid particular attention to, potentially, over the last 20 years or so. And retention bias is the bias that is a part of what we can experience when we want to or inclined to favor the side that asks us to conduct the evaluation. And that's an important consideration. And I'm aware of it, and I try to guard against it as much as possible by talking with others, getting multiple sources of information, and a variety of other ways of doing that.
So when you conduct a forensic evaluation, you're actively guarding against having that retention bias?
Yes.
Now, have you specialized in any particular diagnosis or type of offense or legal question?
I have not specialized in that way. Most of my forensic evaluation experience has been with criminal and juvenile matters, and they have often included alleged crimes of violence, but I haven't specialized in any particular kind of mental or emotional disorder, any particular kind of crime, anything like that.
And when you say criminal and juvenile matters, are you referring to adults as the criminal portion and juveniles as juvenile?
I am, yes.
Okay. And do you find that there's a benefit to not focusing in on a particular illness or diagnosis or type of offense?
Yes, I do. Among the biases I talked about a minute ago, there's something called confirmation bias. And basically that's if you make up your mind earlier or incline toward one particular diagnosis or anything like that, then there can be a real problem, because when you get conflicting information, that is information that's not consistent with that decision that you've made or leaned toward early on, then the problem becomes you pay attention to the information that's consistent with it, and you stay away from the information that isn't. And so in some ways, for me, not specializing gives me an advantage, because what I can do is come in and not be inclined toward any particular diagnosis or possible answer to a particular set of questions or a particular hypothesis or anything like that. What I can do is do my best to look at the different possibilities, and when there's evidence favoring one or supporting one, I'm inclined toward that. And when there's not, then I set it aside.
And have you had leadership experience in your field?
I have, yes. I served as the chair of my department at Drexel for 15 years, and I've also served as the president of two national organizations, the two that are most strongly associated with forensic psychology in this country. One is the American Psychology Law Society, and the other is the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit Dr. Halbern's CV as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Doctor, were you asked to conduct a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
I was, yes.
And what did that entail, that forensic evaluation?
One of the things it entailed is doing my best to review a lot of information, to meet with Ms. Clancy in an interview, to speak with her in particular about what happened around the time of the alleged offense, to conduct collateral interviews with other individuals and review a wide range of documents. And so I have been reviewing documents since January of 2025. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Clancy in April of this year, 2026, and at that time spent 3 days with her, along with Dr. Abram Mack. One of those days, which was video recorded, we talked about her background and a lot of information like that. The second day, where I met with her myself and did not video that because some of these psychological tests are private and they should not be videoed. So we did some psychological testing during that second day, and then on the third day, back with the video, back with Dr. Mack, we talked with Ms. Clancy about the things that she was thinking and feeling and doing around the time of the alleged offense. And so I mentioned that I reviewed records. I've got a report sitting in front of me, and those records are spelled out over 4 pages, so I'm not going to run through the whole list with you. But those records did include things like cell phone records, the defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluation reports by Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli, some Department of Children and Family records, digital forensic records, including texts and information that was provided by the watch that she wore, the Apple Watch, and the phone, variety of medical records, police investigative records, police interviews with many people, and grand jury proceedings, as well as surveillance footage of the Clancy family going to various places, Museum of Science visit, Cape Cod, CVs, that sort of thing.
And in total, all the time that you took to review these documents, look at the evidence, interview and test Ms. Clancy, approximately how much time have you spent on this case?
About 180 hours prior to coming to Plymouth. So most of that was spent in reviewing records. About 10 and a half hours was spent in meeting with Ms. Clancy and doing the testing. And then another hour and a half was spent in collateral interviews.
And who did you interview in collateral interviews?
I interviewed her former husband, Patrick Clancy, and his mother, Ms. Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy.
And did you also request to interview Ms. Clancy's mother and sister?
Not her mother. I did request to interview her sister, and I think she decided against that.
Now, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy on the first and third days, you were with Dr. Mack, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you two were interviewing Ms. Clancy together on those days?
Well, that's something that I do sometimes, conduct a joint interview. That's done in training contexts, for example, a fair amount. And in this case, many of the questions that we were going to ask her, a large number of the questions that we were going to ask her about her background and her history were going to be similar. So we were able to conduct those, ask those questions in a way and save some time, keep her from having to go through and ask and answer them twice. Then the third day, again, many of the questions that we were going to ask had to do with her thinking, feeling, and behavior leading up to the time of January 24th. And basically, it involves kind of a step-by-step process, going very slowly, getting a lot of detail. And we expected that many of those questions, sort of step-by-step detail, were going to be things that we would be able to work on, or they were going to be things that we could ask twice, or we could ask once and see it on the video.
And in terms of your interviewing Ms. Clancy together, after that was done, did the two of you come up with a joint opinion on a diagnosis?
We did not, no. Although we were interviewing her together on 2 days, we took that information and we each independently came up with our own report, our own review of that information, our own analysis of what it meant, and so on. So, no, we wrote separate reports. We actually did not agree on the diagnosis.
Now, if we could have the PowerPoint. In terms of your evaluation of Ms. Clancy, including the records and the collateral interviews and your interviews of her, did you form some main conclusions?
I did, yes.
And if you could tell us, what were your major findings regarding Ms. Clancy's mental health history before September of 2022?
She had a fairly limited mental health history before September 2022. She did experience some anxiety related to achievement. She's a very strong student in school, and she got straight A's, basically. She experienced some anxiety while in nursing school doing case presentations because you have to stand up in front of a group, and that made her kind of anxious. And then she had some anxiety connected with her 3 pregnancies, some in the beginning about the ultrasounds and so on, and some sort of as she was returning to work. So after each child, she'd have some time off with a child, and then after several months she would return to work. And on each of those occasions, with Cora and Dawson and Callan, she had some anxiety because she didn't like to leave her children. That was an important consideration for her, whether it was dropping them off at school or returning to work or leaving them with a babysitter or going out with friends, going out on date night. She didn't like to leave them. And so those were some of the things that were connected with her mental health history before September of 2022. And this was in the context of her growing up as a highly achieving individual, getting very strong grades, competing in sports and competitive cheerleading. These are all things that the anxiety probably pushed her a little bit more in the direction of doing this very well, because she was a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual. She also grew up in a family that was close and comfortable, and had a number of friends that she spent time with, both as a girl and a teenager and so on. But she was very highly achieving, and I think one of the important aspects of her mental health history before September of 2022 is that she really did not experience anxiety in a way that interfered very much with her functioning. She had a little bit of she had about 6 months worth of treatment for the anxiety connected with the nursing school. But it was not something that interfered with her life very much prior to September of 2022.
And doctor, did you also learn that growing up as a child, she didn't experience any type of abuse, witness any domestic violence, have any sort of trauma or anything like that as she was growing up?
Yes, one of the psychological tests, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences measure, and that's something that asks an individual whether they went through what we would call adverse experiences or traumatic experiences as a child and an adolescent. And there are 10 of them, and if you have 4 or more of them, that puts you at higher risk for different kinds of adverse outcomes as an adult. She did not endorse any of those. So on the ACEs questionnaire, she had a 0, which really goes to the question that you ask of whether she had adverse or traumatic experiences as a child.
And so she did not, correct? She did not report any.
She did not report any, and there were any number of individuals who were asked similar questions about her childhood and her adolescence, and they all said basically no, she did not.
And then can you tell us about your major findings for the mental health history beginning in September 2022?
Yes, I can. So it was about 12 weeks after her son Callan was born, and she was feeling very anxious and sometimes depressed about having to leave him when he went back to work. There were 2 reasons for that. One is that she had felt anxious about leaving her children on a number of occasions and with the previous kids. But the second reason was she was breastfeeding and Callan was not taking the bottle. And so she was worried if she went back to work. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse on the night shifts, and she was worried that if she left Callan home and he woke up in the night and wouldn't take the bottle, there would be a problem. And so that was what got her particularly anxious. And what happened was she searched for a psychiatrist, found one, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, in September, and went to Dr. Tufts and got a prescription for Zoloft she wanted to reduce her anxiety somewhat. And she didn't begin taking it immediately. She was a little bit worried about the impact that it might have on the breast milk. But sometime in October, she began taking the Zoloft. And things started getting very difficult at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did, both of those, and from, I guess you could say the records, because a number of people had talked about that, including her husband, Patrick, and I also got some of that information from him as well during the collateral interview.
And what did you learn?
What was happening toward the end of his 12-week paternity leave is that she was getting more anxious when she started in mid-October taking the Zoloft. She immediately began to have some difficulty. The anxiety did not get better. In fact, it got worse. There were some symptoms of depression. She immediately started having some really difficult insomnia. And felt a lot of stress and so on. And so in October and moving into November, she had hoped to return to work and planned to return to work, but it was not going to work out for her because her symptoms were really difficult. So in the middle of November, she texted her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, who was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was having problems sleeping. She had a racing heart. She had lost some of her appetite. Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety, severe insomnia, palpitations. She was just having a lot of difficulty with the thought of leaving the baby, erasing thoughts, feeling overwhelmed, and things like that. So moving further into November, into late November, she was just having real difficulty with sleep disruption, and she had concerns all along, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications. It was her thought that the medications were giving her some of these adverse reactions because it was really difficult for her to look at this and say, I wanted to get some improvement in the anxiety, and I did not. Instead, it got worse. And so late in November, she was still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to what she called the end of her rope. She was feeling off and disconnected and sort of like a zombie. And she began to report panic symptoms, concerns about being addicted or dependent on the benzodiazepines, some kind of disoriented and forgetful and disconnected from her body. So she was having a lot of difficulty with what she thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact. And then into December, it was not getting better.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes.
On your PowerPoint here, are we still on number 3 here, or have we moved on?
I don't know as he finished his answer.
Why don't you come in focus?
Are we still on number 3, or have we moved on?
We're still on number 2,
okay.
But I'm also slipping in a little bit of number 3 as I answer number 2.
Okay. And if you could please continue describing what was happening in December of 2022.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December, she began to experience what she called horrible, intrusive thoughts. And those thoughts were about harming herself, potentially. And as she continued to experience these kinds of thoughts later into December and January, they would occasionally be about harming the children. But for the most part, particularly early on, these were thoughts about possible suicide and harming herself. And the way she described it is these thoughts would just pop into my head, and they included things like, your brain is damaged, you need to kill yourself. Now, the way she described these is they were not auditory hallucinations. Instead, they were her own thoughts. They were intrusive and unwelcome, but they were not auditory hallucinations. And that's important because if she had been hearing a voice like you're hearing my voice right now, it comes from outside of your head. And that's a different kind of a symptom than having thoughts, even unwelcome and intrusive thoughts that are in your head. If it's coming from outside, that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And if it's a psychotic symptom, then that has different implications for what's wrong with you, as opposed to something that is unwelcome and intrusive, but inside your own head.
And doctor, the way she described these thoughts that she was having in December about harming herself, in the medical records and in her conversations with you, she described those as unwelcome but internal thoughts, correct?
Yes, that's right. It was important because of what I just said that I asked her the question, when you were experiencing these thoughts, were they like your own thoughts or were they like auditory hallucinations? And she said they were like my own thoughts. And she made it clear that they were unwelcome and intrusive, but they were like my own thoughts. And she didn't get to talking about experiencing auditory hallucinations, as I will talk about a little bit later, until January 24th. And so she continued to have real difficulty with various kinds of problems. She had lost about 15 pounds, not intending to. She was having tremors and sweating and GI symptoms and sadness, severe depression, that sort of thing, as she described it. Feeling numb and zombie-like were her words, again in December. And then by middle December, it was getting very difficult for her as she talked about it. Her sleep was getting a little bit better, but she was continuing to have significant symptoms of depression, things like hopelessness and the loss of capacity for pleasure and things like that. She described her experience on December 15th of 2022 as one of her worst days. She went to, her husband took her to Mass General that day, and she did not stay very long, but it was one of those things that was really difficult. The symptoms were, as she saw it, pretty bad. And then on December 20th, she went to a hospital called Women and Infants in Rhode Island, and they had a day program for postpartum individuals having difficulties. And they said that they weren't going to take her, that she didn't meet their criteria for the postpartum program. Generally, that was because they said that she looked like she was having general anxiety symptoms and depressive disorders, but not so much the postpartum necessarily. And
doctor, if I could just stop you.
No,
yes.
You finished with that description of what information you got from that provider?
Not quite, Judge, but almost.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes.
You can finish.
So she was not going to remain in Women and Infants, and the next step that she took was hospitalization at McLean.
And so if I could ask you a follow-up question now before
Yes.
we go on to McLean.
Yes.
About Women and Infants. Were you able to review the Women and Infants records?
I was, yes.
And looking at the Women and Infants records, on page 9 I have here, it states that patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospital program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. So even though they said she didn't necessarily fit into their postpartum program, they did offer her 3 other programs, correct?
They did, yes.
And her response, Ms. Clancy's response, was that she was going to discuss that with her provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And in reviewing the records of Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, did you ever see any mention of the defendant actually following through with that and discussing with them those 3 options that were offered by women and infants?
No, what I saw is that they were back to being treated according to the plan and the medication and so on. But she was back to being treated, discussing with Dr. Tufts what the best implications were for treatment.
Okay. And then you were about to talk about what happened at McLean. So if you could please tell us what you learned about McLean and how that was impactful to your analysis or your evaluation.
Yes. She was admitted to McLean on January 1st of 2023. And what got her there was suicidal thinking. That was very difficult for her. That was a very difficult time to experience that sort of thing. And so she went into McLean on January 1st, and their admission documentation listed postpartum depression and major depressive disorder, which they described as recurrent and mild. While she was in McLean, what she reported as her primary concern was insomnia. And she said that while she was hospitalized, it actually made her more anxious than being at home. And when she was asked about the suicidal impulses and thoughts, she said that she would not commit suicide because of her children and her mother. So she had they asked about reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she cited.
Doctor, would that be called a protective factor?
Yes, sometimes it's called a protective factor.
And that's something that protects you or prevents you from committing suicide?
Yes, would keep you from doing something like that.
And then what were your further findings?
So she stayed at McLean for 5 days. And she was documented as not having safety concerns and at minimal risk for returning to the community by January 3rd. She described her mood there as numb, but she denied things like delusions or hallucinations or suicidal thoughts that were continuing or homicidal thinking. And at the time she was discharged on the 5th of January, she was described as cooperative and pleasant, with no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal thinking. And she said, when I was asking her about it, that when she left McLean, she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge, because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But the intrusive suicidal thoughts returned, she said, within a week or so following her discharge from McLean.
And would we be moving on now to number 3 on your PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Symptoms following the beginning of medication. So what were your major findings in that area?
Well, I have, I think I've combined 2 and 3 as I've talked about this, because one of the things about this is after she started taking the medication in October, the Zoloft, she had, the anxiety didn't get better. She had great difficulty with insomnia. And she said she was numb. She felt like a zombie. It wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically, what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following following taking the medication that was prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly a new symptom, which was insomnia.
We could move on to the next slide. Doctor, and does that bring us to number 4 on your PowerPoint, the adverse response to medications, including bad insomnia?
Yes, and I won't take nearly as long in talking about that, because one of the things that she thought was happening when she began taking that medication in October is that it was the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to she thought that the medication was actually making it a real problem for her to sleep, to feel. She felt emotionally numb and that sort of thing. And so accompanying the bad insomnia with the apparent adverse responses, producing the insomnia and other things, was a real problem for her as she saw it. And it's one of the things that she continued to emphasize to providers, whether it was Dr. Tufts or Ms. Jolee, a nurse practitioner. She said, basically, I think these medications are making me worse. But one of the things, moving on to number 5 there, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Jolee, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her work through the problems. She thought that medication was going to try to help, and it really did. It was something that she focused on a good deal.
And when you say she was focused, the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, asking friends and family for tips on medications, things like that?
Yes, all of those things.
Okay. And then should we move on to number 6, the mixed evidence about diagnosis and the nature of her problems?
Yes.
And what were your major findings in that area?
Over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating considerations. So among some of the diagnoses that she'd been given were adjustment disorder with anxiety and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. That last one was not before January of 2023, but it's something that she has right now. And in addition to those diagnoses, which sort of implies that she has a disorder and she has symptoms, there were complicating factors. She had psychotropic medication with apparent adverse reaction. She had serious sleep deprivation over a 3-month period. She had between 5 and 8 months after the birth of her 3rd child. She had anxiety about returning to work in the fall of 22. She was worried about leaving her baby for work, and he was not taking the bottle. And the other thing, which was important for her, is she was always someone who was, she was into exercise. And she stopped exercising sometime in October when she started having these adverse reactions. But it's one of these things that it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was able to return to exercising on several dates in December and in January, going to the Kingsbury Club where she was a member?
Yes, she was trying that, yes.
Yeah. And is that something that, as putting on your clinician hat for a moment, is that something that you would recommend to a patient that they, in this situation, that they try to do things like exercise to complement medication and therapy?
Well, if it works, it does work for some people, and they use it effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have some anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere with your life a little bit.
And what were your next observations?
Well, if we could move on to the next slide, please.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis, bipolar II disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar II disorder, which is a kind of a less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder, you have to have identifiable mood swings, and one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression, and that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time in depressed symptoms and sadness and not having much or not having much motivation and things like that. But you also, for a bipolar diagnosis, need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much. One of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, sort of flight of ideas, thinking really fast, excessive appetites for different kinds of things, not getting tired, feeling important and powerful, and things like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So it's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But what really convinced me is that she's been at Tewksbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Tewksbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much, and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with making a diagnosis of bipolar II disorder, which is a slightly less not slightly, it's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar 2 and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis. It's more noticeable. And if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode. And I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
And there were some incidents that have been described by witnesses who have testified and in the medical records, things like the defendant cleaning out her garage with her husband at one point in time. Was that something that you did or did not see as manic, and why?
Well, there was some indication in the records that some people thought it was manic. I did not see it that way. She did not describe, when I asked her, whether she did not describe that as a manic episode. She didn't think it was. And when I talked to Patrick Clancy, he said he didn't think it was either. And basically it was cleaning out the garage and getting a lot of stuff into 20 trash bags and so on. But one of the things he said is, they were both working hard, but it wasn't all her out there putting stuff in 20 trash bags and he wasn't a part of it. He said he was definitely a part of it.
And would it be accurate that bipolar disorder requires that period of mania for, I believe it's 7 days, where bipolar 2 requires hypomania for 4 days? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And so did you see signs of hypomania?
Well, that's something where it's less clear that it's manic, and that's one of the things that inclined me toward bipolar 2 is I just did not see signs that were clearly manic episodes, but it looked like something that it possibly could have been a less serious or less severe manic episode.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether she always had this disorder or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically comes on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something that you start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
Okay. And so at this point, would it be time to move on to number 8 on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Which would be criminal responsibility evaluation, so mental state and legal standard are relevant. So what were your findings on number 8?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to say about number 8 is that I wasn't called up here just to make a diagnosis or talk about symptoms. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation. And one of the things that I take a look at very carefully when I'm doing something like this is what's the standard for criminal responsibility in the jurisdiction. Now, I'm aware that the court will instruct the jury about the standard and how you apply it and so on, but my understanding of the standard for criminal responsibility in Massachusetts is that a person is not criminally responsible if at the time of the offense they suffered from a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So there were really 3 parts. There really are 3 parts to that criminal responsibility standard. The first is mental disease or defect, and that's one of the reasons why I've paid so much attention to the symptoms and when they began and things like that. But the other thing that I try to do is take those symptoms and see how they affect somebody, in this case Ms. Clancy's, capacity for knowing that something like this was illegal or wrong, or how they affected her capacity for conforming her conduct to the requirements of the law, which I think of as kind of controlling her behavior.
And to determine, is that something that those three elements are those things that you kept in mind throughout your evaluation of the records and your interview of the defendant and the psychological testing that you did?
It is, yes. And it's something that I put on page 1 of my report because I always try to do that to try to make it as clear as I can that this is something I'm paying attention to throughout the entire evaluation.
So that's your mindset when approaching the evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
It is, yes.
Okay. And so what types of psychological testing did you do with Ms. Clancy?
There were several reasons why I wanted to do psychological testing. One is what we call response style. In a matter like this, somebody like Ms. Clancy during an interview could respond what we call reliably, which is within the limits of her memory, as accurately as she possibly can. But there are other response styles. One is that somebody could do what we call exaggeration or even fabrication. Sometimes that's called malingering, which is they distort or they take the kind of report that they do and they exaggerate or even fabricate the severity of what they are experiencing. And then the other kind of response style is to underreport, basically to say, I'm going to minimize or even deny things that I actually experience. So response style is always important in doing a forensic evaluation like this, and I paid attention to it. And one of the psychological tests that I administered, something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, has scales that allow me to look and say, is she being kind of reliable, or is she exaggerating or fabricating, or is she minimizing or denying? So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of what we call severe mental illness, things like hallucinations or delusions or mental disorganization. They can't really kind of focus on what's being discussed so much as you tend to get off track or have tangential speech, which is kind of running off the topic and going to different ways and so on. Cognitive disorganization is another speech. There's also a review of her reported symptoms around January 24th of 2023, and I wanted to ask her questions in a fairly comprehensive way about that. There are other symptoms that she was experiencing reportedly, depression in particular, and I wanted to know how depressed she was feeling. And so that was something that I could also measure with these psychological tests. And then finally, suicidal thinking was quite important. And I wanted to ask her questions about her thinking and feeling and behavior related to suicide, kind of leading up to January 24th and then around that time. So these are all reasons why I gave her psychological tests.
Could I have you pause there just for a moment?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a good time
This
to
is a good
break.
time to break. All right, why don't we do that? Thank you. All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. You know my instructions, so they're going to be the same. Don't talk about this case. Don't do any research about this case. Don't listen to anything about it. Don't read anything about it. Have a nice break, and we'll have you come back here about 2 o'clock. Okay?
Court, all rise. All rise, please. Good. Close the notebooks, place them on your chair. This way, please.
All right, Doc, give me a step down.
Good, that's it. Cool.
All right. Anything we need to address before 2 o'clock? All right. So we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
Headphones on.
Yes.
So,
And I saw him walk by. I know
Right.
he's disagreeing with me right now. I watched him go by.
sure, and that's fine.
And he looked at me.
Okay, are you done with the answer?
Yeah, I sure am.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, I want to make sure I'm clear. Are you working as an employee of BET?
No.
Okay, what are you at that point?
I am a contract employee, work for hire, as a technical consultant for specifically this production. I'm not hired by BET, I'm hired by the production company.
By the production company?
Yes, sir.
And that's Entertainment One?
Entertainment One and Creature Films, like a subsidiary of Entertainment One.
All right. And then in terms of your work with Entertainment One, that was bound with a confidential agreement, right?
Yes.
Do you have proof right now that you're no longer bound to that agreement?
I do. I have a letter from an attorney at Paramount Pictures, which owns BET, approving me sharing my information. And then I also have an email from Mark Ford, the head of Creature Films, also saying he had no objection.
Okay. So in your work with Entertainment One, what you basically do is you have your phone or whatever recording device down
Yes.
next to the monitor in which you're listening to a conversation.
Correct.
You cannot tell us who's where in your recording, correct?
Correct.
You just hear noises, right?
That's right.
Now, in terms of the actual recording itself, as the individuals sitting there, are they sitting with mics on their lapels as they're sitting there being interviewed by that person?
What you mean, the person conducting the interview, is he wearing a mic?
Is he wearing a mic, and is the person that he's interviewing wearing a mic?
I don't know if the Mario Diaz, for example, is conducting the interview. I don't know if he was wearing a lapel mic, but there would be 2 mics in the room minimum. There would be a lapel mic on Keefe, and then there would be a shotgun mic over him that is kind of capturing everything else in the room.
Right. And so, in terms of what you're recording, you don't know, for instance, if the cameras are on and off because you're actually just listening to sound.
That's correct.
And in terms of the interview, you understand that Wayne Higgins was in the room as well as
Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes, he was there for the entire first interview, and then he was like 10 minutes late to the second interview.
All right. Now, before we were listening to this, are there any moments at all where Mr. Davis is talking loudly during what you would think would be a private conversation?
Loudly. He's just using a normal indoor voice is what I would say.
Okay. And then when you say that there was this statement that this is a hot mic,
Yes.
fair to say that that was a reminder to whoever he's talking to that, hey, this should be kept private.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So there were times where there was an understanding, or at least an idea, that what they were going to have a conversation about.
There was one time, that was the only time.
Now, after you had recorded what you did in
Yes.
this case, which is the entire thing,
Correct.
you never had his permission to record all of it, right?
I didn't need his permission.
Why?
Because he's there to be recorded. He's got mics on him. He has lights and a camera pointed at him. He's in a production studio. I'm officially hired on as a crew member. I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
No.
And-
Let's back up here for make sure I'm clear.
Sure.
You're a crew member, but you don't own the rights to the production itself, right?
Correct.
And you don't own the rights in terms of what the camera angles are or anything along those lines.
That's correct. I could
Now-
not put this on YouTube and profit from it.
Okay, well, back up here again. I want to make sure I'm clear. Did you take that audio recording that you made and give it to either Entertainment One or any of the subsidiaries in this case?
No,
Okay, so you basically took something that you didn't have permission to take.
that's not true.
Okay, well, back up here. Tell me who you got permission from.
I didn't need permission. Do you understand? There's no permission needed for that. I'm there to do it. I made the recording because he showed up for the first interview, not ready for his interview to be conducted. So I knew it was going to be broken up into 2 days. So I said, I'm going to make a recording of this so that I can make sure we ask the correct follow-up questions when we come back. That's the only reason I made this recording.
But you're not the contract person. You don't have a contract with
I
this.
apologize. We're way afield of the issue that the court needs to rule upon, and this sounds like cross-examination for a jury.
Oh, I'll get back into it, Jerry. I'm just saying as of right now, Judge, we have a problem because... Thank you. And just to make sure I'm clear, you take that recording and that's the recording that you're now publishing here for this jury, right?
Publishing, no. Playing for the jury, yes. Publishing it suggests publicly. I'm not putting this out to the public.
That was a legal terminology,
Okay.
but you're playing that for the jury now.
Yes,
right?
sir.
I have no further questions.
Anything further, State?
Not from the state.
All right. In general, the attorney-client privilege under 49.095 is broken when you speak in front of a third party who's unrelated to the legal team. Here, it appears as though Mario Dorsey and there others were potentially present for the conversations. Additionally, the setting of the interview itself does not lend itself to a belief that the conversations would be privileged and or private. It's a recording studio. The purpose is there to be recorded. A release is signed so that the person can be recorded. The entire room is microphoned up. Additionally, there are microphones on the people participating in the interview. In general, this isn't a situation that would lend itself to private conversations. I think based on the testimony, they are not privileged conversations. Circling back to the issue regarding the instruction to the jury, Mr. Samft, is there anything? Did you want me to reread the Tavares instruction, which I can add something related to the unrelated shooting to? That proposal for that would be this. You have heard testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a federal conviction, gang affiliation, and an unrelated shooting.
Judge, that's not an unrelated shooting. In 2015, he lets the cops come in his house and they find a gun and I think some drugs, and that's what he goes to prison on in 2015. The shooting he's talking about is his teenage shooting that's written about in his book. So Mr. Shams was conflating the two.
Okay.
The 2015, I think.
So how about just instead of federal conviction, prior criminal convictions?
A conviction in 2015? Because that's the only one that wasn't part
My
of the
point
motion.
in saying that it was unrelated is saying that it's unrelated to this incident.
Correct. Unrelated 2015 incident.
Okay. So what's your proposal, Mr. Samft? I saw you had a piece of paper.
Yes, Your Honor. Myself and the defense team worked on a Tavares instruction that says you are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered for propensity purposes, but instead for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant statements.
It's not only not to be considered for propensity, it's not to be considered for any outside thing other than those narrow exceptions that we've delineated.
Okay, that's the propensity purposes was the...
So if you're okay with that defense, you want to add or any other purpose somewhere? Okay.
Yeah, we can add or any other purpose.
Okay, let them add that and then bring it up to me and I'll use that as my master. And we'll ultimately end up giving this instruction to the jury in their packet.
Thank you.
So that's your suggestion, and that is granted, Mr. Samft. As soon as Ms. Panduke finishes looking at it. Almost there, Mr. Dorsey.
Great.
Give us a minute.
I'm fine.
Okay.
We instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about too many? About take the two out, yeah. Any unrelated shootings and murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity, other purposes, except for the purposes of motive and intent to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. Yeah. Let's see if you can read it, Judge. It's some Banu's, some Pauline's handwriting.
God, guys. You should both be doctors here.
I know. I'll rewrite it for you.
No, it's okay.
You sure?
I think I got it.
Okay. Have a little.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to read. Tell me if there's an objection. You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purpose. It is admitted only for the purposes of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. Any objection?
No.
Perfect. All right, I can read it. So as soon as we bring the jury in, I'll apologize for being a little bit late, my fault, and then I will read them the limiting instruction and we'll get going.
Should we leave Mr. Dorsey on the stand?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right, so as soon as that jury's ready to go, we'll go.
Stand for the jury.
Did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, sir.
You may be seated. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good weekend. I apologize for the delay. We had a legal issue that I did need to decide before we brought you in, so I do appreciate your patience in that matter. There's a limiting instruction that I need to read to you, and then we're going to resume with Mr. Dorsey's testimony. You are instructed that any testimony and or evidence introduced about any unrelated shootings and or murders is not admitted and should not be considered by you for propensity or any other purposes. It is admitted only for the purpose of motive, intent, or to establish the credibility of defendant's statements. All right, Mr. DiGiacomo, Mr. Dorsey has already been sworn, and so you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, in that first portion, the first 35-17, and we're about to get back to it. Let me ask you this. After 2019, did you become aware that Mr. Davis published a book?
Yes.
Did you read the book?
I did.
Were there historical facts he provided you in 2017 that were included within that book?
Yes, there were biographical facts from his childhood. They were in both.
And do you recall what those various biographical background, if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen?
Sure. One of the stories was how his first time hanging out with the Crips when he was 9 years old, and he was shooting dice, and his dad drove by and saw him and ended up, punishing him for that. He talked about playing Pop Warner football with Suge Knight, and not just that, but also he talked about going to Suge's house after they would win for parties in their backyard, like pool parties. He talked about a baseball coach at the Compton College who was dealing drugs. I think he was like in middle schooler, and he started running as kind of a courier for that guy. It was his first introduction to the drug game. He talked about being in the Upward Bound program at UCLA, and there may have been one other detail in there, but all details that I've only ever heard in that interview and read in his book. So I conclude that the author could have only gotten those from him.
All right, Judge, I'm going to do a little bit to fast forward this to 35-17, I think we were at.
And we put on record. We put on record when you paused it. Did you write that down?
It was 35-17 was where we paused it. And so I'm trying to get there. This program doesn't make it real easy to just jump that far.
Sounds good.
Nope, he went a little too far.
Man, my boy Bush was rolling up, doing it club tonight. Rolling up weed in the neighborhood.
So here's the problem.
I guess they
Sorry, Judge, the transcript won't come up if I don't start it at.
Start it over?
I'm not starting it over. I just have to roll from here to wherever we're going. So I'm just going to have to guess, and hopefully we're close.
No, we had ran into him at the House of Blues.
Sorry. One more time here. We may just have to listen to a little bit more than we...
Just that night, seemed like dude stuck his head up my ass on me. You know what I'm saying? He's a special agent in charge, and he made it front of me. It was just that night, that dude made my life miserable. You know, I did a 5.5, he came up here at least 10 times.
I'm going to stop this. Before his interview in 2017, had you ever heard of Special Agent Holiday?
I don't think so. I don't remember hearing much about the federal investigations into him. That was new information to me.
Told the warden, we got up here, he's a serial killer. I'm like, oh, fuck, you know what I'm saying? Kill them rappers.
Like, how did it, like, evolve? Like, you guys were cool, and then you hung out a lot together?
When these people come to California, usually we meet up and have fun. I was a baller, I was killing them. In fact, I was doing better than them back then. You know, shit, have fun, man. You know?
Did he ever talk about Shook? Did he ever talk about getting scared?
You fucked up. Exactly.
I said, did he ever talk about Shook? Did he ever talk about being scared and like getting all the bullshit, go back and forth, the East Coast, West Coast shit?
You talked about that later on in our relationship.
That's right.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, you know, when did we get to that spot, that place where you guys were talking about that?
I remember my boy Zip was rolling up, he was going to the club one night, rolling up Greenleaf in the neighborhood. His phone rang. He was like, I guess they must have fucking planned it. Something, I don't know. He's like, man, let me speak to Keepy. I got on the phone. What's up, dog? Like, man, I'm giving a concert out there. We're going on a tour on the West Coast. Yes, we was think it's cool to come out there. I just said, why it wouldn't be cool? He like, the big CEO guy. CEO guy? He like, yeah, the big guy. I knew what he was talking about. He was like cold and shit. So I guess I was kind of scared of the guy. So we went to the Irvine Meadows. It was something.
Oh, just the Irvine.
He had the hottest song out in the world. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that song was One More Chance. Boogie in on the stage. Suge was right there. So I came off the stage, he asked me, man, how you doing here? Same way I know you. I took all of that. So then, after that, we went to the San Diego concert. As a matter of fact, the Dallas Cowboys stayed in the same hotel we stayed in. It's good, he's down all the same details. He did 10 years ago. Aikman and all, and the Boles were all around that mother for the Dallas Cowboys. Football team, ready for Troy Aikman. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we're going to get you in trouble or not, boy. The Boles were all around the yeah. Then we went to the Anaheim. That was on the Halloween night.
Perfect.
Halloween was cool there too.
And he just give you passes for everyone, like everyone would go to concerts.
I just go get the tickets with the little homies. I was riding in the van. I was on the stage with him every time. Yeah.
You get to hang out with Big E, obviously, right?
Yeah, Big E was cool. Cool dude and everything like
So when did Puffy start talking about, Suge on a real serious level?
You back there? Oh, we already established that.
Yeah.
Now, what'd you say?
I said, when did he start talking about Suge, like, on a real serious level? Puffy.
Oh, being scared of Suge?
Well, or doing something more than that.
I'm really comfortable talking about that right now. When you see me in that suit, you got me, alright?
Okay.
I've been thought that out.
Okay. So let's take a break. Okay. You can go smoke. Can you be back here in 10 minutes? I want to get more before the 2 o'clock.
Deadline?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to give me to my wife. She did take me back. I couldn't. I might have not been here.
What do you mean? You want me to?
I said I might have not been here.
Oh, of course, yeah. But she's not down. She's not down there with you, right? She's in the hotel.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like.
Well, I got to take care of her.
Yeah, of course.
After
After lunch, we'll do a little more, and then you're done.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna smoke break.
That cool?
Fans is watching. Fans is watching.
Mr. Dorsey, is that an example where maybe the tape was running before you now restarted the recorder?
Correct, yeah.
And that is 3532, Judge.
Okay.
Get rid of this problem.
Can you tell me what he told you? Like his exact words? Do you remember?
We're gonna do that on the next one. I have that pretty soon on. Alright?
Alright. Hold on. So, say it in your own words then, not his words. What did he ask you to do? To say it in your own words then, not his words. What did he want?
I guess he wanted to get rid of them dudes, his problems. He wanted to get rid of his problems. Yeah.
And who were his problems?
CEO. The big guy. Yeah.
And when did, because you said hit him up was a big deal for him, right? Like that was
that was
too.
Man, that was totally disrespect. You don't think so?
Yeah, I told you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's about us. To me, he didn't say our name, but he said whoever down with him, fuck them too. I'm like, damn.
And so you guys were cool with that, with helping him.
No, we had ran into him at the House of Blues. This is Pop. Ran into him at the House of Blues. Him and the guy Big Sight, the Outlaws. And he had just made that record. Long Beach and Rose band. So one of the homies went up there and
Shut the fuck up.
put him in a little thing right here to say, man, you know what the fuck that mean? Long Beach and Rose band? He's like, no, I'm just rapping. And Sight's like, yeah, he's just rapping, man. You don't know nothing about that stamp of blood, motherfucker. Stop, brother. So, he was kind of scared that night. You know what I'm saying? And we go out in the parking lot and whoop about 5 motherfuckers' asses. You know what I'm saying? And got into it with some dudes out there in the parking lot. And he's in that shit. He's like, yo, them dudes ain't no joke.
Sorry about that, guys. So how much did Puffy offer you? How much did Puff offer you? Wayne's gonna give the green light, right?
I'll have a good answer for you when I have one that suit on. I'm gonna take it through for you. Exactly, you know what I'm saying, the rate.
But he offered you, can you just say he offered us some money or something like that? Can you say that it was money at least?
Yes, it was money, yeah. Oh, it was money. Yeah. Yeah, he was kind of scared of that. He was really scared of them dudes, you know what I'm saying? Because Puff wasn't no gamer. He was out of college and all that, walking art school and all that shit. He ain't with that street life. But the really beef they should have had was, it should have been with Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang them the one was doing the damn foot after the pool at the Shorts concert. They was calling you out. You two was picking some fucking kids, Junior Mafia. These are kids. You a grown ass man. You know what I'm saying? But the beef should have been with the Wu-Tang. He wanted to take it out on the bad boys, some kids, you know, start up. That pushes his way around.
Well, that's because Tupac was having that shit.
Lit, Biggie. Yeah. He was lit.
Suge hooked up with Tupac and said, alright, we're going against this.
This before he got out of jail though. Remember the Source Awards? He was like, every once in a while, like, you ain't got no love for you ain't got no love for the West Coast. Remember saying that shit? Yeah, all that shit really, I feel it was a jealousy thing. He should have just been happy, should have been happy. You making money, and this dude's making money. Be proud of each other, you know what I'm saying? Fuck, you want to bring each other down.
So why'd you want to get involved in that?
I didn't want to get involved in that shit. They brought it to us. Bring something to the gangsters. I told you that earlier. It's a cap pill.
Yeah, I hear you. Is it true that Biggie and those guys from Bad Boy used to hang out?
You guys? They never really come. All lies.
Never.
Really, it's they had some bad cops around shit.
I read something about them hanging out at your girl's house in California. Is true.
They never,
no pictures.
Never hung out there.
So let's cut to let's talk about Orlando. We have 10 minutes before we cut out for lunch. So I want to know like who your nephew is. Like you know, not a lot of stuff to know about him. You know, who is he? How old is he? What kind of family? Tell me a little bit about him. Who are we talking about?
He's well respected. Intelligent.
Who, Orlando?
Orlando. My nephew Orlando. Well respected. Good student in school. Everybody loved him. You know what I'm saying? He's just a likable guy. Everybody loved him. And he liked the Tupac too. You know?
So what got him involved in gang life?
Okay.
Yeah, was he involved in gang life at all?
He wasn't no gang.
That's cool.
Told you the difference between gangster and the gang.
You want to talk to me about what happened at Lakewood Mall with Trevor Lane? Think about the chain.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, I know, but you can tell me the story because there's only so many people who know it.
The guy, one of my little homies, wanted to play college football. There was scholarship. He was at the we wanted to help him get some stuff, like tennis shoes and sweats and clothes and stuff so he can go send him to college. So he was there waiting on it. And then the homies come up there. And Trayvon, the three death row guys were there. I guess they was mad dog, you talking shit to him and shit like that. Shit. And some homies came to the door, he seen them. Nice. First thing he did was sock the dude and snatched his chain. I never snatched that guy's chain. Never. Marcus snatched his chain. Chains wasn't worth fucking for $300. Petty ass bullshit ass chain. Just smash a little fucking what's the name like this? That fucking chain talking about some bounty on it, the punk ass chain. Yeah.
There's a bounty on it.
Yeah, that little punk ass chains on me, come on.
So he didn't do it?
Orlando did not snatch that man chain.
So why is it that Tupac then saw him and said, that's the guy who snatched my chain?
All this stuff was building up They just went from the mall. One day we was on Sunset. Shug pulled up in this Rolls Royce. Him, Snoop Dogg was in the black one. Tupac was in the white one. I think we was at the Roxy. I was where we went there. They pulled up in their Rolls Royces. Just bought 30, 40 clips out there. And listen, he got that DVD. Oh shit! Jumped out of his car and talking to me. Sure, you like, is it cracking up here? Like, no, dog. He said, oh, well, Paradise is cracking. This club in town, Hyatt, in Santa Monica. Going around there. Shit, when we hit that street there on Santa Monica, some dudes just started shooting. Shot up, shot his Rolls Royce. Some red Godfather was laying in the street. I guess he figured that we was behind that too, you know what I'm saying? We was with you, pulled over to you, you know? It's all kind of little different angles on that shit. It just went from there.
So talk to me about, because I'm really interested in knowing about that a little more. Like, how does the gang stuff feature into the story? Like, how was it building? Is I guess what my question is. Like, the mall thing, what you just told me about Suge. What else? What else was like building up?
We seen them brawls at Luna Park, little club on Santa Monica and Robertson. And them brawls just talking shit. And we just kind of push them around. We didn't beat their ass, man. Just let them know. And get it fucked up. And this town's always been our town. The Crips. They know they outnumbered. You know what I'm saying? But I just left the state prison and I was a MAC rep up there. There's 51 Crips, 4 Bloods. You know what I'm saying? So they know they outnumbered and they can't win out here. Crips are more dominant than they are. And they know that.
But what made it kind of tense? Because you know, before death row, there was always tension, right?
Between Crips and Bloods?
Yeah.
Yeah, our neighborhood's always been into it. Because we on the same side of town. You know what I'm saying? Like the Ludus Park, Mob, and Hams. They go against the boys on the laundry. You know what I'm saying? But we always been dominant over there, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I don't understand Chris Brown, Justin Bieber, and what's the other dude name? What's the tall, skinny guy that came in Compton the other week? What's that tall dude name? Came to Fruit Town.
Lamar?
No, what's his name? You on that Love and Hollywood show? Soldier Boy, and I don't understand. Get in trouble out here, go to that state prison, Crips is gonna rape y'all out here. Justin Bieber, Chris Brown, you know what I'm saying? Y'all tripping on me.
Yo, but I'm just trying to understand what happened back then. Back then, was it that they got cocky? Is that what happened? Because they were with Suge? Is it that they got cocky? Is that what happened? Because they were with Suge?
I guess money get you cocky. I guess money get you cocky. You know what I'm saying? They even beat up a rolling 60 and killed the guy at the club. Said DJ Quick and they jumped on the dude and all that shit. That's what I figured that shooting was about on Santa Monica that day when his hat was in the street I was just telling you about. Damn, I guess they gonna get his ass. Yeah.
So this is more gang related than thing. It's not just East Coast, West Coast shit.
I can't tell you really behind it all. You know what I'm saying? Because it's some mafia shit, man. Family still out there. Jolee? Yeah. Some of that shit out.
What beer is that?
Yeah, she ain't had the same voice. Feel me? I was just a street man, and he was just a studio man, business one. The FBI thing we hit there because he stopped being the boss. That's why he jumped on it so fast. And I can't really put him out there like that because he's still out there. You know what I'm saying? He's like, our families go back since the 30s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And there ain't no Harry over there.
Yeah, no. But I mean, Suge might be in jail for the rest of his life.
Yeah, you right. No, I think the police are gonna start coming.
Good.
All of them gonna go around. All the crooked cops and shit, we was really up against it, homie. One in the city of Compton, they got Reggie Jr., Sergeant Reynolds, the mayor, all these dirty motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? So we gonna eventually have to have some shootouts with them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? It just got busted too, man. I loved it. I like, yeah! They didn't get the main one though. They didn't get the main fucking dude. He just running around. He's still his cop too.
They got Reggie and his dad.
Huh?
They got Reggie and his dad.
I said they didn't get the main one. His name Reynolds.
Oh, really?
Sergeant Reynolds. Pulled over my 60 keys. He's making my life miserable. Honest and broad. Being jealous of broad, man. Dirty, man. They didn't get his ass.
That precinct was dirty as fuck.
Yes, it was. And we was lived out there with him. Even the mayor, his councilmen. We up there eating at IHOP Mill Lane. And here come the mayor. Man, you better sit your ass down, fool, and kill your ass. You know what I'm saying? Stupid bitch. No? That dude was stupid. Wasn't that Bradley? Omar Bradley? Yeah. That dude was stupid on him.
Let's eat some food, man. All right, thank you guys. We're back in 45. Are you leaving?
No, my
You're just there looking dapper?
Wait till you see my suits, homie.
Thanks.
All right, sure.
You got a big murder rap? Yeah. Can I see it? Yeah.
Who are you eating?
Was it?
Just bring it to who you eating.
Oh, yeah, okay. Where are we eating? Oh, it's in there, okay.
You talking about Cajun book? Okay. Yeah. Don't say nothing about no people. That's Wayne. To the liquor bank. Brought us a game, Chris Styles, and
Once again, Mr. Dorsey, and that's around 52 minutes. There's a break where you missed some of the transcript. What the transcript shows.
Yes.
I'm very to go back in and drink and shit. Get back to the party. Get to the fight and shit.
And then what happened?
What is that?
Then what happened?
Then I'll tell you that when I get on my suit.
Oh, come on. You can tell me a little bit. Just,
What's that?
You know, tell me a little bit of, I mean, this is why we're here. We want to hear the true story of what happened that night.
Yeah.
Wayne, we need your permission.
Well, I mean, he's ready to do it.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know if he's ready. He's not ready to do it.
Yeah, I want to talk about that one later. You want to go to the aftermath?
Yeah, can you talk about, before the aftermath, can you talk about that, like, generally, just to give me something to work with? And then we can do it again in more detail. Yeah, like a summary.
Well, let me consult with him.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
That's okay. Ray, the guy over there.
I thought we weren't going to say that, dude.
Okay.
He just trying to switch you. You know, you say make the sentence. What?
I'll turn it on there.
The train ready to go? No. That's okay. You need to tell him that. So we got to, that's some shit we got to discuss. I mean, I don't know exactly. Hello. Hello? What are you about to do? Huh? Alright, I'll be through there.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Is that in my pocket?
Yeah, tell him come here for a minute.
You don't have to go into
Listen. We got to consult with the U.S. Attorney. You don't want to get me locked the fuck. You don't want me to get locked the fuck up. Do you?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we got to consult with him. So by the next time, you know, I didn't. He asked me to come down here last week, but I never did get a chance to talk to him. That's why I wasn't ready for it. But y'all push me to hard. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what I can say and what I can't say. So I got to discuss that because that dude can put me in fucking jail, give me the death penalty. They can give me the death penalty, homie. It just wasn't him. He was just fucking. He was just like a fucking. He was like my dessert.
What you saying?
You hear me?
Yeah.
It's way more than him.
The thing I think this is an area where he may not wants to have his words straight. Right.
So let's do this on the next one.
Okay.
Once I consult with him and he tell me what
you can do.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't want me to get me locked up.
No, he's still gonna address it. It's just that he's saying.
Yeah, I just got to go consult with him. I didn't want to tell y'all that just morning and stuff like that. The dude said, "Come talk to him before I do this."
If he didn't do it, why is he afraid of getting the death?
Because if I make him look like an asshole, they're gonna lock me up.
But he's gonna address it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to consult with him first.
Yeah.
Y'all forced me to do this.
So where you want to pick it up? The story.
Where do you want to go right now?
Because he said.
You want to do the aftermath?
Yeah.
Okay.
You might as well go away.
What?
The man's got to eat.
Will.
Did you? We got food, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing he just said that.
All right, so we're going to take this. After the fact, after the murder, yeah?
The aftermath. We go, we get home, so we on my street. It's about 4:15. Reggie Wright Sr. You know, he was the captain of the Compton Police back then. I guess he must have did his war room with the oncoming shift. As soon as he did that shit, that motherfucker jumped in that police car, came on my motherfucking street, ran the stop sign and everything, doing about 70. Pulled up on the wrong side of the street, jumped out of his car, said, "Listen here, you motherfucking KPD. You motherfuckers killed my motherfucking son, the belts is coming off." I'm like, "Man, what the fuck are you talking about?" He's like, "You heard me, motherfuckers." I'm like, "Damn." So, with my immediate crew, I said, like they were trying to get into it. Trying to get in. So we got to watch these motherfuckers. So we stopped hanging around there right then. We seen they had the back of the police.
What does he mean by like my son?
His son is fucking Chug, man. He's Chug's man. You know what I'm saying? All them, they from the same neighborhood and everything. David, Mac, all them dudes, man. So we really had it rough. So we might have to go to war with the police. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just the gang members. They had the police. Shit.
Right.
Feel me?
Who else? Was there anybody else after you?
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot of deranged fans and everything. You know what I'm saying? Shit, some girl might. You know what I'm saying?
When did the cops finally get to you?
No. When we got back, the Moon Man on MTV was like, TVD nephew. So it looked like Suge told from day one. You know what I'm saying? So like that motherfucker told from day one, TVD nephew. Why the fuck do you use my fucking name? You know what I'm saying? I just didn't understand that, you know? TVD nephew. Moon Man coming on every hour. You know the little Moon Man? Like, damn. You know? Kind of. My connection called me. They said, come meet me. Goes to condo and that's a public. And we met him at the Chevron right there. He's like, dawg, I'm going to jail. I said, what? He said, yeah, y'all going to jail. I'm like, no, homie. Like, man, I'm out of here. I ain't seen that motherfucker since that day, you know. So, you know, I kind of hate I met Pop. So they destroyed my life. Now these super rich motherfucker ain't even sent me a pair of Sean John drawers or nothing, you know what I'm saying? God damn. Or a noodle while I was in jail. You know what I'm saying? Just left me for dead out here. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't the real fucking, you know what I'm saying? That ain't the way the game go. You know? Shit. Had your back, you ain't have my back though. You know? Yeah.
When did you talk to police?
What's that?
You gave them a statement at some point, right?
I gave them a statement?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
Well, I mean, the proffer deal is a statement, no?
Yeah. Dun 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 dun. What's up, man? You just ain't gonna throw that back there?
I don't have to. You already know what the situation is.
Yeah.
This is part of the same thing. It's like,
You think he just said you just
I'm just saying, at some point you did talk to police. Is that not true?
I think that's what he said.
Remember when I told you outside, that's why I didn't want to do this today.
Right. Well, I mean,
you know, some shit to give me motherfucking, you know.
If you say you got the purpose,
Yeah.
All right, I hear you.
Well, yeah. Dude asked me to meet him last week, but I wasn't able, man. My wife was sick, homie. I could have had all your answers, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I didn't want to tell you all that, all my business like that, you know, but of course my hand.
I blame Tara.
All right.
Yeah. Let me just see what I can talk to you about that, because a lot of the stuff I have here is about that night. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have all the answers, though. I swear.
So you're not talking about it? Is that what we're saying? I think.
Can you talk about Zip and talking to Puff afterwards?
Zip and Puff?
Yeah, I mean, at some point you needed to talk to them about shit. Is that the same shit?
Yeah.
Was it? Well, did you, so after that happened, did you get in contact with Zip?
Me and Zip was together. He was with us at the fight.
No, I mean, and afterwards you didn't see him. Like, he didn't come back to LA with you, did you? Did he?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh,
We went up to Wingstop, Wings, LA Wings right there on the 3rd and the bread. Right there on the side where Pink's, you know, Pink's is. They got the LA Wingstop right there on the
He
side.
was Zip.
Yeah.
It was Beverly, though, or
what did
Melrose.
you talk about?
All kind of shit. Money.
Yeah, so that we don't waste our time, can we do something where you can talk to me and then you can get approval? You get approval whether you use it or not? Because otherwise...
We only can answer 3 questions on it. I only go into full detail with you and everything on it.
No, you don't have to do...
Once I get the green light where I uncover, you know what I'm saying? Because I can't make them look like a goddamn asshole down. Them motherfuckers is power. They took down the whole time, I'm saying. They trying to goddamn down the club. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little pimp. You know what I'm saying? Shit. These some dudes are powerful, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Can you talk about Orlando afterwards? Because he makes public statements.
What is it?
I don't have the actual transcripts. I just know that he was bragging about it.
No. That's against the code, homie. Hell no. I never heard him brag or nothing. Man, not out of brag. You know what I'm saying? No. That's against the code, man.
So how did you guys lay low afterwards? What you guys do?
You want to know the truth? We didn't lay low. We was, after they asked, Mr. Man laid low. He didn't want to flew out to the Caribbean and shit. But we it's some mafia shit, man. Yeah, no, we didn't lay low. We had to stay sharp, man, because we had to watch out for the police. Had to watch out for them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we didn't lay low.
What's he talking about? The
So
mafia?
I think this you can answer. Why didn't they bring up any charges against Orlando?
Because they couldn't prove it.
Give it to me in a complete sentence.
Why they didn't bring up the charges? Because I know they couldn't prove it.
Did they talk to you?
Yeah, they raided everybody else. I think it was October the 7th or something like that. Raided everybody else. Just so happened, one of my homies, he's a grease trap guy. They pick up the old cooking grease. He came, knocked on my door about 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock. Said, KPD, the FBI, and about 100 police is at the donut shop. I told him, wait 1 minute. I grabbed my shoes, I put on my pants, grabbed my shoes and shirt and stuff, left my car and everything. I jumped in the truck with him, told him to drop me off at the Metro Red. I missed the raid by 5 minutes. Otherwise, it would have got me.
Did he say somebody tipped him off?
Mm-hmm. So let's go back to Orlando, because he passed away, unfortunately. So maybe you can talk about what he did that day without mentioning you. Is that something you feel comfortable doing?
Oh.
No, you can't implicate him. He's dead. There's nothing that can happen.
What's that?
Can you talk about what Orlando did that night?
I just
texted him in Vegas. Yeah. Without mentioning you at all, just talk about
He went to the hospital. He went to the hospital to get his shoulder fixed and stuff like that.
No, but I'm talking about before that.
We got to consult. There's 3 questions that stuck on. I got to go consult with this man because
I'm just saying he's not. Wayne's a lawyer. Wayne, can you confirm that? Can he talk about Orlando without mentioning his name? without mentioning Keefe's name?
That's what I asked Mario. I said, see if he'll talk. What does he know about what Orlando did that night without including himself in that? Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Because Orlando's dead. Been dead almost 20 years.
Did Orlando go after Tupac that night after the fight?
Huh?
I gotta do my job.
No, he didn't go after Tupac.
He did not.
Man, wait till I get on the suit, man. Keep on. Let's go somewhere else. You want to talk about Paul? Something like that?
What's that? I did. He didn't want to answer, but I'll ask you. Okay. Did you try to get money from Puffy after the fact for the deal that you had arranged with him?
No, because it was hot. You know what I'm saying? You just can't jump out there like that. You have to be smart in this game. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, they'd take your ass down. They would have bent your ass down. You know what I'm saying? And,
so what was your plan?
I seen him about maybe like 6 months later at the House of Blues right there. And he invited us to the Pretty Pictures Museum the night before. And we went up there. He was up there partying. I seen him at the Pretty Pictures Museum. He like TVD. The FBI is all over us. You know what I'm saying, if you want to catch our heat, you know what I'm saying? Said they up in this party right now. I'm like, really? Like, yeah. So that's why I didn't understand how the fuck Biggie can get killed. You know what I'm saying? If the FBI out around here, you know what I'm saying? Said they up in the party and everything. Ever since we got off the plane. Like, fuck.
God, I just thought of something I never thought of.
So we'll talk about Biggie in a second, but did you ask him for?
That's why there's no way Keefe and the Southside Crips kill Biggie.
Was that?
Did you ask him for the money that
he owed? The FBI are all over.
No,
So the Keefe would have been like, fuck, the FBI are outside right now. Murder's off. We can't kill him right now.
Yeah, of course.
God, I never put that together before.
And is it true that there's a rumor going around that Zip got half the money?
That's what the FBI said.
Say it again, because I don't.
That's what the FBI said. That Zip got the money.
Do you believe it?
He's a motherfucker. See Donald Trump Jr. right now in trouble. About fucking emails and shit. He's a motherfucker. You know he's a motherfucker.
Did you talk to Zip about the money?
No, yeah, man. As soon as I left, I told you that man Ted Holiday had his head up my ass, homie. I still got invoice from him. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that dude's a motherfucker. He head of the major crime unit, shit. That dude's a motherfucker, dude. You know?
So, but here's the thing. You're not upset about not getting paid? Were you not upset about not getting paid?
It's the time to get paid. I was trying to pick the perfect spot, dude. You know what I'm saying?
What does that mean? Perfect spot.
All right, let me just backtrack here for a second.
What does he mean by that?
Yeah, you can switch over. Yeah,
he's got paid to talk in this office building.
Yeah, he wants like this.
He wants to be in like a warehouse
He
or
wants
somewhere.
to be like, he wants to save him. Like his. I don't know if they come up with the spot or what, but yeah, he doesn't want to be here.
Right?
What you gonna do with the money in here?
Right. No, I mean, because you were saying like, yeah, I didn't do it then, I didn't do it. I just want to make sure that, you know, I want to know where your head's at. You had a plan.
I am a kingpin that was making more money than Paul than we went in.
You're picking your spots too.
Yes.
Right. I hear you.
Playing my cards right. Yeah. Not at all. Hey, but we was up under a microscope. You know what I'm saying? They got crooked ass cop the police feeding these dudes downtown all the information. You don't understand, homie. Y'all need to be on our fucking side, homie. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on Tupac's side and all these other dudes' side, they should be on our fucking side. We the one was catching it. Had crooked cop the police, crooked rapport. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They telling them people downtown the FBI shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Yeah,
I mean,
we was up against it, homie. It's the shit that's coming out right now.
You know, maybe we can talk about that sensitive stuff, like, you know, on the street somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, bring a camera. So, okay, so, give me a second. Just make sure. Yeah.
Go over everything.
Yeah, that's all good.
He gonna give you the green light.
Right.
Say yes or no.
Is it true that you went to the that Hollywood Walk of Fame ceremony for Puffy?
Huh? Where you heard that from?
Him. He said it.
Damn. When he got a star. There's too many people, so you couldn't really get close to me.
Oh, good, he confirmed it.
One of my boys is dead, man. Told me about the club.
When?
Society, we were keeping it out and all that other shit. And I ran into a couple more dudes. And I don't know what he, you know. And he like, man, post every quarter, post send me like $20,000 worth of clothes. Like, ain't that a bitch? So a couple of times I called Daddy's house. He never returned my fucking calls or none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I guess he was just trying to wash his hands with us or whatever. Like, fuck them. And that's wrong. That ain't the way it go, you know what I'm saying? Had your fucking back. Supposed to have our fucking back. You know what I'm saying? He don't know what we was up against out here. You know, I hate I took that fucking phone call from his ass. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise we wouldn't have the crooked cops on our ass. We wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Because me and Suge was friends, motherfucker. We've been knowing each other since we was 9, 10 years old. I'm tripping though. Yeah. I'm kind of mad at the dude, dog. You know what I'm talking about, Puffy? Yeah, I'm kind of mad at him. Yeah.
And there was never any, after you stopped trying after a while, there was never any contact.
Yeah, no contact.
Yeah. Why? Let's go to Biggie. So he invited you to the Peterson Museum, to that vibe party. Yeah.
Yeah.
You said there were too many people there. The feds were there.
Yeah, he said that.
Right. So that wasn't the place or the time, right?
Hell no. The FBI there, they see us together. You know, they put shit together.
But why did you go in the first place?
Why did I go? Because he threw smashing parties on me and all that, you know what I'm saying? We was literally invited. You know what I'm saying? They kind of needed us. They should have kept us. You know, because probably still be alive today. You know what I'm saying? Instead of talking about the FBI around, I guess you were scared of us. I don't know. The FBI around. I guess the FBI was going to protect him, but it don't look like they protected him because he did. You know? Then 2 or 3 days later, Sergeant Reynolds pulled up talking about, we killed Biggie. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Call the people downtown crooked cops, man. That's some bullshit, you know? Yeah.
So can you tell me definitively that you had nothing to do with Biggie's murder?
Nothing.
Can you give me a full sentence?
We had nothing to do with no Biggie Smalls murder. Boy, Biggie was our friend. Why would we want to kill our, you know?
Why do you think people thought that?
Because of the money and all this old shit. And then the crooked cops just elevated the other day superior's head. You know what I'm saying? Some bullshit. They know they did that shit. You know what I'm saying? So they telling the people downtown, the FBI friends, of course to get the heat up off there. Yeah, man, he was up against it all. The mayor, even the mayor was against us.
I hear you. And when you say the money, you mean the money that was owed from Puffy?
Yeah.
Can you say that?
Well, the money that was owed from Puffy. Yeah.
That's why people thought that you killed Biggie.
Yeah, that's why they thought you killed Biggie, yeah. You didn't kill no Biggie, though.
So why did you agree to tell your story after all these years?
I agreed to tell my story?
Yeah, to us. I mean, I know why you told your story to police.
Saved my fucking life. And I was really facing the death penalty. You know? Shit. And I just didn't save my life, I saved my whole crew life. You know what I'm saying? They just would have put down like 48 indictments. All my big hitters, all my homies, all my family, even the plugs, even the Colombians. You know what I'm saying? Shit. They had our ass, dog. You know what I'm saying? So, shit. Dude said he was from D.C. Then they used the psychology game on me. You know what I'm saying? Shit. That's how they got me, man.
And to us, why did you want to tell that story to us?
Because I felt we was betrayed. Then, you know, just the way we was done by the crooked cops, the media, everybody, you know what I'm saying? I was wronged. We was wronged, really, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Dude, they come raid our house. Sugar friends come raid our house, take our guns. You know, that shit wrong, homie. Shit just totally wrong. You know, people think we was lying about the shit. Shit just hit the fan last week. We read you right, senior and junior. That you know they did crooked. Yeah.
Tell me about that, like, cause I think you touched on it, but I want to know more about like Sugar enlisting crooked cops to help him out. What was that about?
I don't know what the fuck it was about. It was smart though. King move. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know? Shit. What you do in the dark don't come to the light. That shit is for to hit the fan. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Like they say, you ain't bigger than the law. And FBI is a motherfucker, they take your ass down. Shit, I ain't no better than Noriega. I ain't no better than fucking Don Hussein. None of them son of a bitches, you know what I'm saying? John Gotti or none of it. They took them down, I'm a peon to them, you know what I'm saying?
But was that widely known that Suge was hanging around, was like protected by cops?
Hell yeah. Everybody knew that, yeah.
Knew what?
Knew that he was protected by crooked ass cops, son of a dirty motherfuckers. I wish I could tell you everything, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But did that ever give you pause to fuck with Suge? Like, did you ever say I shouldn't fuck with Suge because, you know, these cops are gonna be on my ass afterwards?
You know, I'm more down with my nephew than I am down with Suge. Fuck Suge, Boris coming to that. My family, I'm his uncle. I'm here to protect him. You know what I'm saying? And all that.
Was there ever a time where you felt bad about Tupac?
Was it every time I felt bad about it?
Yeah.
I wish it never happened. I lost my plug. You know what I'm saying? Colombian boy left. Went back to Bogota. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hate it happened.
Can you say what? So you wish what hadn't happened?
I wish that never happened to Tupac because shit, it changed my whole fucking life. You know what I'm saying? My plug, I was making all them hundreds of millions with. Fucking went to Bogota left. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want to be caught up in our bullshit. And I wish I would have listened to him. I should have jumped on the plane with his ass to Bogota. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, okay. All right, that's my son and my wife. They on my ass.
We're almost out.
Okay.
What's that? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm sorry. You have to repeat it because the phone was ringing.
Okay, about the Bogota?
No. About Tupac. Like, did you ever feel bad? I mean, this is a kid on, the prime of his life.
I was like,
an artist that everyone loves.
to me, it was an ignorant kid in the prime of his life doing stupid shit out here.
How so?
How so? He shot the police in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Jumped on my nephew. Him and his little gang. You know, you're a rapper. Stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? Stay in your fucking lane. You're not a gangster. You're a fucking rapper. I told you earlier. Stay in your fucking lane, dude. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing what we doing. You know what I'm saying? So he should have just stayed in his lane. I hate it happened to him. Stuff like that. And, it really changed my fucking life. You know what I'm saying? My plug left. Shit, I met him. I'm out of here. Y'all going to jail. Wish I would have been on the plane with his motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I hate it happened, bro.
If Tupac had not gotten involved with your nephew in the lobby of the MGM, would he still be alive?
I don't know. He ignorant. Some motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? The dude's, you know what I'm saying? I guess he went with that mob and that shit went through his head on me. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I feel about it. Shit went through his head. And shit, he's ignorant, so he run into a lot of problems out there trying to be a gang member. You know what I'm saying? But see, in our community, we try to get up out the game, like try to play sports, rap, and stuff like that. Try to get up out the game, our motive is to get up out the game, get us a home, get us a family. These motherfuckers nowadays got millions of dollars enjoying their fucking game. That shit is backwards. You know what I'm saying? Shit is backwards. Chris Brown, Soulja Boy, Justin Bieber, better listen. You know what I'm saying? You got all that money, get away from this bullshit. Because all it leads to is death, penitentiary, and heartaches for your family. You know what I'm saying? People out here, we grew up in this shit. You guys from another town, dude, you need to leave that shit alone. Take it from KBD, leave that shit alone, boy.
So let me ask that question again. I really like that answer, by the way. I think it's true. It's like everyone's coming,
Yeah, this dude from Virginia, he coming being gang members. That's stupid. That's backwards.
So is
the real gang members is trying to get up off this shit.
If that shit hadn't happened with Orlando, would you have left it alone that day?
Yes. Me and Suge is friends. We were friends. We grew up together. Shit went in the shit that never happened. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
that shit shouldn't have never happened. Because me and this guy grew up together. We was friends since we was kids. You know what I'm saying? I want to tell you the whole truth about this shit, about the Boles.
That's okay, but this brings up a good question. Did Suge know who he was dealing with Orlando? Did he know that he was your nephew?
I told you, Moon Man came and said, KBD nephew. LA Times, KBD nephew.
I don't mean then, I mean before.
What?
Before he kicked him in the head.
I don't know. I think that was a stupid choice. But he did say that night, he told the police that night that KBD nephew. You know what I'm saying? He did say that. You know what I'm saying? He keep on saying he ain't said nothing. Bitch, you know you said something. You know what I'm saying? Why you use my name? That's what I don't understand. Right. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to get me arrested too.
Right.
Yeah.
Orlando had a deal, right, to testify for Suge? Can you talk about that?
What's that?
You heard me. Orlando had a deal to testify for Suge at one point.
You taking all the stories out of my book. You know what I'm saying? You make my book no good no more.
Hey, this is good promotion for your book.
What's that?
This is good promotion for your book.
Oh, you know about that too?
You just told me about your book.
No, I'm talking about the meeting.
I don't know. Is there any truth to that?
What?
That Orlando agreed to a deal to testify for Suge?
Okay, all right, something. What's that? We ain't gonna go to that one. Okay. I'm gonna save me something for my motherfucking book. God damn, no surprises. Hey, homie, yeah. You did your work though, I'm not even right? I see.
Well, next time we talk, I'm gonna drill you on those. There's no...
All right.
There's no escaping it. Nora, are we good? Do you have anything? Yeah, you feel comfortable talking about that? Can you talk about the hierarchy of
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, all parties are present excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, we all set for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, yeah, bring him in.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. Jurors entering. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to return now to the direct exam of this witness. All right? Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, before we broke, you were describing the various psychological tests that you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023. But it's something that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And she, on the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman. And so given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However, there are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on 1-to-1 suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Tewksbury. This is a very long time to be on that kind of precautions, and what it says to me is that she was at risk for suicide, she remains at risk for suicide, and so she still is. The Adverse Childhood Experience Questionnaire I mentioned earlier, basically it's a measure of whether somebody is reporting experiencing as a child or adolescent adverse or traumatic events, and she was not, so she had a 0 on that. There were 2 measures of suicide intent. One is called Beck's Suicide Intent Scale, and the other is called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. And I can sum up those results very quickly by saying that when she responded to one of them as she would have if she'd been filling it out in January of 2023, what it suggested is that this was a very serious suicide attempt at that time. And when she responded to both of them as she feels right now, she also was indicating that she remains at high risk for suicide, and hence the 1-to-1 supervision for 3.5 years. The brief symptom inventory is something where you ask people about a number of possible symptoms that they've been experiencing within the last month or so. Gave it to her under 2 circumstances. One is, how are you doing right now? That is around April of this year. And the other was, how are you doing in January of 2023? Her description of how she was doing in January of 2023 is that she endorsed feeling blue or still extremely depressed, feeling no interest in things, thoughts of death or dying, feeling hopeless about the future, feeling very self-conscious with others, and the idea that something is wrong with her mind. She thought depression, suspiciousness, memory problems, problems with attention and concentration, and things like she was having trouble concentrating, so she'd be cooking, for instance, and she'd forget what step she was on. So most of these are consistent with symptoms of depression. And so I thought that they were good indications that she was endorsing feelings of depression, although she was improving somewhat from her December feelings. Something called the Obsessional Beliefs Questionnaire has 3 scales. One scale is kind of responsibility threat estimation, which is a belief about your personal responsibility and overestimation of threats. She was not elevated on that. A second was perfectionism and certainty. She was not elevated on that either, although she works hard and so on, but she was not elevated on the perfectionist aspect of this test right now. However, she was elevated on something called importance and control of thoughts, meaning that for her, it's always been important to be able to work hard and control what's going on with her mind and her life. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes that I think was making her depressed and hopeless and sad and so on is that she had been trying very hard since October to basically control the problems that she was having, and it wasn't working. It was not succeeding for her. Okay, and then there was something called the Lahoney-Slade hallucination scale, and So she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on January 24th. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what could possibly have been going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, it was never spanking, it was never hands-on, it was never anything like that. They both felt bad when they yelled at the kids. So it was one of those things that to imagine her doing something like this is really seems so out of character that I thought it was very important to try to figure out why it might have happened. So this is how I approached it. The other thing about the why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong, or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure. And in evaluating the why, did you come up with two possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes. There are a number of reasons in my experience why people harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military, the police. Didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it himself. None of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And as part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that. If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, the question might come up, do I take them with me? Do I take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, but what I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility in what I thought about. And so there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those, but I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
And so, Doctor, if we could go to the next slide and you could talk to us, tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations.
Yes. The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could hear them as vivid and strong as they were. The second possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records I saw people saying, "Wow, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me." And I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Childline in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those things where if she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now, that might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And Doctor, is it? Well, I thought he was done.
I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Are you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up question about your last point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
And so you mentioned you didn't think it was a delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy, thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes. The other point there at the bottom is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode, I heard a voice, the voice told me to do something terrible, I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, and I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experienced a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
Why is that, doctor? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experience this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of lessening your own culpability. I mean, it's always possible, but as I said, I find it very, very rare. Whereas an explanation for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
And what was the next part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
There was some discussion of whether this was postpartum, and so she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Callan, her youngest child, and most of the explanations or most of the sources of authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is, under those kinds of authority, to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, for about 18 minutes, or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both, because she said, I only heard this. To some people she said that, and then I heard this plus this. To other people she said that.
So, doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be a further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Objection.
Yeah, overrule, yes.
The more inconsistency there is,
Can we have a basis for that, at least?
It's asked as a hypothetical?
Hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
So it's not based on evidence, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
you might have to repeat the question.
So if the person has a third version of what happened, what the voice said, and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation, it's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Why don't you just ask it as the hypothetical? You know, assuming this, and then go that way.
Doctor, a hypothetical question for you. Assuming that a person has already given two versions of a voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do, would that be significant to you in assessing the inconsistencies?
Objection for the record.
Yeah, overrule. Go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take any one particular account and say this is the accurate one.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
There is some research that's been conducted on malingered hallucinations, which are accounts of hallucinations that are exaggerated or fabricated. And I found it useful to look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay it out there in terms of the way she described it. So some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one account, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music, and while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about 3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations, one where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
If I could ask you a question, you said that there were more points indicating malingering or exaggerating the existence of the voice. But earlier you testified about your psychological testing of Ms. Clancy, and it showed minimization, and it didn't show malingering. Could you explain how those two things could occur in the same person at the same time?
Yes. When we try to appraise through testing or specialized measures something that looks like malingering or exaggeration, the way we typically do it as psychologists who develop the measures is it looks like somebody who is going to take a shotgun approach. They're going to say unusual things are wrong and strange things are wrong and many things are wrong and things like that. If you do that, we're pretty good at picking up that shotgun approach to malingering. But if I ask you a bunch of questions and you answer them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception, when I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about how it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
We'll go to the next slide, please. And was there further evidence against acute psychosis?
Yes. I'm going to start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that was that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The next bullet is her response to her husband's question, what did you do? So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, and he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife Lindsay lying there semi-conscious. And he said his first question was, what did you do? And her response was, I tried to kill myself. Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, I did what I had to do, or I did what the voice said, or something like that. But no, she said, I tried to kill myself. And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital. One of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened. And she was informed of it, but if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told, other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would recover that memory accurately, including the particular memory of the command auditory hallucination and what it said.
And Doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action. One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
Okay. And if we could go to the next slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love. Not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically, they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
It was preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean. But she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them, and she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
For the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens, but when I asked her about that, when I said, isn't suicide a mortal sin?
Yeah, can I see counsel over here? All right, and so I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room, and then we'll bring you back in a couple of minutes. All right?
Court, all rise. Jurors, time code, locals. Please.
Court's in session.
All right, we'll be in a short recess, and I'll come out as soon as I can.
Court, all rise.
It makes my life more difficult. Yeah, we're good.
He really crossed me. Nigga, no way in hell he let that book come out. He would have been when he said something about my brother. Hell no. They just surely a huh? I ain't wrong, man. He hooked this up. Yeah, I called y'all on it. Matter of fact, I didn't even talk to him. I talked to him first about it. No, listen. I know we was already doing this house and all that, spending the night and all that.
Oh, you got out? He's talking to Tara, and Tara has to leave, so he's going to be here in 10 minutes.
Tara got to leave. Okay, I need to talk to her too, though. You know what she is? Yeah. What's up, man?
Right, you can stop
I'll fill you in. I'll translate.
We're talking about.
Yeah. Right, basically, yeah. But that's a huge admission from an OG from Compton with verifiable connections to see on camera, yes. Straight from the horse.
Yeah.
He's the go-between.
You don't have to be so complicated. It's like the fucking community.
Nobody's talking about right now because he's cut off, but no, they fell out. But, certainly not after Tupac's here.
I'll get permission to get everything going, and then we can kind of figure out what
I'll give it to you after. Yeah. I mean, I have to get it from them, but I can give it to you.
I signed it. As soon as we get everything done today, we can probably
Well, I wanted to go to Vegas and
do the hero shot.
Yeah.
Yes, right after the hero shot. How much do I owe you? 25 G's, right? We probably could do 10 today.
I only have authorization for 5.
I know, but
You can talk.
I'll just take it for
are you sure? Okay, if you need it.
But I need no property.
But if you need, then when we go meet you in Vegas for your hero shots, we'll just bring the other 20 G's. Does that work? Because I want to get some good hero shots. But your check's signed.
It's all good. Hi, Ashley. This is Mario Diaz calling you back. Hi. Good. Okay, cool.
I don't know why they're taking a break. I didn't hear somebody couldn't get in or something. I don't know. I have not heard his voice, but he didn't say much last time.
Didn't make a left. It was the wrong path.
Oh, you gotta take the long path.
Hey there, how are you? I'm good. I'm actually, I just wanted to call you back real quick because but I'm doing interviews today, so I don't have a lot of time. Tell me.
This one is going for lunch.
How did that get started?
Oh, we had a place called Compton Hydraulics. My brother did, and they used to call up there and ask for lowriders.
Who did?
All kind of entertainers, movie people, and everything. So that's how, called Batman from what's his name, Marcus Houston. Yeah, he used a few of them called, yeah.
And how did you end up in the video?
I went up.
Well, you know, the crew. Like I
never was in no video. I would never put myself out there like that.
Was it in Orlando in some of the videos too? I feel like I've seen his face in some of the videos.
Not that I know of.
But you guys started, but you started hanging out with Puffy and going to concerts. And how did that relationship start?
He called one night.
Who did?
Puff called one night and asked us was it cool to come out on the West Coast for his concerts. Yeah. And so then he came. The first concert we went to was in Irvine at the Soul Gym. And then Suge was there. When they got off the stage, when Biggie didn't perform, Suge asked me how did I know them guys. And he was kind of getting jealous then because Biggie had a hot record back then. Got it One More Chance. And that was the hottest thing going on right there.
So how did you get on stage with those guys?
I knew some New York people that knew them. New York guys. Yeah.
So you were on stage?
Yeah.
During the performance?
Yes, I was on stage with them, yeah.
I wanted to ask you how that works, because they call you guys up to see if it's okay to come to LA. What does that mean? For some of us who don't understand,
No, hold on.
Yeah.
No, he would call to see if it was cool to come out of LA because he was scared of Suge. Yeah. They had beef, some shit started in Atlanta or something. Yeah.
So did you guys offer him security? Is that how it went down, or?
No, we ain't no security guards. You know what I'm saying? No, we just went to the concerts with him. I guess he was trying to be Snake because we're Crips and his enemies are Bloods. You know what I'm saying? I guess he was being smart. When me and Suge were friends, so I used to go to parties. Everything was Suge. Meet Suge at parties and all that. Clubs, all that.
So at that point, it was still cool.
Yeah, it was
You
still
still talked to Suge, no problem. You still talked to, you hung out with Puffy's people, no problem.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
When did it become a problem?
I guess when that guy, Big J, got killed in Atlanta.
Tell me about that.
The word on the street was his Puffy bodyguard killed him. Yeah, out there in Atlanta at a party or something.
And then, I want to understand how, Puffy is afraid that Suge's going to do something, so he calls you guys up, right?
No, he was having a tour that year, that BET tour, and he was just shit. I guess he was paranoid, scared. He's like, I guess he used the Crips. You know what I'm saying? That's shit. So he just called and asked, can we come to the concert?
Did you guys have a good time with him?
Oh yeah, it was cool. Had a nice time.
All right, so let's go through all the stuff we talked about last time. How many times did you meet Puffy?
How many times have I met Puffy?
Yeah.
Shit, I can't remember. It was so many times I can't remember.
Was there a specific time and place where you guys talked about him being scared?
Shit, at Greenbacks on Sunset.
What happened then?
Shit, you eat upstairs at the deli, and you order your food downstairs. So me and him went downstairs and ordered a couple of champagne bottles. And we talked about it then.
What did he say?
What did he say? Shit, he was just scared of the guy and shit. That's all.
Did he ask you to do something for him?
Shit. Not really. Yeah.
He's nodding he's saying yes.
Okay. Yes, he asked us to do something.
Can you tell me what that is?
I guess he wanted the big guy taken care of. Yeah. Shit. That's all in shit. I'm not no killer, so shit, I don't know why he was asking me. You know?
Right.
Yeah. Shit. That ain't my line of work. Yeah.
So, how did you meet Puffy initially? Was it through Zip? We talked about who Zip was. Let's dig in a little bit. Who's Zip and how did you meet him?
I mean, Zip? We played a baseball game at our park. Just a different neighborhood, and he happened to be their pitcher. Happened to be their pitcher, yeah.
And what was his line of work?
What was his line of work? Well, he was a pimp, and he get money in the streets. Yeah.
So what, were you guys in business together?
No, not really.
He just tell me what he did for you in terms of the Puffy relationship. Did he connect you to him? Is that who introduced you?
Yeah, that's who introduced. Yeah.
So can you say that in the computer?
Yeah. Von Zip introduced me to Puff. So I met Puff. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, let me just keep checking my notes here. So once you knew what Puff wanted, did you look for an opportunity to, help him out with his problem?
Oh no, sir. I didn't need the money. I was well off my damn self. Matter of fact, he was just starting out, so my pockets was fatter than his. Okay.
Tell me about your life during that time. Like, what were you? You're putting in a lot of money, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Paint a picture of what that looks like. Like, what was it? How much money were you bringing in? How large were you living?
Do I have to say that?
You can give an idea. You don't have to be like super specific to the dollar amount. give me a sense of it.
About 4.2 or maybe 31. Right in there, yeah. It wasn't mine, so. Yeah.
How much did you keep?
About 20%. Yeah.
So to you, the money didn't matter.
Yeah.
When things got hot in Vegas, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, but when things got hot in Vegas, was it about the money? You know, when you guys went after Suge and Tupac?
Really, it seemed like they came after us. Jumped on my nephew at the, yeah. Seemed like they was targeting us. Yes.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
So, let's go back. I'm jumping around a lot. So let's go back to the Puffy thing. After you met with him at Greenblatt's, when did you see him again?
Don't answer that.
The candy? Yeah.
Is that right?
He can hear the candy going.
Okay. All right.
Either swallow it or spit it out.
Okay.
So after you met him at Greenblatt's, did you see him again?
After that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen him a few concerts and stuff like that, yeah.
And was he still concerned about the beef with Suge?
No, not really. Shit, he had about 50 crips with him, shit. And he hired some Navy SEALs too. So damn, I was like, damn. Yeah.
So just tell me the beginning of that. So Puffy wasn't afraid because?
Oh, Puffy wasn't afraid because he had 50 crips with him. And plus he had about 10 Navy SEAls. Shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So, let's talk about Orlando. Who's Orlando Anderson?
Orlando Anderson is my nephew. My nephew, my best friend, and my son, everything. He's everything to me.
You guys did a lot of stuff together, hung out, chilled out?
He was a youngster, just graduated from high school. And, they jumped on him, 20-year-old kid, some grown men jumped on the kid. That's my nephew. You know what I'm saying? Seemed like he always picking on some kids. Yeah.
Did he become part of your crew?
No, not really. I would never put my nephew in a position like that to be part of no crew like that.
But he's affiliated with gangs, right? He's affiliated with the Crips. He's not. I've seen pictures of him flashing gang signs.
Well, shit, he grew up over there. That's the culture, Yeah, it's culture over there. Yeah, that's all. He went to school. That's our neighborhood. Period.
So what happened? I want to set the stage for what happened at the lobby of the MGM, right? Somebody saw him and said, "That's the guy who stole my chain," right?
Yeah.
There had been a previous incident at the Lakewood Mall.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what you know about that stuff?
Well, it was this football player. There was a guy, one of my little homeboys named Marcus. He was playing football he was going to play football for Arizona State. And we was up there to buy him some stuff to go play football with. Like shoes, to go off to college with, send him off right.
You were there?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay.
But they was there to send him off right, to give him support so he could be all right when he go to college. It just so happened he ran into 3 of the death row guys, and he was there by himself. And they was bird dogging him, talking shit to him. Death row, mob, pyro, and all that. So shit, he jumped off. Marcus, he wasn't no punk. He could fight good, and he was a football player, so he athletic. So he grabbed he knocked the guy out, grabbed his chains, that's all. We ain't got no bounty on no chains. We don't want that little punk ass chain. You know what I'm saying? The little changes, weren't worth shit.
So so they started it.
They started it, yeah.
And who's Marcus?
Marcus, he was a football player he was from our neighborhood. He was just graduated from Dominguez High School. So he could play football.
And he was there that day with...
He was there at the mall by himself. Then, it was 3 guys from Death Row there, from Mile Pie Road. He was bird dogging, talking shit to him, woo, because he had on a little S hat that represented.
This court is back in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. After the following sidebar conference, I think the defendant made a motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin, into this trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago, and I objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time, and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that, I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful, they were right on point, and we moved forward without a motion for a mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have because this is just over the top. It's the same thing again, talking about religion, talking about heaven, talking about killing people and the impact or the effect that it would have on Lindsay as well as her children. The fact that this is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant a motion for mistrial.
All right, thank you. Kamala?
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins, or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct. And that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong, and she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong, and she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going in trying to explain his reasoning. I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case. I know I certainly wasn't, because I didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke that kind of response. I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning, and I don't think that that the witness intended to do any harm either. He was just explaining his rationale. So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his testimony.
Well, here's a concern I have, is what the witness did say in regards to go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point? But it was not, well, I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry, and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training or having been to the seminary or any of that. And so I think, and that's where he ejected that. And so I am giving that, but the Commonwealth, I'm going to strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is, I'm going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching. That's not the last thing they're going to hear. And so my thought is that as best I can is to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth plenty of time to talk to this witness, to let him know the areas that he should and should not go into. And then we can come back tomorrow and we can resume his direct examination and cross-examination. All right, so that would be my thought. We'll bring the jury in. I'll give them that instruction, and then we will recess until tomorrow. Okay?
Your Honor, and just for the record, could I note an objection?
Sure, absolutely. All right, so we ready for the jury? Yeah.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial. Commonwealth Justice Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, just before we broke, there was some testimony from that last witness. And I just want to give you some instructions in regards to that testimony. And I just wanted to let the religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear of that. It cannot be considered. Secondly, the witness's understanding of Catholic teachings and considerations, again, is immaterial, it's irrelevant, it is to be disregarded based on that testimony. All right? And so, because we had a little bit of a delay due to this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. All right? And so the thought is we'll come in, we'll finish up with this witness. I believe the Commonwealth has another witness at that point, and then we'll talk about where we go. I apologize for any kind of confusion or delay, but I just wanted to make sure you had those instructions with you when you left here today. All right? So, I'm sorry, so I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all right. Jurors, kind of close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs. This way, please.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court's in session. Please be seated.
All right. Counsel, one more time. Can I see it sidebar?
Okay, everybody, I'm about to switch over to the other thing in just a moment. Let's see. All right. Now opening this up. Something with the Windows, the app, not the app. I have to go back here. Let's see. Now we'll go here. About there. Okay, then this should work. This.
Crips, 4 bloods. You know what I'm saying? So they know they outnumbered and they can't win out here. Crips are more dominant than they are, and they know that.
But what made it kind of tense? Because before death row, there was always tension, right?
Between Crips and Bloods?
Yeah.
Yeah, our neighborhood's always been into it. Because we're on the same side of town. You know what I'm saying? Like the Ludus Park, Mob, and Hams. They go against the boys on the laundry. You know what I'm saying? But we always been dominant over there, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's why I don't understand Chris Brown, Justin Bieber, and what's the other dude name? What's the tall, skinny guy that came in Compton the other week? What's that tall dude name? Came to Fruit Town.
Lamar?
No. What's his name? You know that Love and Hollywood show. Soldier Boy and all. You don't understand? Get in trouble out here. Go to that state prison. Crips is gonna rape y'all. Justin Bieber, Chris Brown. You know what I'm saying? Y'all tripping on me.
Yo, but I'm just trying to understand what happened back then. Back then, was it that they got cocky? Is that what happened? Because they were with Suge?
Hmm?
Is it that they got cocky? Is that what happened? Because they were with Suge?
I guess money get you cocky. Money get you cocky. You know what I'm saying? They even beat up a rolling 60 and killed the guy at the club. Said DJ Quick and they jumped on the dude and all that shit. That's what I figured that shooting was about on Santa Monica that day when his hat was in the street I was just telling you about. Damn, I guess they gonna get his ass.
So this is more gang related than gang. It's not just East Coast, West Coast shit.
I can't tell you really behind it all. You know what I'm saying? Because it's some mafia shit, man. Family still out there. Yeah. Some of that shit out.
Okay, no, I'll be right there.
She had the same voice. Feel me? I was just a street man, and he was just a studio man, business one. The FBI thing we hit there because he stopped paying the boss. That's why they jumped on it so fast. They, I can't really put him out there like that because he's still out there. You know what I'm saying? He's like, my family's go back since the 30s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There ain't no Harry Oldie.
Yeah, no. But I mean, Suge might be in jail for the rest of his life.
Yeah, you're right. No, I think the police are gonna start that.
Good.
All of them gonna go around. All the crooked cops and shit, we was really up against it, on one of the city of Compton, they got Reddy Jr., Sergeant Reynolds, the mayor, all these dirty motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? So we gonna eventually have to have some shootouts with them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? They just got busted too, right. I loved it. I like, yeah! They didn't get the main one though. They didn't get the main fucking dude. He just running around. He's still his job too.
They got Reggie and his dad.
Huh?
They got Reggie and his dad.
I said they didn't get the main one. His name Reynolds.
Oh, really?
Sergeant Reynolds. Pulled over my 60 keys. He's making my life miserable. Lying some broad. Being jealous of broad. Dirty. They didn't get his ass.
That precinct was dirty as fuck.
Yes, it was. And And we was lived out there with him. Even the mayor, his councilmen, we up there eating at IHOP in Lane. Here come the mayor. Man, you better sit your ass down, fool, and kill your ass. You know what I'm saying? Stupid bitch. You know? That dude was stupid. Wasn't that Bradley? Omar Bradley? Yeah. That dude was stupid on.
Let's eat some food, man. All right, thank you guys. We're back in 45. Are you leaving?
No. No, I'm talking about that.
You're just there looking dapper?
Wait till you see my suits, homie.
Thanks.
All right, sure.
You got a big word rap?
Yeah.
Can I see?
Yeah.
Who are you eating?
What's it?
Just bring it to who we're eating.
Oh, yeah, okay. Where are we eating? Oh, it's in there, okay.
Okay.
You talking about Craig Caden book? Okay. Yeah. Don't say nothing about no people. That's Wayne. To the liquor game. Notice the game, Chris Styles and.
Once again, Mr. Dorsey, and that's around 52 minutes. There's a break where you missed some of the transcript. What the transcript shows.
Yes.
I'm very honest. To go back and drink and shit. Go back and party. Because of the fight and shit.
And then what happened?
What is that?
Then what happened?
Then I'll tell you that when I get on my suit.
Oh, come on. You can tell me a little bit. Just,
What's that?
You know, tell me a little bit of, you know, I mean, this is why we're here. We want to hear the true story of what happened that night.
Yeah.
Wayne, we need your permission.
Well, I mean, he's ready to do it.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know if he's ready. He's not ready to
He doesn't want to talk.
Yeah, I want to talk about that one later. You want to go to the aftermath?
Yeah, can you talk about, before the aftermath, can you talk about that, like, generally, just to give me something to work with? And then we can do it again in more detail. Yeah, like a summary.
Well, let me consult with him.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
That's okay. Ray, the guy over there.
I thought we weren't going to say that, dude.
Okay.
He just trying to especially get, you know, you say make the sentence.
What?
I'll turn it on there.
The screen ready to go?
No.
That's okay.
You need to tell him that. So we got to, that's some shit we got to discuss.
I mean, I don't know exactly.
Hello. Hello? What are you about to do? Huh? Alright, I'll be through there.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Is that in my pocket?
Just tell him come here for a minute.
You don't have to go into
Listen. We got to consult with the U.S. Attorney. You don't want to get you locked up. You don't want me to lock you up. Do you?
No, of course not.
All right, we got this control. So by the next time, you know, I didn't. He asked me to come down here last week, but I never did get a chance to talk to him. That's why I wasn't ready for it. But y'all push me, hard. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what I can say and what I can't say. So I got to discuss that because that dude can put me in fucking jail, give me the death penalty. They can give me the death penalty on me. It just wasn't him. He was just a fucking. He was just like a fucking. He was like my dessert. What you say? You hear me?
Yeah.
It's way more than him.
I think this is an area where he may not wants to have his words straight. Right.
So let's do this on the next one.
Okay.
Once I consult with him and he tell me what
you can do.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't want to get me locked up.
No, he's still gonna address it. It's just that he's saying.
Yeah, I just got to go consult with him. I didn't want to tell y'all that just morning and stuff like that. The dude said, "Come talk to him before I do this."
If he didn't do it, why is he afraid of getting the death
Because if I make him look like an asshole, they're gonna lock me up.
But he's gonna address it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to consult with him first.
Yeah.
Y'all forced me to do this.
So where you want to pick it up? The story.
Where do you want to go right now?
Because he said.
You want to do the aftermath?
Yeah.
Okay.
You might as well just look away.
Look.
The man's got to eat.
Real.
Did you? We got food, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing. He just said that.
All right, so we're gonna take this. After the fact, after the murder, yeah?
The aftermath. We go, we get home, so we on my street. It's about 4:15. Reggie Wright Sr., you know, he was the captain of the Compton Police back then. I guess he must have did his war room with the oncoming shift. As soon as he did that shit, that motherfucker jumped in that police car, came up my motherfucking street, ran the stop sign and everything, doing about 70. Pulled up on the wrong side of the street, jumped out of his car, said, "Listen here, you motherfucking KPD. You motherfuckers killed my motherfucking son, the belts is coming off." I'm like, "Man, what the fuck is you talking about?" He's like, "You heard me, motherfucker." I'm like, "Damn." So, with my immediate crew, I said, "Look like they trying to get into it. Trying to get in." So we got to watch these motherfuckers. So we stopped hanging around there right there. And we seen they had the back of the police.
What does he mean by like my son?
His son is fucking Suge, man. He's Suge's man. You know what I'm saying? All them, they from the same neighborhood and everything. David, Mac, all them dudes, man. So we really had it rough. So we might have to go to war with the police. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just the gang members. They had the police, shit.
Right.
Feel me?
Who else? Was there anybody else after you?
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot of deranged fans and everything. You know what I'm saying? Shit, some girl might. You know what I'm saying?
When did the cops finally get to you?
No. When we got back, the Moon Man on MTV was like, "KPD nephew." So it looked like Suge told from day one. You know what I'm saying? So like that motherfucker told from day one, "KPD nephew. Why the fuck do you use my fucking name?" You know what I'm saying? I just didn't understand that, you know? KPD nephew. Moon Man coming on every hour. You know the little Moon Man? Like, damn. You know? Kind of my connection called me. They said, "Come meet me. Post the condo and that's a public." And when man, he got the Chevron right there. He like, "Dog, homie, like, man, I'm out of here. I ain't seen that motherfucker since that day, you know. So, you know, I kind of hate I met Pop. Something destroyed my life. Now he's super rich. Motherfucker ain't even sent me a pair of Sean John drawers or nothing, you know what I'm saying? God damn. Or noodling while I was in jail. You know what I'm saying? Just left me for dead out here. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't the real fucking, you know what I'm saying? That ain't the way the game go. You know? Shit. Had your back, you ain't have my back though. You know? Yeah.
When did you talk to police?
What's that?
You gave them a statement at some point, right?
I gave them a statement?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
Well, I mean, the proffer deal is a statement, no?
Yeah. Dun 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 dun. What's up, man? You was hanging something back there?
I don't have to. You already know what the situation is.
Yeah.
This is the part of the same thing. It's like,
You think you just said you just
I'm
gonna
just saying,
sit
at some
back
point
there?
you did talk to police. Is that not true?
I think that's what he
Was that?
said.
Remember what I told you outside? Like, dude, that's why I didn't want to do this today.
Right. Well, I mean,
You know, some shit to give me motherfucking, you know.
Right.
If you say you got the purpose,
Yeah.
All right, I hear you.
Well, yeah. Dude asked me to meet him last week, but I wasn't able, man. My wife was sick, homie. I could have had all your answers, you know what I'm saying? Shit. I didn't want to tell you all that, all my business like that, you know, but force my hand.
I blame Tara.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just see what I can talk to you about that, because a lot of the stuff I have here is about that night. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have all the answers, though. I swear.
So you're not talking about it? Is that what we're saying? I think.
Can you talk about Zip and talking to Puff afterwards?
Zip and Puff?
Yeah, I mean, at some point you needed to talk to them about shit. Is that the same shit?
Yeah.
Was it? Well, did you, so after that happened, did you get in contact with Zip? Puffy?
Me and Zip was together. He was with us at the point.
No, and afterwards you didn't see him. Like, you didn't come back to LA with him, did you? Did he?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh,
We went up to Wingstop, Wings, LA Wings right there on the 3rd and the bread. Right there on the other side where Pink's, you know, Pink's is.
Oh,
They got an LA Wingstop right there on that
eating with
side.
Zip.
Yeah.
It was Beverly though, or
what did you
Melrose.
talk about?
All kind of shit. Money. You know what I'm saying?
Can we do something? Yeah, so that we don't waste our time, can we do something where you can talk to me and then you can get approval? You get approval whether you use it or not? Because otherwise...
We only can answer 3 questions on it. I only go into full detail with you and everything on it.
No, you don't have to do...
Once I get the green light where I'm covered, you know what I'm saying? Because I can't make them look like a goddamn asshole down. Them motherfuckers is powerful. You just got no time to say, you try to goddamn down the drug, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna look beat out in the court. You know what I'm saying? Shit. These some dudes are powerful, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Can you talk about Orlando afterwards? Because he makes public statements.
What is it?
I don't have the actual transcripts. I just know that he was bragging about it.
No. That's against the code, homie. Hell no. I never heard him brag or nothing. Man, not out of brag. You know what I'm saying? No. It's against the code, man.
So how did you guys lay low afterwards? you guys do?
You want to know the truth? We didn't lay low. We was, after they asked, Mr. Man laid low. He the one who flew out to the Caribbean and shit. But we some mafia shit, man. Yeah, don't, we didn't lay low. We had to stay sharp, man, because we had to watch out for the police, had to watch out for them, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we didn't lay low.
What's he talking about, the
So,
mafia?
I think this you can answer. Why didn't they bring up any charges against Orlando?
They can't prove it.
Give it to me in a complete sentence.
Why they didn't bring up the charges? Because I know they can't prove it.
They told them.
Yeah, they raided everybody else. I think it was October the 7th or something like that. Raided everybody else. Just so happened, one of my homies, he's a grease strap guy. They pick up the old cooking grease. He came, knocked on my door about 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock. Said, KPD, the FBI, and about 100 police is at the donut shop. I told him, wait 1 minute. I grabbed my shoes, I put on my pants, grabbed my shoes and shirt and stuff, left my car and everything. I jumped in the truck with him, told him to drop me off at the Metro Red. I missed the raid by 5 minutes.
Huh.
Otherwise, they would have got me.
Did he say somebody tipped him off?
Mm-hmm. So let's go back to Orlando. Because he passed away, unfortunately. So
yeah.
Maybe you can talk about what he did that day without mentioning you. Is that something you feel comfortable doing?
Oh.
Because you can't implicate him. He's dead. There's nothing that can happen.
What's that?
Can you talk about what Orlando did that night?
I just
in
texted
Vegas. Yeah. Without mentioning you at all, just talk
He
about
went to
him.
the hospital. He went to the hospital to get his shoulder fixed and stuff like that.
No, but I'm talking about before that.
We got to consult. There's 3 questions that stuck on. I got to go consult with this man because
I'm just saying he's not. There's nothing. Wayne's a lawyer. Wayne, can you confirm that? Can he talk about Orlando without mentioning his name? Without mentioning Keefe's name?
That's what I asked Mario. I said, see if he'll talk. What does he know about what Orlando did that night without including himself in that? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because Orlando's dead. Been dead almost 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Did Orlando go after Tupac that night after the fight?
Huh?
I got to do my job.
No, he didn't go after Tupac.
He did not.
Mm-mm. Man, wait till I get on the suit, man. Keep on. Let's go somewhere else. You want to talk about Paul? Something like that?
What's that? I did. He didn't want to answer, but I'll ask you. Okay. Did you try to get money from Puffy after the fact for the deal that you had arranged with him?
No, because it was hot. You know what I'm saying? You just can't jump out there like that. You have to be smart in this game. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, they'd take your ass down. They would have bent our ass down. You know what I'm saying? And,
so what was your plan?
I seen him about maybe like 6 months later at the House of Blues right there. And he invited us to the Pretty Pictures Museum the night before. And we went up there. Fuck. He was up there partying. I seen him at the Pretty Pictures Museum. And he like, TBD, the FBI is all over us. You know what I'm saying, if you want to catch our heat, you know what I'm saying? Set up in this party right now. I'm like, for real? Like, yeah. So that's why I didn't understand how the fuck Biggie can get killed. You know what I'm saying? If the FBI out around here, you know what I'm saying? Said they up in the party and everything ever since we got off the plane. Fuck.
God, I just thought of something I never thought of.
So we'll talk about Biggie in a second, but did you ask him for?
That's why there's
the
no
money
way
that-
Keefy and the
that-
Southside Crips killed Biggie.
Was that?
Did you ask him for the money that he
Puff
owed
the
you?
FBI are all over.
No,
him.
I.
So the Keef
shit,
would have
if
been
we
like,
got the
fuck,
FBI
the
around,
FBI are
fuck
outside
around,
right
some
now,
money, bro.
murder's off. We can't kill him right
Yeah,
now.
of course.
God, never put that together before.
And what's is it true that there's a rumor going around that Zip got half the money?
That's what the FBI said.
Say it again, because I don't.
That's what the FBI said. That Zip got the money.
Do you believe it?
He's a motherfucker. See Donald Trump, Trump Jr. right now in trouble. And about fucking emails and shit. He a motherfucker. You know he a motherfucker.
Did you talk to Zip about the money?
No, yeah, man. As soon as I left, I told you that man, Ted Holiday had his head up my ass, homie. I still got hemorrhoids from him. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that dude's a motherfucker. He head of the major crime unit, shit. That dude's a motherfucker, dude. You know?
So, but here's the thing. You're not upset about not getting paid? Were you not upset about not getting paid?
It's the time to get paid. I was trying to pick the perfect spot, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to just pick the perfect spot.
Perfect spot.
All right, let me just backtrack here for a second.
What does he mean by that?
Yeah, you can switch over. Yeah,
He's
got
afraid to talk in this office building.
Yeah, he wants like this.
He wants to be in like a warehouse
He
or
wants
somewhere.
to be like, he wants to save him. Like his, I don't know if they come up with the spot or what, but yeah, he doesn't want to be here.
Right?
What you gonna do with some money in jail?
Right. No, I mean, because you were saying like, yeah, I didn't do it then, I didn't do it. I just want to make sure that, I want to know where your head's at. You had a plan.
I am a kingpin that was making more money than Paul than we were then.
You're picking your spots too.
Yes.
Right. I
Smart.
hear you.
Playing my cards right. Yeah. Not at all. Hey, but we was up under a microscope. You know what I'm saying? They got Compton, crooked ass Compton police feeding these dudes downtown all the information. We really, you don't understand, homie. Y'all need to be on our fucking side, homie. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on Tupac side and all these other dudes' side, they should be on our fucking side. We the one was catching it. Had crooked Compton police, crooked Rampart. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They telling them people downtown the FBI shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Yeah,
I mean,
we was up against it, homie. It's the shit that's coming out right now.
Maybe we can talk about that sensitive stuff, like, on the street somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, bring a camera. So, okay, so, just give me a second. Just make sure. Yeah.
Go over everything.
Yeah, that's all good.
And he gonna give me the green light.
But,
Say yes or no.
is it true that you went to the that Hollywood Walk of Fame ceremony for Puffy?
Huh? Where you heard that from?
Him. He said it.
Damn. Yeah. When he got a start. There's too many people, so you couldn't really get close to them.
Oh, good, he confirmed it.
One of my boys is dead, man. They told me about the club.
When?
Society will keep it out and all that shit. I ran into a couple more dudes. And he like, man, post every quarter post send me like $20,000 worth of clothes. Like, ain't that a bitch? So a couple of times I called Daddy's house. He never returned my fucking calls or none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I guess he was just trying to wash his hands with us, whatever. Like, fuck that. And that's wrong. That ain't the way it goes, you know what I'm saying? Had your fucking back, supposed to have our fucking back. You know what I'm saying? He don't know what we was up against out here. You know, I hate I took that fucking phone call from his ass. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we wouldn't have the crooked cops on our ass. We wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Because me and Suge was friends, motherfucker. We've been knowing each other since we was 9, 10 years old, bitch. I'm tripping, though. Yeah. I'm kind of mad at the dude, dog. You know what I'm talking about, Puffy? Yeah, I'm kind of mad at him. Yeah.
And there was never any, after you stopped trying after a while, there was never any contact.
Yeah, no contact.
Yeah. Why? Let's go to Biggie. So he invited you to the Peterson Museum, to that vibe party. Yeah.
Yeah.
You said there were too many people there. The feds were there.
Yeah, he said he said that.
Right. So that wasn't the place or the time, right?
Hell no. The FBI there, they see us together. You know, they put shit together.
But why did you go in the first place?
Why did I go? Because he threw some action parties on me and all that, you know what I'm saying? We was just literally invited. You know what I'm saying? They kinda needed us. They should have kept us. You know, because probably still be alive today, you know what I'm saying? Instead of talking about the FBI around, I guess you were scared of us, I don't know. The FBI around. I guess the FBI was going to protect it, but it don't look like they protected you because they did. You know? Then 2-3 days later, Sergeant Reynolds pulled up talking about, we killed Biggie. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Called the people downtown, crooked cops, man. That's some bullshit, you know? Yeah.
So can you tell me definitively that you had nothing to do with Biggie's murder?
Nothing.
Can you give me a full sentence?
We had nothing to do with no Biggie Smalls murder. Boy, Biggie was our friend. Why would we want to kill our, you know?
Why do you think people thought that?
Because of the money and all this old shit. And then the crooked cops just fading the other day superior's head. You know what I'm saying? Some bullshit. They know they did that shit. You know what I'm saying? So they telling the people downtown, the FBI friends, of course to get the heat up off them. Yeah. Man, we was up against it on. The mayor, even the mayor was against us.
I hear you. And when you say the money, you mean the money that was owed from Puffy?
Yeah.
Can you say that?
Well, the money that was owed from Puffy. Yeah.
That's why people thought that you killed Biggie.
Yeah, that's why they thought you killed Biggie, yeah. You didn't kill no Biggie, though.
So why did you agree to tell your story after all these years?
I agreed to tell my story?
Yeah, to us. I mean, I know why you told your story to police.
Saved my fucking life. And I was really facing the death penalty. You know? And I just didn't save my life, I say though, my whole crew life. You know what I'm saying? They just would have put down like 48 indictments. All my big hitters, all my homies, all my family, even the plugs, even the Colombians. You know what I'm saying? Shit. They had our ass, dog. You know what I'm saying? So, shit. Dude said he was from D.C. Then they used the psychology game on me. You know what I'm saying? Shit. That's how they got me, man.
And to us, why did you want to tell that story to us?
Because I I felt we was betrayed. Then, you know, just the way we was done by the crooked cops, the media, everybody, you know what I'm saying? I was wrong. We was wrong, really, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Dude, they come raid our house. Sugar friends come raid our house, take our guns. You know, that shit wrong, man. Shit just totally wrong. You know, people think we was lying about the shit. Shit just hit the fan last week. We read you right, senior and junior. That you know they did crooked. Yeah.
Tell me about that, like, because I think you touched on it, but I want to know more about, like, Suge enlisting crooked cops to help him out. What was that about?
I don't know what the fuck it was about. It was smart though. King move. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know? Shit. What you do in the dark don't come to the light. And that shit is for to hit the fan. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Like they say, you ain't bigger than the law. And the FBI is a motherfucker. They take your ass down. Shit. I ain't no better than Noriega. I ain't no better than fucking Don Hussein. None of them son of a bitches. You know what I'm saying? John Gotti or none of it. They took them down. I'm a peon to them. You know what I'm saying?
But was that widely known that Suge was hanging around, was like protected by cops?
Hell yeah. Everybody knew that, yeah.
Knew what?
Knew that he was protected by crooked ass cops. Son of a dirty motherfuckers. I wish I could tell you everything, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
did that tell you every fucking thing.
Did that ever give you pause to fuck with Suge? Like, did you ever say I shouldn't fuck with Suge because, you know, these cops are gonna be on my ass afterwards?
You know, I'm more down with my nephew than I am down with Suge. Fuck Suge, Boris coming to that. My family, I'm his uncle. I'm here to protect him. You know what I'm saying? And all that.
Was there ever a time where you felt bad about Tupac?
Was it every time I felt bad about it?
Yeah.
I wish it never happened. I lost my plug. You know what I'm saying? Colombian boy left. Went back to Bogota. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hate it happened.
Can you say what? So you wish what hadn't happened?
I wish that never happened to Tupac because shit, it changed my whole fucking life. You know what I'm saying? My plug that I was making all them hundreds of millions with, fucking went to Bogota and left. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want to get caught up in our bullshit. And I wish I would have listened to him. I should have jumped on the plane with his ass to Bogota. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. All right, that's my son and my wife. They on my ass.
We're almost out.
Okay.
Was that? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm sorry. You have to repeat it because the phone was ringing.
Okay, about the Bogota?
No. About Tupac. Like, did you ever feel bad? I mean, this is a kid on, you know, the prime of his life.
I was like,
you know, an artist that everyone loves.
To me, it was an ignorant kid in the prime of his life doing stupid shit out here.
How so?
How so? He shot the police in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Jumped on my nephew. Him and his little gang. You know, you're a rapper. Stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? Stay in your fucking lane. You're not a gangster. You're a fucking rapper. Like I told you earlier. Stay in your fucking lane, dude. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing what we doing. You know what I'm saying? So he should have just stayed in his lane. I hate it happened to him. Stuff like that. And, you know, it really changed my fucking life. You know what I'm saying? My plug left. Shit, I met him. I'm out of here. Y'all going to jail. Wish I would have been on the plane with his motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I hate it happened, bro. You know?
If Tupac had not gotten that had not gotten involved with your nephew in the lobby of the MGM, would he still be alive?
I don't know. He ignorant. Some motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? The dude's, you know what I'm saying? I guess he went with that mob, and that shit went to his head on me. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I feel about it. Shit went to his head. And shit, he was ignorant, so you run into a lot of problems how they were trying to be a gang member. You know what I'm saying? But, see, in our community, we try to get up out the gang life. Like try to play sports, rap, and stuff like that. Try to get up out the gang life. Our motive is to get up out the gang life. Get us a home, get us a family. These motherfuckers nowadays is got millions of dollars and join their fucking gang. That shit is backwards. You know what I'm saying? Shit is backwards. Chris Brown, Soulja Boy, Justin Bieber. Better listen. You know what I'm saying? You got all that money. Get away from this bullshit. Because all it leads to is death, penitentiary, and heartaches for your family. You know what I'm saying? People out here, we grew up in this shit. You guys from another town, dude, you need to leave that shit alone. Keep it easy. Leave that shit alone, boy.
So let me ask that question again. I really like that answer, by the way. I think it's true. It's like everyone's coming, you know.
Yeah, these dudes from Virginia, he coming being gang members. That's stupid. That's backwards.
So is
the real gang members is trying to get up out this shit.
If that shit hadn't happened with Orlando, would you have left it alone that day?
Yes. Me and Chili is friends. We were friends. We grew up together. Shit went in the shit that never happened. You know what I'm saying?
What?
That shit shouldn't have never happened. Because me and this guy grew up together. We was friends since we was kids. You know what I'm saying? I want to tell you the whole truth about this shit, about the balls.
That's okay, but this brings up a good question. Did Suge know that who he was dealing with Orlando? Did he know that he was your nephew?
I told you, Moon Man came and said, KBD nephew. LA Times, KBD nephew.
I don't mean then, I mean before.
What?
Before he kicked him in the head.
I don't know. I think that was a stupid choice. But he did say that night, he told them police that night that KBD nephew. You know what I'm saying? He did say that. You know what I'm saying? He keep on saying he ain't said nothing. Bitch, you know you said something. You know what I'm saying? Why you use my name? That's what I don't understand. Right. You know what I'm saying? He trying to get me arrested too.
Right.
Yeah.
Orlando had a deal, right? To testify for Suge. Can you talk about that?
What's that?
You heard me. Orlando had a deal to testify for Suge at one point.
You taking all the stories out of my book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My book no good no more.
Hey, this is good promotion for your book.
What's that?
This is good promotion for your book.
Oh, you know about that too?
You just told me about your book.
No, I'm talking about the meeting.
Oh. I don't know. Is there any truth to that?
What?
That Orlando agreed to a deal to testify for Suge?
Okay, all right, something. What's that? We're not gonna go to that one.
Okay.
I'm gonna save me something for my motherfucking book. God damn, no surprises. Hey, homie, yeah. You did your work though. I'm not even
right?
I see.
Well, next time we talk, I'm gonna drill you on those. There's no.
All right.
There's no escaping it. Nora, are we good? Do you have anything?
Yeah, you feel comfortable talking about that? She said, can you talk about the hierarchy of, or maybe like being a kingpin? Yeah, like how, how's the structure? Like how's
Look at me, don't look at him.
Okay. At the codes of the street, our gang is built through respect and the work you put in. And as far as power, you know what I'm saying? That's the way our gang is. You got the double OGs, OGs, OBGs, BGs, and the TGs.
Tell him to tell him where he was.
And the OTSs and that's where our gang is instructed. So I could fall in the double OG because I was there when the gang was. So this way it goes. People you either become a gangbanger as you get older or a gangster. Or go to school or get a job. You know what I'm saying? By 25, that's when you determine whether you're gonna be who you're gonna be. You're gonna be a gangbanger, a little, you know what I'm saying, drinking, smoking weed, stuff all day long, with the pants hanging down. Or you gonna get a job, that means you out the gang. Or are you gonna become a gangster, you know what I'm saying, for the gang. You know, that's where our gang is structured, yeah.
Do you think that Suge ran the label like a gang?
Yeah. Yes. He kind of hired all gang members. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He hired all gang members.
So who was he in the structure?
Who was Suge in the structure? I guess his money gave him the power. You know what I'm saying? How people listen to him. You know, money is power. You know, and shit, I guess they... Well, we knew he was a bust, the Crips did. I know our side of town did, because we played football with the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I want to go back to the Biggie night. Where were you, and how did you hear the Biggie had died? Your phone's ringing. We're almost done. I got
His wife. She on me.
Just 5 more minutes, I promise.
Okay.
Where were you, and how did you hear that Biggie had died?
I was in the parking garage, and everybody ran back up into the parking garage and said, "They just killed Biggie! They just killed Biggie!" I'm like, "What?" I'm like, damn, that was fucked up. By then, all the LAPDs was there, and I was waiting on my car to get valeted up out of there and shit. Valeted up out of there. Then 3 days later, Cast Compton police and crooked motherfuckers pulled nephew over and said, "You guys killed Biggie too?" You know, no, this is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Some bullshit. They run down there. They just played dirty pool with us, dog. You know what I'm saying? I was really like the fall guy. To me, fucked over me, man. It fucked over my life.
But they cleared you, right? I mean, you're not...
My life been fucked over ever since, homie. You just don't understand, dude. And I still gotta watch people. You know what I'm saying? To me, they violated my civil rights, my everything, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Did you suspect that somebody was casing the party, the Bad Boy?
Casing the party?
Yeah.
You heard about that? Well, you a motherfucker. Yeah, you did your little work. Yeah, they was up there. The Bloods was there. They came up there. I told Puff, you know what I'm saying? I said, y'all be careful. The niggas is up here. He's like, all right. And sure enough, it went down. Yeah. Sad. You know, they come up here and get ate up out of it's a zoo out here, a jungle. Y'all coming from that little punk ass town, boy, the shit. Eat your ass up out here, boy. It's gorillas. I mean, this shit is lions and tigers and bears.
Did you?
They will eat up the week out here.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Did you? How'd you feel about Biggie dying since you knew him personally?
Oh, they kind of fucked me up. You know what I'm saying?
What
fucked me up? They when Biggie got killed, kind of fucked me up. I was sad behind it, everything, man. I was fucked up on it. Then these bullshit ass cops gonna put that out in the media like we did that bullshit just to get the heat up off their ass. You know what I'm saying? But it's all gonna come out. It's coming out every day, homeboy. Believe me. Yeah.
All right, brother. I'm gonna set you.
And let my wife get me. All right.
Oh, wait. Just sit here for 20 seconds with no sound. So don't make any sound. You just gotta record the tone of the room.
This is ringtone.
Okay, thanks, man. Oh. Oh yeah, that's a good start.
Because our street.
Wait, stay there. Yeah, sit back. Just this question real quick. Sorry, I thought you were done. That was your only question before. Okay. So why Baby Lane?
Why did it be called Baby Lane?
Why was Orlando? Yeah, tell me that.
Because he was born on Burrs Lane.
Sorry. Tell me the whole story, like the sentence. Orlando was called Baby Lane because.
Orlando was called Baby Lane because he was born on Burrs Lane, the street Burrs, and they just called him Lane, short for Orlando. You know, so he took our street name. And his pops was real high in the echelons of our gang. One of the founding fathers. So.
And the baby isn't because he had a baby face or anything like that?
Baby Lane. Short for our street.
Right. And Keefy?
Keefy? We had like 3 Keefys in our hood. So they just broke them down. And they just put Keefy D on it.
So they gave you the initials so that they separate you from the others?
Others, yeah. And that shit just went like a wildflower. Blew up, got rich, had all the money, all the women. Don't put that on there. My wife gonna kill me. Yeah.
Yeah.
You better have my wife deposit for that car too.
This has got to be the last one.
Okay. Original gangster, yeah. A double OG is a dude that's like been around a while. You know, the founding fathers and stuff. You know, the founding fathers of the gang. That's where our gang stopped at, the double OG. And our youngest gang members is called TSs, Tiny Soldiers. Yeah. But we got like about 6 different generations. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
My wife wants that deposit for that car too. Yeah. Because she is on my, she's crazy.
So why don't you talk to, well, we gotta talk to you.
Call me. I'll
talk
let
on
you
the phone. Right. And if you know, if things get
Yeah.
heavy for you, maybe we can just talk about Orlando and then leave it at that.
All right.
But these guys are expecting details from that night.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want that dude.
I don't want to put you in the
He from the Justice Department is DC, dude.
Yeah.
I swear to God on me.
I hear you.
They had some major players on me, dog. The other dude named Michael Terrell. Oh man. Yeah, he's a beast. He's the head U.S. attorney of this area. We call his ass Bluebeard. That dude hate me on me, I swear to God.
No, like I said, I mean,
come in the room like, y'all not gonna deal with the fucking devil right now.
They're wrapping up right now.
Somebody gonna wind up dead behind this. Like, sir, I swear to God. I swear to God, man. Everybody gonna be, I'll be nice. I'll be good. I'm not the devil.
No, I mean, do what you gotta do. And then can we set up a date? Nora? Like an actual days where like there's no misunderstanding. You're here for this. Or we can go out to Vegas and what I wanted to do is for you to take us on the street. Why is that funny? Why is that funny?
With Bruce with us.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That is funny.
Yeah. Hey, you know,
Let me tell you.
they never, you know.
The dude, I seen Rick Ross at the airport. He just couldn't put my face on it. You know, man, he was like, I know it. He said, bro, I know you from nowhere. You don't want to know who I am, motherfucker. He's like, I know you. I'm like, yeah. You really want to know?
Yeah. We'll figure it out. But
it's at 20th. Like my sister giving her, we giving her a 70 birthday party. Her milestone 70. My sister. That's on the 29th. So I'm gonna be there about 4 days before then. For a whole week.
Okay. Here, you mean?
In California, yeah.
California.
The 29th of July.
But if we just wanted to come out to Vegas, can we do that too? I mean, I'm not joking about the street stuff. Then you can just tell me on the street. It'll be different than this.
Yeah.
It'll be less formal.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see, we've been going for about an hour and a half. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you guys have to take a restroom break? Anyone? Raise your hand. Okay. If you want to just do maybe another half hour and then we'll take our lunch break? Okay, perfect. Do you need to use the restroom? Okay. All right, we will have to take our break now. So we will take a recess. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, radio, or I'll give you guys a minute. We can go off. Back on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Anything we need to address before bringing in the jury?
Up from the state. No yards.
Okay, perfect. We'll bring them in.
Let's go.
Stand for the jury.
Would the party stipulate to the findings of the jury?
Yes, sir.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you. State, we are still on Mr. Dorsey's testimony. You may proceed with your video.
Thank you, Judge. And just for the record, we stopped at 40 minutes and 51 seconds, and I'm going to start it back.
Okay.
I assume it probably was it was not. It wouldn't be smart to go inside because it's full of bloods, right?
Yeah. I'm quite sure they didn't want to touch me. Cause you see me before I went into the fight, see me the day before the fight. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So you didn't see him there. You left after waiting for him for an hour, right?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Went to the liquor barn. Stopped and got some liquor. Started music and party and shit. Got a little drinks, stuff like that. And headed back to the hotel.
Okay. And this is all. This is all with how many people? Who's in the car?
It was Boles.
Including
me, my nephew, and the boys Bubble Up and Big Dre. So we going up Lingo. Got to Las Vegas Boulevard. Shit. We waiting there for the bus around. Happened to see my friends. Shit. Tupac was hanging out the window. There you go, right there. So my partner busted you. Went by there. Got up there by there where he was. Shit. Popped me like he got a gun. Got the busting. Shit. I got the duck. Shit. Got the busting back. Duck. Hit the corner. Made it right. So the white car got the chasing us. Still busting. We dished them out. Went in the back of the carriage house. It's a hotel called a carriage house. Got up out the car.
Okay, so let's again take it step by step. What car were you driving?
I wasn't driving no car.
Oh, what car were you in?
A white Callan. A really white car Callan.
Okay, and then when you saw them, how did you recognize them? When you were driving on the street, how did you know it was them?
He was hanging out. Tupac was hanging out the window, passenger side window, talking about this Tupac. I mean, all the text was like, Tupac, Tupac. He was like a celebrity, like he was in a parade.
And so, after that, you knew that they were, what were they driving?
They was driving a BMW. Yeah. But, shit. Once we got back to Compton, he was saying, like, little Reggie and all of them was shooting at the car. So we went to, got the car painted, we took it to the paint shop. You know what I'm saying? So we turned the car in so there wouldn't be no evidence.
Okay, but let's go back to the moment that it happened, right? So you're driving, you see Suge and Tupac in the BMW. You turn around, right? You described it as a U-turn, so that you're facing, so that you're coming in the from the opposite direction, right? Tell me what happened in that moment.
Would you say one more time?
Tell me what happened in that moment when you finally come close to their car.
We came close, came from the gutter then. Shit. Pop reached down and got his little shit. Got the busing. Shit. We got the busing back. Shit. I never bust. I was on the ducking shit. I didn't want to get hit. A couple of people had some little fragments, glasses in the ear and shit. Shit. Once we hit that right on Cobalt, the right of the sea breeze was chasing us. Shit, there was a lot of shots. We got the fuck on, we made a right there on, that's another little street right there where the carriage house was.
So, who pulled the trigger?
Who pulled the what?
Who pulled the trigger?
I don't know, to tell you the truth. I didn't see it.
Did Orlando pull the trigger? Who's closest to the other car?
Big Dre was the closest. Big Dre was the closest to the other car. But I was ducking, shit. The dude was crazy. I said, this dude really trying to get a reputation. He was jumping around, like, damn.
So I want to make this really clear. You mean to tell me that even though you were in the car with those three guys, and you talked to them a bunch afterwards, you don't know who shot or who shot the shots?
That would be incriminating myself.
Okay. Are we cool with that, right? Yeah, okay. Let's stop there. Yeah. Come back. Just give me one quick second. Alright, so let's go back to that.
Describe Tupac. What did he look like? Did he look like he was going to pull something? Just tell me everything you remember.
Okay, when we pulled up, I was in the front seat, passenger side. He went down, got his shit, and got the buzzing. So shit, I ducked. I don't know if shit came from the back seat and they got the busing back. Shit, we hit the corner after the shooting. Another white car got the chasing us, they got the shooting too. Shit.
Well, you told me that already. So I just want to get it straight in my mind. Who's sitting in the back?
My nephew and my partner Big Dre.
And who's driving?
My partner Boles.
So behind the driver is Orlando, right?
No, Big Dre.
Big Dre. And Orlando's on the other side behind you.
Yes.
When the shots are ringing out, who's closer to the window?
Big Dre was. He was the same path. He was behind the driver. Big Dre was behind the driver.
Where'd the shots come from?
In the back seat.
Yeah, but who's closest? Who had the gun?
I don't know, sir. To tell you the truth. I was ducking.
And the fact that there was a gun there, does that mean that you guys were ready for something? Or you just...
No, we gangsters. We're around with guns. Yeah, better be caught with it than without it.
Do you remember anything else about that moment where the two cars met? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Do you remember anything else about that moment?
No, it was like 20 years ago. The best recollection I can remember.
So let's talk about what we sort of started talking about outside. Like there's allegations by certain police detectives that you had made a statement about who shot Tupac.
Not to my recollection. I'm telling you the truth. You know what I'm saying? You asked me for the truth. I'm here to tell you. 20 years here to tell you. Get it from the horse's mouth. Right here.
Was there ever any discussion about who actually did the shooting?
Was there ever discussion with who?
Yeah, you guys.
No. That's the code of the streets. You know what I'm saying? Shit. So somebody can get on a free jail card when you tell people.
What are your thoughts about Greg Kading and his investigation and all the stuff that's been out there?
How I feel about it?
Yeah.
Well, I felt I was railroad, crossed, endangered my life, put me in a bad fucking situation, bad spot. Life been fucked up ever since. Nobody trusts me, you know what I'm saying? It's fucked up.
Why don't they trust you? Because they think you snitched?
Yeah. Yeah.
So can you tell me now whether what he published is true or false? Is there some truth to it? Not some of it is true, some of it is false?
Shit, I think he's just trying to make $1. You know what I'm saying? He got fired, trying to make $1 off a motherfucker. Yeah, that's what I figure. He's just trying to, use me so he can't use me no more. Shit, I'm fucking used up, man. Shit. He fucked over me, that's what I feel. Yeah.
And do you feel like the information that he has is completely false? Like,
Pause 1 second.
Oh, sorry. The information that you have that he has is completely false. I mean, it's known that they had a case on you, so you talked to them.
Is what you say?
I said it's known that they had a case on you.
It's known?
I mean,
shit. Not that I can remember. Shit.
I'm trying to ask him to talk about what is known out there, the fact that he pointed at Orlando as being the shooter, and that's been published, and that's what there are legal, there are documents that have been
So I think
published.
the question is...
My question was, how do you feel about that? Is there any truth to that? What is true, what is false?
Right, what I'm saying is you didn't ask me that question.
I did. You weren't here.
No? Okay. So just ask him about, was it an investigation and there were statements made, and what is his opinion of the statements that were made?
Pardon me? Can you repeat that again?
There was an investigation, there were statements made, and you made certain, allegations, and, what is your opinion on those statements that this statement was made?
Right.
What should I say, brother?
Well, you're going to comment about what the real truth is compared to what people are saying. Say this is what's true, and this is what people, that's not true what people say.
Okay. All right.
So what that stuff that's been made public, what is true and what is false?
I'm giving you the truth right here, sir. Giving you from the horse's mouth. So, shit, can't get it no tour.
Right. So what I want to know is if you were in the car and you were there with your nephew, it's pretty close to what Callan is saying, right?
Shit. Is it pretty close? What do you think?
I think he's gonna understand what he's asking.
In your own words, in those tapes that were made public, and this book Murder Rap, there's a film called Murder Rap. You, in your own words, we heard you say Orlando was the shooter.
You heard me say it?
Yes.
Shit, I never had been. Ain't nobody ever had no tape recorder with me, not to my knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where the fuck he gets some tape recorders. Shit maybe was made up or something.
So you're denying that you ever said that Orlando was the shooter?
Yes, I'm denying it.
And your statement now is that you were in the car, shots rang out from your car, but you don't know who did it?
Exactly.
Okay.
Came from the back seat.
Okay. Is there any reason why you wouldn't be forthcoming about this information? In other words, is there a deal that you have in place that would not allow you to say with any detail about that?
I'm asking you.
You want me to jump in?
Yeah.
You gotta, the way he's asking the question, the way, that you want to answer the question is you want to explain to him that, one, you don't have a recollection of that you reported, which is what you said, and secondly, if the circumstances which police officers try to investigate is not consistent with what the truth is. So you have no reason, what they're saying is different than what you're saying right now, which is you're really telling the truth, because the police don't have any motive for you to tell the whole story except the feds and what really happened. They just want to get what they need to get to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can explain, you can be more detailed like that, that's how you want to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, and you might want to mention, that you really don't recall how dealing with Caden that way, you did deal with Dupree, remember you dealt with Dupree? So you might want to, the only person that you remember.
Well, let's start there. Because it just feels like a big. It gets getting confusing. Let's start there. You met with police. Who did you talk to? And what was your? What did they want from you? What did you tell them, etc.?
Well, what did I tell them?
Yeah, let's start from the beginning. You met. When did you meet with police? Who did you meet with, and what did you tell them?
Why?
I think he's asking you in general, not that situation. Did anybody ever show up or ask you questions?
Correct.
Oh shit! He was smoking me for the last 20-some years. Shit. I did. Okay, you ready?
I am.
Okay. Well, they've been sweating me for the last 20-some years, ever since that day that shit happened. Because the first news reporter came out and said, keep it in there for you. So, ever since then, I've been sweated by everybody. Compton police, FBI, fucking everybody. U.S. attorneys, fucking on my ass, man. I did 5.5 years in the feds. Every other month, they was up there saying, this a rapper killer, you know what I'm saying? I just been targeted. Just been on my ass ever since.
And there's some truth to that, right? I mean, you were in the car.
Yes. Some truth. Yes. I was in the car.
And then what statements did you give police?
The statement I gave police? Shit.
In general.
I ain't give no statements. You know what I'm saying? Not that, I ain't ever been tape recorded or nothing.
But when it first happened, did they come and interview you?
Did they come and interview me?
Yeah.
Yeah, the FBI. Oh shit.
What did you tell him? I guess what I'm asking is like, you know, what did I tell him? Did you tell him what you're telling me today?
No.
Why not?
Why not? Shit. Probably go to fucking jail.
So, help me understand, why are you now telling me what you're telling me?
Because I wanted to get the truth out. You get it from the horse's mouth. One more time? Why?
Is that okay?
What?
I think it's one statement he made he needs to correct. He's here because you go to jail, but
No.
you want to explain because you were innocent. You didn't have to do it. I think you can explain that.
Oh, okay. Because I'm innocent, I had nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? I was putting myself in I was in a fucked up situation. You know, I'm innocent. I didn't do a motherfucking thing. I want to jeopardize my freedom, and I got you know, like good things going on. I was living good, you know.
Right. So you tell me that you're telling me now because you wanted the truth to come out. What, why is that important to you?
Because there's been several reports, and everybody just trying to make money off this shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody soliciting me, hanging me out to dry, making me feel like a piece of shit. You know? Yeah.
Okay. So now let's just leave that, put that on the side for a while, and go back to what happened after the shooting. What did you guys do? How did you cover your tracks?
Well, I got away, and I went to the hotel room. Then the next morning, woke up and took off in a rental car that I had. Me and my nephew drove home. So once we got home, the guys was like, "Man, we need to get this car fixed." I said, "Man, I don't have nothing to do with that. Y'all go get that shit fixed." You know what I'm saying? So
what was the matter with the car? Do you remember?
It had bullet holes in it. Yeah. One of the little homies took the car to the shop. Had the car painted.
And then Orlando, I remember I read something about him giving some statements and stuff like that. You know, did you guys talk about what happened afterwards? Did you talk to your nephew about not saying anything?
That's just the code of the streets. They know not to say nothing. Everybody, you know, just the code of the streets not to say nothing.
When Shug had his parole hearing, Orlando testified on his behalf. Why did he do that?
Damn. He paid his. Well, he paid it off. Paid his off. The night before, you want me to tell the whole truth? Well, the night before his hearing was court date, my nephew called me saying, meet him up at the lawyer's office. So I get to the lawyer's office. It's Reggie, Senior, Sergeant Reynolds, and Shirley Knight up to the lawyer's office. And shit, two company police, one of them was captain and sergeant. I was like, what the fuck? You know? So I knew some fishy shit was going on there. Yeah.
And he offered you how much?
He gave up $60,000
in exchange for?
To say that he didn't do anything.
For Orlando to say that?
Yes.
Just give me that in a full sentence. You're not gonna hear my voice.
Okay. Well, my nephew asked me to come up to the lawyer's office, and I get there, Shirley Knight, Reggie Wright Sr., and Sergeant Reynolds from the Compton PD was there. the lawyer's office. And he was like trying to work out a deal where nephew wouldn't say that the guy kicked him. But it didn't work, because the next day the judge said, I can see him kicking you in the head right fucking now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Did Orlando regret that?
What's that?
Did he regret it?
Did he regret what?
Like going to court and saying this stuff that wasn't true.
It's the code of the streets, man. Shit.
What's interesting about this is that does Suge know that you guys, at this point, does Suge know that you guys were in that car?
Not that I know of. No.
Just give me a...
Not that I know.
You understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah, because the newspaper article came out and said, Keith left you. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to know why the fuck you say my fucking name. You know what I'm saying? When I figured his strategy was to kill the head of the snake. You know what I'm saying? Chop off the head of the snake, the rest of the body will fall.
Right, but I'm talking about paying you off to go to court and say that Suge had nothing to do with the, like he's the victim, right? You're paying him off.
We're the victim.
No. What I'm saying is, Orlando's the victim.
Yes.
Yeah, he was the one who got beaten up.
Beat the fuck up.
He goes and says that Suge didn't beat him up, which is clearly not true.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But on top of it, you guys had shot at him. Does he? And he doesn't know that.
I can't tell you because he's the only one from his crew really that know me. And the newspaper article came out saying Keefy D nephew. So I figured he said it from day one, Get rid of Keefy D. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So he had it out for you.
I thought we was fucking friends. I really did thought we was friends, man. He really was biting off the hand that fed him, you know what I'm saying? He didn't know that we did the groundwork, that I did the groundwork for his record company. Like, this mother was gonna beat him a nephew, a kid, you know what I'm saying?
Something I wanted to ask you before, and I forgot to ask you, was the day before the fight, when you saw him,
yes.
What did you guys talk about?
You just said, what's up, big dog? I said, what's up? So, we two major players in the game, but we got the same boss. You know what I'm saying? Shit. He just had the music industry and I had the streets. That's all.
But you guys are cool.
Yeah, we was cool with us. Yeah, we was played football since we was little kids.
No, but I mean in that moment, like when you saw him the day before the fight.
Yeah, that's cool. Shit.
Yeah. Another question that I remember that I wanted to ask you is who shot the Cadillac? Because you had to get...
It was pot. I don't know why they didn't even test me for powder burns. I don't know why.
So I talked in the middle of it. Tell me again, please.
I don't know why the police didn't check him for powder burns because he got to shooting and everything. I just ducked. Car was all shot the fuck out. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, just moving on. We got like 15 more minutes. How much time do you have on those cards? Are we good? 11. Okay, cool. Just give me a second. Just pull this up.
You know what you said about Reggie threatening me the next day?
I thought that was for you. You said you wanted to keep that to you? Yeah, of course.
Okay, all right. We're rolling.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, well, the next day I got home. I was in my front yard. About 4:15. Here come Reggie Sr. Flying up, coming up from Greenleaf or Burris. Ran the stop sign and everything, parked on the wrong side of the street. Jumped out the car and talking about, hey, Keefy, let me tell you something, motherfucker. I said, what's up? He's like, if you kill my motherfucking son, Boles coming off. You get your motherfucking ass. I said, what the fuck is you talking about? Yeah, I'm just letting your ass know, motherfucker. Like, oh. I just looked at him crazy. What the fuck is you talking about? Reggie Senior, so it was bad. They was the mayor, and everybody was against us, man. Yeah, everybody, the whole town.
And can you explain who? Because I don't know that a lot of people know who Reggie
Senior is a Compton police. He's a captain. They had another guy, Reynolds. It was all under the Death Row banner. Even the mayor, Omar Bradley, was all up under that shit.
Can you tell me what? Because I think we touched on that before, but I didn't really get a good picture. It's like how affiliated was Suge with LAPD?
LAPD and Compton Police.
And Compton Police, yeah.
Yeah, he was shit. Most of the guys is from his neighborhood. A lot of the guys from like David Mack, Reggie Senior, Reggie Junior, Patterson, Reynolds, all of them was from his neighborhood. So that's how you got that plug with them. You know, shit. It was really, really dangerous for us. You know what I'm saying? So we really try to stay out of the city of Compton.
Because when you go against Suge, you're going against...
Yes.
Compton. Can you tell me that in a sentence?
Oh, when you're going against Suge, you're really going up against the police. Compton Police, Rampart, all his neighborhood friends. So yeah, he kind of had a winning bout, you know. Who else better to have on your team is the police. So we was kind of fighting a losing battle with them guys. Raid our little spots, take all our guns. Yes.
So that's cool, because I wanted to establish that connection, because a lot of people don't know that he was protected.
Yeah, he's protected by the mayor, city councilmen, Compton PD, big rank and files.
Who he was paying off?
Shit, he was buying police cars and stuff like that, and you know, giving out turkey drives for the city, all that shit. So he was really protected. He was in there, you know what I'm saying?
So when he was he was giving out turkeys to people, or like having you know shit like in the park, whatever, free food for people. That's to pay off cops.
And no, they had very nice cars that they shouldn't have on no police salaries. Very nice cars.
It's crazy that the record business paid for that.
Yeah, I paid for them. Yeah, I started them off.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So I wanted to establish that connection. I also want to ask you, what's the connection between Puffy and Zip? You never told me that. You told me that he introduced you to Puffy, but I don't know what their relationship is.
I don't really, I didn't really know that. I didn't get deep into that. He was just shit. I was a major player. I had the bread.
Right. So it's just that Zip came to you, and then that's how you ended up meeting Puffy.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I think
3 minutes.
9 more minutes.
Okay.
Now I think we went over a bunch of shit. So.
Let's go back to Chris. I want to take Chris Brown out of there though. What I said about the dudes being blood.
Oh yeah.
Take Chris Brown out of there because my niece.
You have to tell me the whole thing again then, so I can use it.
Okay, my niece.
Sit back.
Okay, sit back.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
About the Chris Brown?
Yeah.
Okay, well, these guys went around here claiming blood. These little entertainers like Justin Bieber, Bow Wow, and what's the guy's name? Love and Hip Hop.
We had the same question last time. Somebody came up with it.
What's the guy's name?
Was it? Soldier Boy.
Okay. Let me start over again. All right. Well, as far as the guys claiming blood, this Justin Bieber, Bow Wow, and Soldier Boy. Well, it's just a fab. Y'all need to stop that stuff out. You know what I'm saying? People from our background is trying to get up out of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You guys waiting to get $1 million and want to be blood. That's wrong. Y'all doing it backwards. You know what I'm saying? You guys not from here. You get caught up in that bullshit. But you guys doing it backwards. You guys should be trying to lead it for examples. Set example for kids. Don't try to game bang.
You told me that last time. You gave me a really good quote. You were like, you're doing it the other way around, right? You're doing it backwards. It's not that you don't want to. You're supposed to be getting out of the hood.
Okay, you're supposed to be getting out of the hood, not coming back $1 million going into the hood. Our object is to get out the hood. You know what I'm saying? Get out of gangs. You guys doing it backwards. You guys need to cut that bullshit out.
So is that because we talked about Tupac? Is that how you felt about Tupac?
Yeah. I feel all these guys, entertainers, you guys fake it.
Tupac specifically, what was it about him?
What was it about Tupac?
That you didn't like? Because you told me you didn't like him last time.
I didn't ever say I didn't like him.
Yes, you did. You thought he was a punk-ass gangster wannabe or something, you said.
Oh, yeah, he going around jumping sets. First he was with the Outlaws. He was from New York, Baltimore, Oakland. God damn. You know, that's against the code, man. You can't be jumping sets, homie. Stick to one set, homie. You tripping. Yeah, and that ain't the way to go. You don't supposed to join the gang. You're supposed to be getting out of the gang. 25, become a grown man and get up out that shit. Shit ain't about nothing. It's either the prison or the fucking graveyard. So, you know, best thing to do, Justin Bieber and them, stay the fuck up away from that bullshit. So they ain't right. Yeah, I'm telling you from an OG.
Right. Yeah. Did you how long? How?
The threats. Mike Tyson them. You like that too?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I got threat. A few people threatened me on the internet. Mike Tyson, Tretch, Spice One. Stick to rapping and boxing. You guys ain't about that life, man. You don't want to do life in prison. You know what I'm saying? You need to cut that bullshit out, man.
Well, so you're telling all these people not to do this? Oh, go for it. I'll just give you the question while he changes that.
Okay. I'm telling all these people not to do this, and I'm the fucking leader.
Well, but also,
I quit, though.
Yeah, oh, good. So you say that, because that's part of like why you're talking to me now, because you're out of the game.
Yeah, I'm 50-some years old, grandkids.
Right. I have to say, I think the tie and the suit, the penguin shirt.
My daughter said I look like a swap meet bomb. Daddy, if you let that put, I swear to God, that's that shit from the swap meet. They know. Tell the truth, homie. That's just what.
Today, man. I ain't gonna see that.
Yeah. It was like a bear. Toby, the bird on your chest is what happened.
Yeah, I mean, but I know it's like a swap meet on here.
Yeah. So that's Versace, homie.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That looks clean, man.
Yeah, man. Gave the belt 14 on it. Shoes 22 on it. Just balling, man. Shit.
That's right.
Yeah, the one for me, Sylvan, that never had a record company, homeboy.
All right, we're going to do 4 or 5 more and then we're done. Yeah, you're seeing it completely on A. Yeah, you're good. So I just want to pick that up. So you were telling all these people not to go back, right?
Yes.
But that was your life.
Yes. I'm trying to tell them not to make the same mistake I made. You know what I'm saying? Get up out that shit, man. It ain't worth it. I'm 54 years old. Got 7 grandkids. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about that, man.
What did you learn that you want to make sure these guys don't? What mistakes did you make that you don't want people to make?
What mistakes I made? Well, as far as drug and
yeah, whatever. Yeah.
That was a mistake. Well, yeah. Mistakes I made with trusting people. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't your homeboys. You know what I'm saying? It just ain't right, man. A lot of people folded chairs on me.
Well, were you ever afraid? Like, I'm sure getting out of the game makes it better to live with some peace of mind. Like nobody's going to jump you all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I'm a kid. I was just messing with you. Hey, we gonna go over this stuff before you put it on the air, ain't it?
Yeah.
She said we gonna chop it up together.
Yeah, of course. We're gonna make it look good.
Okay.
All right. So, a couple of serious questions. Tupac dies. How do you feel about it? I mean, this is a guy who was a major rap star, movie star. You're telling me. How I feel about it? You're telling me now that people shouldn't act like gangsters. You feel sad about it at all?
How do I feel about it? Well, I hate the brother, we got ourselves in put ourselves in a predicament, stuff like that, just take it off. I hate the way, go. Life don't go like that, just taking off on innocent people. My nephew was young, 20 years old, just take off on him. He didn't do nothing to you, He didn't do nothing to you.
So you think it was deserved?
No, I don't think it was deserved. Brother should have kept his hands to himself, and I hated that to go that way because it really fucked up my life. Period.
Yeah. Do you think about his family?
Yes.
What do you think about?
I hated that to go that way. You know what I'm saying? And Lord be with you guys. That's what I feel.
Since you said it ruined your life, do you have concerns about revealing all this stuff to me now?
The Lord got me. I'm protected by the Lord, the hand of the Lord. Got a shield over me. He got me through cancer and everything, Kept a shield on me from being killed by the Compton police, just ran bar, all that. Because when I was in, shit.
Yeah. Since you told us about what happened that night in Vegas, do you feel bad? Do you feel like you want to apologize to Tupac's family?
Yes, I hated that to happen, bro. You know what I'm saying? He was a good guy. I hated that to happen. He was a good rapper and stuff. He was a good role model for the people. And I just hated he had that bad side in him. You know what I'm saying? So I always wanted to take off.
Do you want to apologize to his family?
No, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing to his family.
Yeah. One last time. You said the shots came from the back. Big Dre, Orlando. Who shot Tupac?
The keep for the code of the streets. It just came from the back seat, bro.
So can you just tell me it was either one or the other?
Can't tell you that. It was in the back seat.
Wayne, this is not something that we don't know already. You told me who was seated in the back, and you're saying the shots came from the back. So I'm asking you to tell me in your own words that either it was one or the other.
I don't know who it was. He just came from the back seat.
They're both dead.
Yeah.
What's your concern?
What's my concern?
Yeah. Honestly, just...
Right now, I just want the Lord is protecting me, so I really don't have no concern. I'm in the hands of the Lord. Yeah. All my people is religious.
No, you're concerned in revealing who shot Tupac.
What's my concern?
Yeah.
don't have no concern. I just want to be saying I'm a fucking rat. Like that, dude.
So this is about your code, right? This is about.
Yes.
Can you tell me that?
Yeah. Oh, this is about the code. I'm saying it came from the backseat on. You know, I'm tired of everybody trying to extort money. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just out for the money, being greedy. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of bullshit. You know? Soliciting us. They've been soliciting us for years, man. Yeah.
All right, I've done all I can. One more question. You know how I do my little research? I read that a Glock 40 was found in Corey's yard. Is that true, Corey Edwards?
Well, they said Corey was the first one who made statements about the situation. And I never gave Corey no gun. And nobody from that car never gave Corey no gun.
Can you tell me how the gun ended up in the car?
I ain't had no gun. I don't know who had a gun.
Okay. What happened to the gun after the murder? What'd you do with it?
I have no recollection of what happened to that gun, so.
Okay.
So you know about Corey snitching me out like that?
No, I mean, I just read that I didn't know about the snitching. I knew that the gun was found in his backyard.
Yeah, his neighbor got killed. This shit ain't going on the thing. It is?
No,
his neighbor got killed. He got scared.
Right.
Called Suge. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. So,
all right, man. Well, do you think somebody tossed a gun to frame him? The one that was found in the backyard?
That was bullshit.
Yeah.
Corey was just trying to get out of trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll pick it up in Vegas then, yeah?
Yeah. That's what he said.
Told you. I mean, that's what Tara wants, too. Not just me. Thanks, man.
But I would think, maybe you might want to ask him a steady question now, like, was it sunny, was it clear, the windows up and down, you might now.
So yeah, let's get that real quick. Yeah.
Just in terms
it's actually, it's nighttime, so.
Yeah, but you might want to mention it, say it happened at night.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's just do it real quick. Just sit down,
Just a setting.
3 minutes.
My sister gonna kill me, man, if I don't cook that food.
It's your lawyer who's asking.
Just setting. That's why I'm saying it when we leave.
Because it helps the description. Yeah, let's keep rolling. Sorry, guys. Lindsay, do you have anything?
I have one thing. I'll tell you. You can tell me if it's important.
Okay. I'm just gonna stand right here.
Okay.
Just so that we can sort of paint a picture about that night. Just tell me, like, was it cold? Was it warm? It happened in.
It was warm. It was kind of warm. September 7th. It was warm. It was warm and shit. They wanted. What else?
Was it? Were you guys drunk? Because you.
No, we weren't drunk or nothing. You knew fucked up our eye. They fucked. I mean, for the fuck up our eye. We was gonna go get high. Drink bottles and smoke some weed and stuff.
You knew what you were doing.
Okay.
You weren't under the influence. Never mind. Were you driving fast? How fast were you driving? How slow were you driving?
I was never driving. I was in the car.
You were in the car, so.
We took it. We know not to burn rubber. That put us on. From being incompetent, not to burn rubber and stuff like that. Shit.
How long were you driving around till you saw them? How long did you drive around until you saw them?
Oh. Well, man. We just left the liquor store. It took about 5-10 minutes to see them.
And what were you doing before that? You just driving around? Just tell me that.
No, we was going back to we was leaving the liquor store, going to the hotel, to our hotel room.
So you were not out there looking for them specifically?
No.
You just happened to see them?
Just happened to see
So
them.
it was a bad luck?
Yeah, it was bad luck. Yeah. If he wouldn't even been out the window, we would have never seen him. He's hanging out the window like he was in the parade. Tupac, the greatest was out of Tupac. It's going like this, hanging out the window.
Okay. Any other details that are important?
That was a darker light when it was down.
Oh, yeah. Did you see, well, you just told me,
it was dark. Nighttime. What time was it? About 9 o'clock? At nighttime, yeah. Dang, Cora, what were you doing, man?
Did you guys have the windows down? Was the radio playing?
The radio playing, we should go get out and have some fun. So.
Okay, Randy, what you got? You can ask him.
Well, I just think there was.
Yeah.
I got you. There was word on the street that Orlando, after the shooting, was taking credit for it.
No.
Can you speak to that, react to those sentiments?
Orlando would never go around bragging about no stuff like that. You know, why would he incriminate himself? You know what I'm saying? If he did some stuff like that. Orlando would never do no stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Never in his life.
So to the best of your knowledge, there was no chatter in the streets between the two gangs about that?
No, not to my knowledge. I heard he had a hit out on me for $100,000. So I'm worried about that. You know.
Describe that. What did you hear about this hit?
What's that?
What did you hear about this hit?
That was they had a meeting at Lucas Park and they said he had a hit out on me. I just started laughing.
Who had a hit out?
The fucking Death Row, Pyros. Maybe the police. That's the only person I was worried about was the police. Because they can handcuff you and pull you over and kill your ass. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Yeah. You good?
Yeah.
Can I move? Can everyone sit still for 15 seconds while we got a room call?
Ms. Dorsey, those were the two conversations we listened to in 2017, correct?
Yes.
And then in 2018, the finished product the jury saw yesterday, that was Mario Diaz's finished product.
Yes, February of 2018 is when the show premiered.
At some point, did you become aware of a book written by Mr. Davis and a Joseph Yap?
Yes, I was maybe late 2018 when I think a Twitter account popped up under Keefe's name, and they were starting to promote it and put excerpts from the book up. That's when I knew for sure the book that he had mentioned during his interview with Death Row Chronicles that was actually happening.
And then in 2019, did you actually get a copy of the book?
Yes, as soon as the book was published, like the first day, I got a copy and read it.
Did you read it?
I did. I read it immediately in one go, one sitting.
Subsequent to that, have you seen Mr. Davis hold the book up and claim ownership of this book?
Yes, when he did his first Vlad TV interview, Vlad TV is a channel on YouTube that's a really popular interview channel. That was in, I think, the summer of 2019. He, at one point, held up a copy of his book and told people that they should read it and that it was the real truth.
First, I'm going to show you State's Proposed Exhibit 67 and 68. I should take a look at those.
Yep.
Do those appear to be the front and back cover of that book that Mr. Davis was displaying and taking ownership of?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admit it.
Showing you what's been marked as 127. Just briefly flip through that. That's the Kindle version because there is a redaction in there. While he's doing that, I'm going to put 167 in. 67.
Yes,
appears to be the Kindle version of that particular book.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to go through the entire book with you, but
I do have some questions. Does Mr. Davis in the first chapter describe his purpose in writing this book?
I don't recall exactly what he says at the beginning of the book.
Okay, the jury will have it back.
Yeah,
so.
thank you. Yeah.
I guess, Judge, I'll move to admit, what is that, 127?
Is that the book? So Kindle excerpts of the book.
It's the Kindle book with the court's redaction.
Okay. Any objection that hasn't previously been litigated? You may. That will be admitted.
Within this book, does the defendant, let me ask you this, do you know who Michael Giroux is?
Yes, Michael Giroux Jr., street name was Little Al. He was Orlando Anderson's best friend. I understand going back to when they were toddlers.
And in the book, does Mr. Davis claim that he had some little homies in Las Vegas, and that's how he learned about the 662?
Yes, he said that there were people that were locals there that had heard the advertisements that the concert was happening that night with Tupac.
Judge, I'm going to ask you to take judicial notice of State of Nevada versus Michael Giroux, 96C 13644 in the 8th Judicial District Court of Nevada, that Michael Giroux was bound over to district court on June 13th of 1996 for trafficking in a controlled substance and transporting a controlled substance, pled guilty, and on August 20th of 1996 was remanded to boot camp and was in boot camp at the time of the homicide.
Give me the case number again.
96C 136488.
13649.
96C 136488.
488. Okay, perfect. Give me 1 second. Durrogh, D-U-R-R-O-G-H.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me check judgment of conviction. There is a judgment of conviction from a plea on 2397 showing that. Judicial notice is taken.
Thank you. And specifically that he was remanded to the custody of NDOC on August 20th, 1996 and remained there through the time of the homicide.
August 20th, there was a hearing, status check on 120-day evaluation. And then he was ordered committed. The order of commitment was 8/22/96. Okay, I'll take that judicial notice then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you give Michael Darrow's moniker?
Yeah, it was called Little Owl. A little owl on the street. Owl like the bird.
Within the book, does Mr. Davis use a different moniker for Little Owl?
Yes, he calls him the Reaper.
We just heard Mr. Davis talk about Corey Edwards in that second interview.
Right.
Do you know who Corey Edwards is?
Yes, he was at the time a close associate of Keefe D's. I think he referred to him as a lieutenant in his organization.
And the moniker, he uses the real moniker in his book, correct?
His name was Sea Ray.
At the end of, well, before I get to the end of this book, early on, does the defendant describe his early criminal career that ultimately resulted in some convictions that sent him to prison?
Yes.
And Judge, I have marked as State's Proposed Exhibit number 73 and 74, a felony conviction for possession of a controlled substance in Municipal Court of Compton, Judicial Court, County of Los Angeles, State of California, in case number A636901, as well as same charge, case A637226.
Any objection? Or you're asking to admit those?
Yes. No,
Any objection, Mr. Sant?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted?
Mr. Davis also describes going to prison for 3 or 4 years in the late 80s.
Yes, he refers to it as Gladiator School.
Now at the back of the book, he calls out some people that he's upset with.
Yes.
One of those people is...
Objection, Your Honor, is the leading.
Okay, will you rephrase?
Do you know, well, who's Uchi's?
Uchi?
Yeah.
Uchi, I think we believe, is Win Prince, who was a very good friend of his, that he believed had snitched to him at some point.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as speculation.
What's your response, State?
Well, I'll lay a little more foundation.
Okay, so it's sustained at this time. You may attempt to lay more foundation.
What does Mr. Davis say about Uchi's in the book?
He says that Uchi has been a good friend of his since they were children.
Before he answers the question, may I approach?
Yes. All right, you're to disregard the last answer to the incomplete question. State you may proceed.
Thank you. Can you describe for me what the defendant describes about Uchis in the book?
Sure, he says he's one of his oldest friends, describes him as his right-hand man, and says that he is dead, that he's been killed. All three of those things line up with wind prints.
I'm going to ask you the next question, which is, what do you know about Wendell Prince?
Not a whole lot other than just he was really tight with Keefe. There's a great photo of them together. There's actually several photos of them together over the years. And I know, I think Wendell Prince was ultimately killed, I think in like a backyard over a drug deal or something like that. And I believe Keefe was listed as a pallbearer at his funeral.
What does he say about Tucker in the book?
He says that he is the brother of NBA player Tayshaun Prince. And there's only two brothers of Tayshaun Prince, and only one of them is involved in any of the street business, which would be Thomas Lamar Prince. And I'm not sure what else he says about Prince as far as, but I think he's listing people he has grievances with.
And finally, you don't know, there's a person named Menace.
Right.
You're unable to identify.
We've never been able to figure out who Menace is. There was a Southside Crip with that street name, but we don't think that that's who it is.
Now, you've been involved in this project, well, I guess it's 2012.
Correct.
In 2012, did you go and look at all the publicly available information there was that you could find?
Yes.
Did you, I'll start with Defense Exhibit A. Can you put it on me? I would do this actually like this, but Mr. Davis in 2008 said that the girls...
Objection, Your Honor, it's a leading.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
What did Mr. Davis say in 2008 about the girls on the corner?
He said that after the shooting happened, that they drove forward and hit the right turn on the Cobalt, just like he was in the white Cadillac, and that they almost collided with each other. He referred to them as stupid bitches and said that they shot back at them and the girls stopped.
As of 2008, when that statement was made, was there any public information of a car chasing the Cadillac?
There was not no public information about the girls in a Sebring chasing the Cadillac, no. Nor about them almost colliding with each other.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, as the foundation. How does he know about public knowledge?
Sustained.
In the public information you were able to find, were you able to find any information?
That's right. I've never seen that before 2008 printed anywhere, that there was a near collision between the girls in the Sebring and the white Cadillac as they were fleeing the area.
Once again, I'm going to object as to foundation. Public knowledge as to how exactly is he talking about?
If you could lay more foundation about what he's reviewed to ultimately state this.
Sure.
What did you review?
The definitive book for a long time on this case was Kathy Scott's book, The Killing of Tupac Shakur. Probably dozens of news articles from back then that I went back through. I went to UCLA's archives and went through their newspaper archives looking for articles about this. I read the Labyrinth book by Randall Sullivan, which was primarily about Biggie's murder, but also covered Tupac's murder to some extent. It just isn't anywhere that I could find.
Now, Kathy Scott does say girls in a Chrysler sedan, correct?
Correct. She does not say Sebring. She just says a Chrysler. And she doesn't say anything about them going around the corner.
And once again, I'm going to object to that in terms of hearsay. We're now getting into other people's work, and he's quoting it verbatim. I'm not quite clear how that's not hearsay.
Is it offered for its truth, Mr. DiGiacomo, or is it?
It's offered for the fact that it wasn't said, not that anything that was said.
Okay, so I'm going to overrule the objection. The jury's not to consider what Ms. Scott wrote in her book for truth in any way. It's only to be considered to show that that wasn't included. This specific detail was not included in her book. You may proceed.
And then finally, I'm going to put up for you Defendant's Exhibit B. And if I can figure out how to zoom, because I never use these. So here we go. I want you to read that to yourself.
Got it?
Prior to, I can't even remember what day, sometime last week, when this report became public, are you aware of any public information that Mr. Anderson was trying to get into the Coyote Cafe?
I've never heard of that.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Dorsey, are you a detective with Metropolitan Police Department?
Nope.
And your testimony here today is really based upon your work for this, let me make sure I got the right book here. Murder Rap?
No, I had nothing to do with the writing of that book.
I don't care about the writing of the book, but you're here because of the Chronicles, the Death Row Chronicles thing that you did, right?
Let's make sure we're talking about the correct things. I did not write that book. I had nothing to do with it. I made the Murder Rap documentary that came a few years later that was based on that book. And then I was a consultant on Death Row Chronicles series that we've been playing Andrew from here.
Do you recall when the state asked you that you were first involved with this in 2012?
Yes.
In what way were you involved in this in 2012?
Yes, in late 2012, I came across an article about Greg Kading's Murder Rap book, and that's what first alerted me to the book even existed. And I reached out to Greg, asked if he wanted to make a documentary. He sent me a copy of the book and said, read it, and if I'm still interested, he's interested. And we went from there.
And your job really was, for the next couple of years, was to, do your own independent research?
Combination of doing my own independent research and also having Greg explain to me, a 3-4 year long investigation that he had conducted.
And your testimony to the jury was that you spent a couple of years doing that.
Correct.
And in terms of the books that you had mentioned that you used was Murder Rap, which is this book right here, right?
Yes.
Written by Greg Kading.
Correct.
And then you also used Kathy Scott's book, right?
That's correct, yes.
This book right here?
Yes.
You know what version of her book that you used?
I'm not sure what version I used.
And then you used another book, and what was that final book?
There was one called Labyrinth by Randall Sullivan.
Did you say that before?
I said it just a minute ago, yes.
Okay. What other books besides that one?
I'm not sure.
Any other books?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, but there might have been some others.
How about Welcome to Death Row by Lee Savage?
No, I've seen the docuseries that you produced, though.
How about this book here by Frank Alexander, who was present on the night of the shooting?
I've read excerpts from that.
Excerpts?
Yes, sir.
Not the whole thing?
No.
Okay. How about this book here? I think you'd mentioned this before, Original Gangsters?
Yes, I've read that book.
That's the one you said before.
No, I don't think I've mentioned that one yet, but I have read that. I know the author.
And then how about this book here? Looks like it's an autobiography, Only God Can Judge Me by Jeff Crow.
Yes, I've read that.
All right. Now, fair to say that when your job here and what you've done is talk to us a little bit about you or your work in the documentary, right? That's what you're doing here today.
Sure, and what I learned in the process of making a documentary, yes.
Right, and what you learned in the process of making a documentary. And I just want to make sure we're clear for the jury. Documentaries really is a business, right?
Sure. It's not a very good business, but yeah.
Yeah. In fact, you could do a lot better than sitting up here today talking about or testifying about a murder that took place 30 years ago, right?
I could do better, what, business-wise?
Yeah.
Sure. If I was running a show for Discovery like I do in the past, yes, that pays very well.
Sure. And with regards to what you do with the business, and I want to make sure the jury understands, there is a project, there is a sort of an idea that's out there that's formulated, and then at some point there is a discussion as to whether or not it's marketable or not, right?
Correct.
and then maybe you go out and you farm it out for people to invest in the project and maybe provide money and funding for the project.
Sometimes you do, and sometimes you just do it yourself.
Right, and the idea behind it at some point is because you want to be able to sell your product to the viewers, right?
That's part of the idea, but that's not the only reason I make it.
Sure. Now, in this case, though, when you are looking through your documentary, you're doing a documentary here on the Death Row Chronicles, right? Death Row Chronicles meaning death row, or what was it?
No, I'm focused mainly on the murders of both Tupac and Biggie.
All right, and you team up with Greg Kading.
I do.
And Greg Kading, I would imagine in your work over the 2 years that you did the research, you were looking through all the details of what you could find on the Tupac murder.
Yes, but he also turned over his case files from the LAPD to me. So
can you describe for us what those case files look like?
Absolutely. They were digitized case files. It was over 2,700 PDF reports going back to 97 or so. Probably over 100 hours of audio of interviews with witnesses and potential suspects, photos, crime scene photos, mainly of the Biggie case, that kind of thing.
Anything else?
Off the top of my head, that's mainly it. You got, there was some video of from the Biggie shooting. There was some home video that was entered into as evidence.
All right. And when you were doing your research, the 2 years of research you did on this particular project, you interviewed detectives?
I did. I interviewed Greg Kading. I interviewed Kelly Cooper, who was one of the original detectives out of Wilshire Homicide on the Biggie case. I interviewed, well, those are the two main detectives I interviewed for the case.
All right, I just want to hear something to do with Las Vegas Metro. Did you interview any detectives in Las Vegas Metro?
I did not.
You do understand that the homicide of Tupac Shakur was the responsibility of Las Vegas Metro?
100%.
And as of right now, you're telling us you interviewed a guy by the name of Greg Kading, who's from California, and some girl from California as well.
No, Kelly Cooper's a man, but yes.
Oh, fine. Kelly Cooper's a man.
Yes.
But both of those people are in California.
Yes.
All right. Now, in addition to that, can you tell us, for instance, who the detectives were that were the lead detectives from Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department that handled this investigation? Sure. Please don't interrupt.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You're done? Okay. Sergeant Manning, there was I believe a Detective Becker, a Detective Long.
Anybody else?
That's all I'm aware of off the top of my head.
Okay. Are you aware of a Detective Mott?
Yes, the current or most recent detective, yes.
Now, when you finally put this project together, I'm assuming at some point you called Metro and said, hey, we got the guy who's confessed now to the crime, right?
I do once Death Row Chronicles airs.
I'm sorry, what?
After Death Row Chronicles airs, I reach out to Metro Police, yes.
Yes, you reach out to Metro Police. Who is it that you spoke to at Las Vegas Metro?
Well, first I got on their website and just emailed their general info@homicide email address, and a while later, Detective Mogg responded to me, and we started going from there.
So you know who Detective Mogg is?
I do, yes.
Now, in fact, you were given an interview at some point in the future by the Sun from England. You recall meeting with a reporter?
Yes.
James Desborough?
Desborough, yes.
Okay. And in that interview, you had told Mr. Desborough that you had sent out 100 emails to Metro.
Eventually, once we're going back and forth, yes.
Okay, those emails were all concerning the Tupac case.
Yes, correct.
Now,
and that was over the course of several years.
Fine.
Okay.
But once again, you had said, hey, we have information, please look at my documentary, right? Something along those lines.
No, that's not what I said. I said watch Death Row Chronicles.
Oh, I apologize.
So, you keep conflating my documentary with the series Death Row Chronicles. I did not make Death Row Chronicles. I was just a consultant on it.
Okay.
But that's the one where Keefe first went public with his interview, which made it noteworthy enough for me to be like, you should look at this. This is new information for your case.
And when you sat down to actually start working on the project Death Row Chronicles,
yes,
we are listening to audio of those two interviews that happened, right?
Correct.
Now, up until that point, fair to say, Mr. Davis had never spoken about this publicly.
To my knowledge, he had never spoken publicly about this case, no. That's what made it significant.
Right, and you had been aware, of course, that according to your understanding of the proffer of 2008, if he didn't say anything to, like, say, a media source, then the proffer would still be protecting him.
That's how I understood it, yes.
So, in essence, when you were sitting down with Mr. Davis, you were pushing him to violate the proffer.
I'm not pushing him. I'm not even in the room with him.
I know. We're going to talk about that in a second.
Okay.
But in essence, you are on a little earbud or something along those lines in another room, and you're telling the interviewer to keep pressing on Mr. Davis.
I was not thinking at all about him violating his proffer. I honestly didn't think the proffer would ever be used. I didn't understand that's how that worked. I thought he's giving a public confession. That public confession can be used, absolutely.
Now, in addition to that, you are in another room, and you do not want to be seen by Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
In fact, Mr. Kading, Detective Kading, former Detective Kading, is also not present because he does not want to be seen by Mr. Davis.
That's correct.
And so, in essence, as you're sitting there listening to the conversation, you're telling the person information that's specific to the 2008 recording.
Yes, I'm going. I know when he knows more to a question that he hasn't answered yet, or if there's another way to phrase a question that might help.
Now, in addition,
but I can tell you sorry to cut you off, but most of the questions were written in advance. I only offered up maybe a half dozen total across 2 interviews of additional questions.
Yeah, so let's make sure we understand, because we're not in the room and there's no cameras. As we're listening to the recording, there's another voice that's on the recording, sometimes talking about getting a Diet Coke or something to do with like, oh, this is great. Is that you?
No, there were a couple other, it depended on when. People came and went from that office, and there was different people in there on different days. It was just employees of the production company or other contractors that were on that show.
And in addition to that, while you're sitting there, you're having these conversations about Mr. Davis, and you are, is it typing? Because I'm hearing like little knocks on something. Is that you texting?
That's me texting, yes.
And so you're texting the individual that's listening?
I'm texting Nora Diaz, yes, sir.
Now, as you're doing that, of course, Mr. Davis does not know that you're doing that.
Correct.
And you are working at that particular point for which company?
I was a contractor for Entertainment One / Creature Films, the production company.
So you are not an employee, you're an independent contractor?
Correct.
All right. Technically working for yourself?
Sure.
All right. And the contract that was between Mr. Davis and whoever on the show would have been who? You?
No, it would have been with the production company.
All right. So the production company meaning who?
Again, Entertainment One or Creature Films. I'm not sure who he dealt with.
Okay. So Mr. Davis has a contract with regards to the production, and during the time period that we are listening to your recording, fair to say though that you had basically taken your phone and placed it by the speaker.
Yes, that's correct.
And you're basically recording the entire conversation.
That's right.
Including the parts that technically was never ever either produced in a BET production or anything like that.
There were some extra bits in there, sure.
Sure. And once again, you didn't have the permission of either BET to do that, right?
Again, I didn't have to seek their permission to do it.
You're an independent contractor. You don't have a contract with Mr. Davis. So tell me how you believe you could record that without Mr. Davis's permission.
Absolutely. I'm a technical.
calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking for his contract, Your Honor.
Overruled. I think he can answer the question as asked.
A couple of things. First of all, contract does not outline every single duty that that a crew member is going to do on a shoot. It's not like you have to constantly keep getting permission to do stuff in order to do your job. My job there was primarily centered on his interview. So once I realized that when he showed up that first day and was kind of giving them the runaround, and he was dressed in shorts and a t-shirt and was acting like he didn't know why he was supposed to be there and that the interview wasn't supposed to be that day, I sat in that office for quite a while before they got started. And then when we've learned that basically, look, we're going to have to interview this guy twice. We're going to try to get him in now and get something, but he's going to have to come back later. I thought, okay, well, then I'm going to record it, so that in between these interviews, I don't know how long it's going to be before we get him back again, I have a record of what he said, so that when we come back for round 2, I know proper questions that should be in there, what has already been answered thoroughly, and what we need to ask him again. That is why I made that recording. Never in a million years did I think that that recording was going to be playing in court.
And of course, you turned over that recording to BET because, once again, it's part of their work, right?
No, of course not.
You kept that recording.
Yes.
And you do understand, though, that in the state of California, if you are recording someone without their permission, that is a crime.
This calls for a legal conclusion again.
I'm asking for his understanding of the laws, Governor.
Calls for a legal
Sustained.
conclusion.
Sure, okay.
It's sustained. Hang on, you can, if you want to rephrase without asking him about a specific California law.
That's all right. He's ready to do it. Let me ask you this question, though, sir. When you are recording this conversation,
yes,
did you, at that particular point, turn it over to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
I did not.
You kept that recording,
yes,
and then you created your project with that, right?
No. I've never used that recording for anything. What project are you talking about?
Let me ask you this, though, sir. In terms of who's responsible here to solve the Tupac murder, that's not your responsibility, right?
It can be anybody's responsibility.
Okay. You're saying that it's not Metro's?
It could be theirs as well. Of course it is. Any citizen can investigate a crime if they want to.
Right. And we're going to get into that a little bit, but in terms of how you go about doing your job, fair to say that a detective would be the one that would handle that investigation?
Sure.
Right?
At some point, sure.
Right. And it's not like, say, the FBI, it's not LAPD, right? Compton PD. In this case, the Tupac murder was the responsibility of Metro.
To some extent, except that I know LAPD made the argument that if the crime was planned in the city of Los Angeles, that they could also take ownership of the case. And you can ask Greg Kading about that if he comes up here.
I don't even know what you just said. I'm just asking you this question. Let me just ask you this question, sir. So, you send over notice to Metro, and you say, hey, we solved this thing. You send over 100 emails to Metro. And they didn't do anything about it, did they?
No, because they were...
No, that's a yes or no answer. They didn't do anything about it.
What didn't do anything about it, defined didn't do anything. They were working the case as far as I was concerned. They were responding to me. I was sending them because he kept talking. He started doing YouTube interviews. So every time he would do an interview, I'd send it to him. Be like, hey, here's a new interview. Hey, this clip, he says this for the first time publicly. He says this. And there was back and forth going on with me and Detective Mogg. So I got the sense that he was absolutely working that case. And it's Detective Work 101. If your suspect is talking, you let him talk. And he was talking, so every interview he did was additional evidence to use against him.
Okay. So what was he talking in?
What was he talking in?
Sure. What was the information that he was talking in? Are you talking about your documentary at this particular point?
No. I'm talking about he's going on YouTube. He's going on Vlad TV. He went on, I think he ended up doing a total of 9 interviews on YouTube over a 4-year period.
Did you verify any of the information that he gave you?
What do you mean?
Well, the information that you learned in this case, right?
That who gave me?
Well, the information that you learned from either the listing of the 2008 proper or in the interview with Mr. Davis. Did you go out and conduct your own investigation to verify the information?
Sure, I went through, well, again, I had unfettered access to the case files, and there's lots of corroborating evidence in those case files.
Now, when you say the case files, and I want to make sure I'm clear here.
Sure.
You're talking about Greg Kading.
Yes.
And you're talking about Greg Kading, who's former LAPD.
Well, I'm not just talking about Greg Kading. I'm talking about every detective that came before him.
Question,
I am. You're trying to phrase it in a certain way. Not just Greg Kading. It's not just his files. In fact, the majority of them are from detectives that came before him, including Las Vegas police files.
All right. What detectives are you talking about before Greg Kading?
Sure. A lot of the biggie detectives had gathered evidence. Don't shake your head. A lot of biggie detectives gathered evidence. Jeez, man. A lot of biggie detectives had gathered evidence that pertained to the Tupac case because the two cases it became known or believed were connected. So they had informants coming forward to them on the biggie case that were saying, hey, these two things are connected.
Okay. So once again, evidence or information that would have gone to the detective, right?
Eventually to Greg Kading and his team of detectives, yes.
Once again, you got to understand, Greg Kading was not responsible for the investigation of the Tupac murder.
Correct.
He was part of the task force specifically for the Biggie Smalls murder.
That's correct.
And you are aware at some point he's removed from that task force, right?
Yes.
And one of the things he does is he steals the Tupac file.
I object to the word steals.
I'm sorry, he borrowed.
I don't mean like a legal sense I object to, this is a person I object to. I'm not wagering an objection. I take issue with the word steal. Any detective can take case files with them when they leave the department. It happens all the time. It's extremely common. In fact, I just did a series on Ted Bundy last year based on the same exact thing. One of the lead detectives on the Bundy case in the 70s took a box of files with him, and we were able to obtain those files, and we made a show about Ted Bundy based on his files.
Are you a detective, sir?
No.
So you can't sit here and tell us what a detective can and cannot do. Fair? You're not a detective.
Like legally, I can't say that. I can say based on my experience as a true crime producer for the past 20 years, it's very common in my line of work to come across files that detectives have taken home with them.
That's fair.
So I want to make sure I'm clear. You're telling us that Detective Kading took a file that he wasn't even part of the investigation on? You're saying that that's what happened here?
Well, that Judge, I assume a fact, not an evidence.
No, I think he mentioned that, Judge.
What do you mean? He took a file that was not a case he didn't work?
Yes.
As soon as Keefe confessed to the Tupac's murder, they took ownership of that case. And again, you're going to have to ask him that question because I was not there for that.
So, once again, that's something you're saying that Greg Kading should come here and testify to?
If he wants to, sure.
And once again, based upon your research of this file for the 2 years prior to the documentary or the project that you were working on?
Yes.
For that.
Murder rap, yes.
You learned, of course, that Greg Kading was basically had issues with credibility.
Objection, Judge. Reproach.
Yep. All right, we're going to take a recess at this time. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 3:30. Please rise for the jury. All right, for the record, the jury has exited the room. So going back to our initial first issue regarding, can we actually have you step off the stand for a little bit, sir? Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Regarding what can be questioned regarding Greg Kading. That was the initial objection. So the initial objection had to do with Detective Kading. Your objection is that you can't impeach someone through the testimony of someone else. Your position is that the credibility of the report that they're relying on is important. I do think to some degree he can explore the credibility of the information that he is relying on as long as it's accurate. And so I think there is a concern regarding what the actual federal judge did find regarding Detective Kading being maybe elusive or however you want to phrase it.
Well, can I ask that question on direct? I asked no question as to his opinion of Greg Kading, either as to his credibility, as to his quality of his detective work, anything that would allow the defense to then go into specific acts and ask questions about someone's character. So what's the predicate foundation that has been laid that says I can now attack the character of somebody whose character is being somewhat assassinated here, right? He released a released a recording of the defendant. That is the only evidence as to what Greg Kading has done in this case. And it's a recording. So what are we worried about when it relates to whether or not his credibility as a witness? He hasn't testified. No other fact has come in from this case as it relates to Greg Kading other than he published a book and he made a documentary, and that's how the 2008 recording came out to the public after he was a private citizen. There has been zero testimony about any investigation done by him, any opinion testimony about his character, his quality as a detective. None of that information has come into the courtroom. So why is it that the defense gets to just ignore the rules of evidence and start asking about specific acts of misconduct for somebody whose character hasn't even been raised?
Mr. Smith?
I think the witness opened the door the moment the state asked him specifically about his research. And going into this idea that he did all this research, he's testified that Greg Kading was like his BFF. I mean, the guys working together on a project with regards to his book. And during this time period, the state starts asking questions that I think traipsed right into the expert opinion area, to which they're saying, oh, it's not expert opinion, this is just lay witness opinion.
And I sustain that objection, saying he can't give opinions about ultimately that it's something that they can lay the foundation for, that this is included in the book, and that this is his information about this person, and then they can ultimately argue that. That was my ruling.
Correct.
I don't know if that's how that went down, but
I think it was good. I'm just saying that what we're doing right now, though, is we're saying, okay, he's testifying as to that 2-year period, that time period in which he now gives opinions on his research. Well, one of the things that he researched, according to his testimony, that he had was the case file. I should be able to get into the veracity of that case file, where it came from, whether it even completes, who gave it to him, because I think that's details that we would get out of a detective if Detective Mogg were to testify.
So you're asking for completeness of the file. I think that is something that would be appropriate. What else are you asking for?
I'm asking specifically for the veracity. Meaning, look, if a detective got up on the stand and said, "I received the file," right? What typically would happen is, if it's coming from another jurisdiction like LAPD, you get a COR that says, "Hey, this is the entire file." Or, like Mr. DiGiacomo said a few hearings ago, Detective Mogg went down and turned every page of his discovery to match the discovery that was in the file in LAPD. We don't have that here. But this individual is testifying and saying, part of my opinion or experience in this case is the research conducted with the file that Greg Kading gave me. And I want to get into that.
So the completeness of the file is ultimately relying on Detective Kading's representation that this is the full file. That's your concern.
Correct, and how the file is obtained. I think that's critical in this case, because if the file is obtained through the normal procedure, then we don't have a problem. It's a COR.
That goes back to completeness, though, Mr. Sampt. I think you're somewhat circling the same issue, because you're saying if it's obtained through the normal course, you get, if we did it discovery-wise here, you'd get some sort of paperwork that this is the entire report, this is everything. And so at the same time, we're going back to your same issue of completeness. And I think completeness is appropriate to inquire into. How do you know this is the complete file?
Sure.
Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't have objected if he said, "How do you know it's the complete file?" And he can answer, "I don't know," or whatever. But that wasn't the question that was being asked of him. The question being asked of him was accusing a detective, a former detective, character, or impugning his character for someone who's not testifying.
Understood. So obviously we can't impeach him, but I think to get to the issue of completeness of the file, you can talk about how this wasn't through the regular channels. Through the regular channels, there may be some safeguards on the completeness of the file and making sure every document is turned over. You don't have those safeguards here because we're relying on what Detective Kading gave to you. Detective Kading's promoting a book. Your entire theory. You can get into that. So then moving on to the other issue that sort of came up while we were at the bench. I have reviewed these emails. They were largely about scheduling and if the things that Detective Mogg was aware of during certain interviews. I didn't in any way see them to be exculpatory because they were not mentioning anybody else potentially being involved. Additionally, they had nothing to do with the initial ask, which was emails between Kading and Mogg. However, I can get those to you if you think that they are relevant to your defense theory.
I think it does, because once again, it highlights the need for Detective Mogg to testify in this case.
Well, at the end of the day, whoever testifies, the need is on the state, right? They get to decide who they call in their case. They get to decide how they prove their case, because at the end of the day, the only question that matters is can they prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. If they don't think they can, that inures to your benefit, because they can't prove their case, right? So at the end of the day, the way that they choose to prosecute this case may not be the way you choose to prosecute it. May not be, not that you're doing that, or the way that I would choose, or another prosecutor in the office would choose. But at the end of the day, that's what they're doing. It may not include Detective Mogg. It may not include Detective Kading. It may not include a lot of people.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I can get you those emails. State anything further?
Well, just that I'd like him to be ordered not to go into character evidence without a proper foundation. He can't open his own door with the witness by suggesting, hey, this is what his character is, and then let me tell you why I think that.
I agree with that.
I would have to open the door to Greg Kading's character in order for them to impeach it, and I haven't.
Okay, I agree with that. Ultimately, I think we've covered this specific issue because he's going to focus more so on the completeness of the file and the way that it was obtained. But if there's another contemporaneous objection regarding that, we'll address that. But I agree with that. Okay. Emails. How do you want me to get them to you? You don't really answer your email very well, so.
I don't read well, Your Honor. If I could just have maybe, can we print it out?
No.
All right.
That's
then
I can have a link sent from what you had sent to you to Mr. Singh.
Okay, sounds good.
Or to me, really.
Yeah.
So I've reviewed them. My initial in-camera review was that they weren't relevant, but at this time, because you're requesting and have sort of opened another avenue into them that I didn't realize was necessarily relevant through my initial review of the case. We'll have them disclosed through that exact same link.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Use the restroom before we bring them back.
Of course. I need to do the same. All right, we'll be in recess.
please, you're entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to give it another go. All right? All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Tell us again your name for the record, just and spell the last name.
P-A-I-L-L-I-N-A-R-E-S-M-I-N-I-K-K.
All right, and you're going to have to speak a little slower, only because of the microphone. Okay. Tell us your background, sir. I know you're a physician. Tell us your educational background and your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959, and a medical degree. Not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is the classic postpartum psychosis or not, with the postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that as a postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
And Doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Well, let me say there that Ms. Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister, her mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was. But with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression. I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane. For example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days, and she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, visited with, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband Patrick was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, Doctor, what, in your opinion, what a command hallucination is and how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant.
Back on record in State versus Davis, C377407. Mr. Sampt has some more material for tomorrow, but may still go into his cross-examination in the morning. We've checked. This witness is available to come back tomorrow if necessary, so we'll just go from there. So anything else we need to address outside the presence before we bring the jury and Mr. Dorsey back in?
There you are.
Okay, let's bring him in. All right, welcome back, Mr. Dorsey. Do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, sir.
You may all be seated. Mr. Dorsey, you're still under oath. Mr. Sampt, you're still on cross-examination. You may proceed.
Referring you back to your previous testimony with regard to Kathy Scott, just for the jury's edification, Kathy Scott is not a detective.
Correct.
She is a reporter.
She's a journalist, yes.
She's a journalist, all right. And she wrote a book with regards to her information she had gathered as that journalist, right?
Correct.
Not her own investigation, but what she had heard on the street.
And from detectives that she talked to, yes.
Right. And so when she first published her book, fair to say what I'm holding up for you, and I want to make sure I'm accurate for the jury, this is the 3rd edition, right?
Okay.
Are you aware that Kathy Scott's first edition that was published was actually in 1997, a year after?
Something like that. It was very fast after the crime. I remember that.
And then there was an update and another update, and what I have right here is the 3rd edition.
Okay.
But with regard to that first edition, it came out a year after the shooting of Tupac.
Sounds about right.
All right. Now, your testimony has been around your research, and you had testified that you had listened to the recording of 2008.
Yes.
That recording was given to you by Greg Cady.
Correct.
Did you ever compare the 2008 recording to the 2009 recording in this case?
I did not have the 2009 recording.
Right, because Mr. Cady did not give you a 2009 recording.
That's correct.
And that was not information that was public, right?
Correct.
Now, with regards to your 2008 recording, did you compare that against the 1998 recording in this case?
Was that like a federal No, I did not.
And once again, Greg Cady did not give that to you because he did not have that information.
I don't know if he had it or not, but he didn't give it to me.
Okay. So the proffer that you have, or at least the 2008, is a interview in which Mr. Cady was in the room.
Correct.
Along with Mr. Dupree, or Detective Dupree from the LAPD.
Yes.
As well as an FBI agent.
I believe so, yes.
As well as a United States Attorney.
I believe so.
And as well as maybe somebody from the DEA.
I don't know.
Okay.
And his attorney.
And his attorney, yes. Fine. In terms of those other individuals who are there, do you have any reports that you can share with the jury about what any of those other agencies did after the 2008 proffer?
Not that I can recall now.
All right. And once again, that wasn't in the information that Mr. Cady had given to you.
Again, it might have been, but I don't recall.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this next question. You had gone through and said that you had done some research on this case. Are you aware that there was a lawsuit by the Tupac estate against Death Row Records?
I'm not sure.
A civil lawsuit for breach of contract for royalties?
I mean, there's lots of lawsuits like that. I don't know. I can't recall.
All right. So you don't have that information for us?
Again, I don't know. I might.
That's fair. Are you aware of a lawsuit by Orlando Anderson against the Tupac estate for injuries caused in Las Vegas?
I am.
All right. Are you aware that there was a settlement in that case?
No. There was a counter lawsuit for wrongful death filed by the estate of Tupac against him, and I thought that all went away when he was killed.
No, well, and that's what you think, right? Did you?
That's what I believe, yeah.
But you don't have research for that?
I don't think so, no.
You didn't go to the courthouse in LA County and look up the case or do anything like that?
No.
Now, fair to say, though, of course, that with the civil lawsuit, there would have been what's called discovery propounded during the course of that case, right? Meaning information.
Again, I wouldn't know.
All right. You never looked into depositions taken of Mr. Orlando Anderson or anybody else for that matter. Now, in addition to that, were you aware, based upon your research, that Tupac was actually leaving death row prior to his death?
That is...
assumes a fact, not evidence.
What's your response?
Based upon his research, Your Honor. He testified about his research for this case.
I think what Mr. DeJock was saying is that's not true.
No, I'm
You're
saying
assuming a
the
fact.
predicate of his question is assumes the fact that has yet to be established. He's asking the witness.
So in other words, it's not true, the thing he's asking?
I don't know if it's true or not, but he is assuming a fact, not evidence.
Can you lay more foundation?
Sure. In your research of your project in this case, did you ever look into the relationship between Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight?
Yes.
And during the time that you looked through that relationship, did you learn that Tupac was not happy with Suge Knight?
I did not. There's conflicting accounts about what was going on at that time, whether or not Tupac was going to leave death row because he was unhappy, or whether the idea was that he was going to set up his own label that would then be distributed through death row, and that is what Suge Knight wanted his big superstar artists to do, was to branch out, start their own companies, but with death row continuing to be the central company that it all flows through.
And that information you're providing to us, is that in some document somewhere?
I don't remember where I got that from.
And regarding Tupac's position here, he had finalized his 3-album in terms of his obligations to death row.
As I understand it, yes.
And he had also at some point started to create his own label, Machiavelli.
Correct, I just said that.
And, thank you. And with regards to that label, he actually had a book of music that he was going to take with him into that label, right?
I'm not aware of that.
And with regards to the information here, it looks like not only did Tupac fire death row, but safe to say that he also
Objection
fired...
assumes a fact, not an evidence.
You guys approach? All right, Mr. Samp, you may proceed.
Okay. Last question I asked you was, are you aware that Tupac had fired David Kenner?
Objection.
Are you aware if?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up here. Are you aware if Tupac had fired David Kenner?
I've heard that claimed. I don't know that for a fact.
And just for the jury's edification, David Kenner was death row's lawyer.
Correct.
Are you aware if Tupac had requested an audit of death row's books to see what money they may have taken from him?
Again, I've heard rumors of that. I've never seen any evidence of it. A lot of the questions you're asking me right now, I know are based off conspiracy theories out there about alternate theories of this. And I just would wonder if you have any evidence of that you would base your question on.
Mr.
Or if you're
Dorsey,
just using questioning
you
of
can't
me.
ask him questions, he asks you questions.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'm just wondering.
Let's
It
just
does-
do it by the book.
Sure, understood.
Thank you. Mr. Sampson, ask a question. He's going to give an answer, I think.
Well, let me ask you this as well, sir. Are you aware if Reggie Wright was the security company or had a security company in charge of protecting Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur? Can I just finish my question, please, sir? I know you're getting a little eager here, but at the night of the fight at the MGM, that Reggie Wright Jr. had a company that was supposed to protect Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
Are you aware if on that particular night, Reggie Wright had 20 to 25 either retired or off-duty police officers in a club called 666 on the night of the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
It's Club 662, and I'm not aware of the number.
You don't know?
No.
Are you aware if on the night of the shooting there was only one individual that was with Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur by the name of Frank Alexander?
Well, one that was official security named Frank Alexander, yes.
Okay, one person.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, are you aware, sir, that in the time period in which Frank
understand, but I object.
Then I was supposed to use it. Let me ask you this.
Rephrase, thank you.
Yes. Do you have any information at all as to whether or not Frank Alexander had a walkie-talkie or Nextel radio?
I don't know.
In addition to that, let me just go through here. You had mentioned that you had read this book. I'm showing you again.
Yes.
This is my, kind of just, you're very eager. But this is my copy of the Compton Street Legend, okay? You read this book?
Yes.
All right. Let me just go through the book here real quick. Do you know who rapper Foxy Brown is?
Yes.
Foxy Brown is not dead.
No, she's not.
And in the book, Mr. Davis refers to Foxy Brown in the book.
Yes.
In fact, he refers to her as somebody that was in the car with Zip before Zip had asked her to get out of the car so he could have a conversation with Mr. Davis.
Correct.
And that conversation took place in the valet area of the MGM Grand.
It was the valet or the parking area.
Well, do you want to look at the book to make sure that we're clear?
Well, I'm not sure between the book or the 2008 proffer, but it was parking lot or the valet area. I don't remember specifically where he said it was. Just outside the MGM.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. Are you refreshing recollection? or
I
are
am
you
refreshing his
teaching?
recollection, Your Honor. I don't want him to read it, but just read
He
it.
didn't say he didn't remember. Oh, he did say he didn't recall which of the two accounts. Okay.
Yeah, he says, while we were waiting at the...
Hold on, no, there's no question pending yet, sir. You're so eager. You're so eager.
You can keep calling me that, but just trying to answer your questions.
So I'm going to keep your own. So with regards to the question is, this conversation or at least event occurred at the MGM at the valet area.
That actually is ambiguous in that book. It says while they were waiting for their cars at the valet, Zip called them over to his car. It does not state where his car is parked.
Right, so Zip could be anywhere on the property.
Correct.
Wait until I'm done with my question. Including, it's a multi-level parking structure, right? You're saying that that's big.
Yeah, I don't know if it was in a parking structure. I'm just saying it could have been anywhere in the parking area of the MGM Grand.
Did you verify that Foxy Brown was actually in Las Vegas on the night of the fight of September 7th, 1996?
I did not.
There's an account in here about Orlando Anderson. Do you recall reading in the book about Orlando Anderson and when he arrived in Las Vegas?
I don't recall what the book said specifically.
All right. So if you would turn with me, I think, to that book right there, to page 96. We're looking at page 96 of the book that you read. Refresh your recollection.
The page numbers might be different here because this is the Kindle version, but let me see.
Can you just wait until I'm done with my question, sir?
Can you stop saying that to me, man? Jeez, dude. Just having a normal conversation with you. You don't have to keep cutting me off and making me sound like I'm eager.
The page numbers are going to be significantly different between the Kindle and the book, so he's going to have to just approach them with the book to show him when it's fine, because the Kindle completely repeats.
Nobody else has a copy of this book? Kiki, you
there
didn't bring
is.
one? No? Just kidding. Sorry. Sorry, I think we have another copy.
We're bringing another copy. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Whose phone?
Okay, page 96?
Yes. Are you aware, or to refresh recollection, are you aware that in the book, when Baby Lane, meaning Orlando Anderson, arrives in Las Vegas, he purchases a tuxedo?
Let me see, hold on. Yes, I see that here.
And the reason why he purchased a tuxedo is because he said he saw former Major League Baseball player Barry Bonds with a badass brown Versace tuxedo, so Baby Lane decided he wanted to buy the same tuxedo, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of the whereabouts of Barry Bonds on the night of, or the day of, September 7th, 1996?
I'm not.
You didn't look into that?
No.
Now, in addition to that, on that same page, sir, are you aware that in the book, Mr. Davis says he rents 3 rooms on the same floor at the Caesars Palace?
Yes.
Did you ever verify whether or not he had actually rented any rooms at all at the Caesars Palace on September 7th, 1996?
There would be no way to verify that.
That's a yes or no answer.
No.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, he mentions his purchase. We'll keep it on the same page. You're fine.
I got it.
Page 96. Mr. Davis says that he goes to the Versace store, and while he's there, he purchases himself a $3,000 blue suit with white pinstripes and some additional Crocs, I guess, or shoes from the Gucci store, and a white shirt. Call that?
Yes.
Did you at any point ever determine whether or not Mr. Davis actually owned a $3,000 blue suit with white pinstripes?
No.
Now, page 97. Mr. Davis says he sat on the second row of the fight. Not far from some of the celebrities. Do you have any proof at all in your research or your investigation as a citizen in this case indicating that Mr. Davis sat on any row in the fight?
No.
Turn with me, if you could, page 92. There are 2 pictures that are there. You see those pictures?
Yes, sir.
The picture to the left there, underneath the caption reads, "Me and my sister at the fight." Do you know who it is that's standing next to what proposes to be Mr. Davis?
I don't.
Do you know when that picture was taken?
I don't.
And do you know where that picture was taken?
I don't.
All right. Now over to the right, you have another picture underneath that says, "Me and my nephew, Baby Lane." You see that picture? Do you know when that picture was taken?
No.
All right. And with regard to that picture, fair to say the 2 individuals that are standing there look like they're wearing some type of overcoat. Is that right?
Yes.
And hats.
Yes.
And informal wear with suits and ties.
Yes.
In your review of what Mr. Cadian had sent to you, did you ever review any of the surveillance video from MGM?
Yes.
Did you at any point see any individuals that were dressed exactly like these 2 individuals in your review of the MGM surveillance?
Not that I can recall.
All right. And fair to say that once again, based upon your research, that September in Las Vegas would be a relatively hot month.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, you had...
But can I say that this is not, he does not claim that this is a picture of him at the fight on September 7th, does he?
So you're the one that's got, you've got the review there.
It says me and my nephew, Baby Lane.
Correct. And just to make sure we're clear, the jury can look at that photograph later, so.
Okay, sure.
They're fine.
Okay.
And once again, you just didn't do any research on that at all, did you?
I did. This is not how Baby Lane is dressed in the video at the MGM Grand, so that's clearly not from that night.
All right. Now, in addition to that, you had also reviewed this idea that they were waiting at Club 662, and at some point they decided they're going to leave and go back to where they were supposed to come from, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Or not? Is that back to the Caesar's Palace?
They were going back to the Strip.
They were going back to the Strip.
Yes.
And they were going back to have fun.
Correct.
Now, they stop, right, to get liquor, and it seems like Mr. Davis is very specific about his liquor. He wants to buy some Dom Perignon, some Dom Perignon Rosé, and Cristal. Do you know those particular alcoholic beverages?
I'm familiar, yes.
All right. Now, let me ask you this. Where does he go to buy the liquor?
Are you talking about, do you want me to quote what's in the book?
So it's on page 103. Review of the page 103 helps refresh your recollection as to where he bought the liquor.
As to where he bought it is what he said in the book, yes. Liquor barn.
Okay. Can you tell us where in Las Vegas in 1996 there was a liquor barn?
Actually, I did do the research on this, and there was a liquor barn at Flamingo and... trying to remember it's the exact place, but it was off of Flamingo, and I can't remember the exact street, but I actually did do the research on that.
Are you from Las Vegas?
I'm not.
Have you ever lived in Las Vegas at any given moment?
No, sir.
And when you said you did the research, what research did you do to verify? Wait, let me finish, sir. It's all right. You're eager. I get it. What did you?
Can you please stop badgering me, man? Like, it's ridiculous.
It's up to him to object. I understand that you are the one, you feel upset that it's up to Mr. DiGiacomo.
To the commentary, first of all. Second of all, it sounded like to me he had finished his question, and then as soon as Mr. Dorsey goes to answer, he then cuts him off and says, well, let me finish. Mr. Saff should ask a question, allow him to answer, and we can knock off with the...
We're going to strike the commentary. We're going to strike the commentary. You may proceed with asking questions.
Thank you. I'm trying to be very respectful to you, sir, and I would really appreciate it if you would be
there's no question pending for you. Hey, I got it.
Okay.
No question pending. You ask questions, you answer. Thank you, guys.
What research did you do to verify that there was a liquor bar in Las Vegas?
I can't remember now, but I think...
Once again, I'm not done with my question, sir.
I'm sorry, you just asked it. You're repeating the question. I apologize. Go ahead.
All right. What information did you pull or research did you conduct to indicate that in 1996 in September there was a liquor bar in Las Vegas?
As I recall, I think I looked up old news articles and looked for advertisements, and I maybe even found one that was like currently at that location to show that it was still there, that it had been there up until very recently. And it lined up with where he said it was.
Did you ever conduct a investigation of the Secretary of State website to indicate whether or not there was ever a liquor bar in Nevada?
No.
Did you ever look up licensing in Clark County with regards to whether or not there was ever a liquor barn in Nevada in 1996?
No.
Just the newspaper articles?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, there was some discussion here in the book, once again on page 103, about certain individuals that were in the van that Mr. Davis says that he was in at some point and then transfers over to the vehicle. You remember that?
Wait, say again?
There's information about individuals that were in a van that followed what is the vehicle that Mr. Davis was in. Do you recall who was in that vehicle, in the van?
I'm reading from the book here. Yeah, he wrote C. Ray, who's Corey Edwards, who he lists as one of his top salesmen. His cousin Trey, and BMF's Big Meech out of Detroit.
Are you aware that BMF's Big Meech out of Detroit is still residing in Detroit?
I'm not familiar with where he's located.
Did you at any point do any type of research or private investigation on your own to interview Mr. Meech, Big Meech out of Detroit to see if this was true?
No.
Now, fair to say that in this book, Mr. Davis talks a little bit about his exploits in Compton, right?
Yes.
And he talks about his work that he was doing as a drug dealer.
Yes.
Now, during the time period of your research, are you aware that shortly after the shooting of Tupac Shakur in September of 1996, that there were search warrants executed throughout Compton of different houses in Compton?
Yes.
And those houses included Mr. Davis's house, right?
Yes.
And it's his family house as well as another house that he resided in as well, right?
I believe there were two houses next door to each other, yes.
There was a third house on California Street. Are you aware of that house?
I'm not aware of the entire list of addresses that they raided.
Okay, but once again, we're just relying on your research here. Now, in terms of your research, fair to say that in the searches of those houses, we don't ever find a .40 caliber gun, right?
I actually don't know that for a fact.
Okay. And in terms of the searches of those houses, we don't find any information that would say that Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas on the night of September 7th, 1990.
I'm not aware.
That would be something for another detective, right?
Sure.
Do you know who the detective would be that would testify to that?
I don't, one of the Compton police detectives, but I'm not sure.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Davis says at some point that he was moving about 300 kilos a month of cocaine out of Compton?
Yes.
In your research at all about the search warrants that were executed in Compton, was there any indication at all of money found in Mr. Davis's home or any of the houses that he was associated with?
I can't recall that.
You can't recall it because you don't know?
I don't know.
Now, in addition to that, I want to make sure I'm clear here. There's a picture here that's on page 30. It looks like a Pop Warner picture, maybe something like that. Football picture?
Yes.
Okay. Is this true?
Is this true that it's a Pop Warner football picture?
Well, is it a picture of Suge Knight and Mr. Davis?
I believe so. I used to be able to find Suge on here, but I'm not sure if I could now.
Okay, well, what about my client?
Again, I don't know.
Now, in addition to that, are you aware at all about the photograph that's taken on page 12 of the book?
Only in that it's in the book.
Okay. Now, page 11, once again, tells the reader of the book that he's running a multi-million-dollar nationwide drug empire. That's at the bottom of 11. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any proof of that?
Actually, yes. I've interviewed 3 former Compton gang unit detectives, and across the board, they told me that Keefe D was a high-level drug trafficker, and that basically by the 90s, they rarely saw him on the streets anymore because he was effectively too big for them. They were only running into his soldiers at that point.
Okay, so you're telling us something that somebody else said. Who are the detectives?
I interviewed Bobby Ladd and Reggie Wright Sr. and Ray Richardson.
Are you aware that Reggie Wright Sr. was a member of the Compton Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that in 2000 the Compton Police Department was dissolved because it was corrupt?
Objection. That's assumes the fact, not evidence.
Can you rephrase? Are you aware that they were dissolved?
Well, yes, Your Honor. Let me ask you this way then. With regards to the Compton Police Department, are they currently Compton Police Department as of today?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, there's conflicting accounts of why it was shut down. And I believe it may have been 2002. I don't know if it was 2000. But the city said that it was corrupt and they were shutting it down for corrupt reasons. Of course, if you talk to the police that were there, it was their contention that City Hall was corrupt and they didn't want the police department investigating them. And then once they shut down, the Las Vegas Sheriff's Department took over policing for the city of Compton. They took over the contract, and I know that many of those Compton police officers were just immediately hired by the LA Sheriff's Department and continued to work in Compton.
Now, in terms of your evidence here today, or the things that you have, fair to say that what you're telling us is basically based upon what other people have told you?
Sure.
Do you have any physical evidence that we can look at to help us determine whether or not Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas on the night of the fight?
Physical evidence? No, I don't.
And with regards to the raids in this case, and I want to make sure I did not miss this point, were there any indication at all of very expensive $6,000 suits in any of his homes?
So I can't recall because the search warrant and the return of the search warrant is literally dozens and dozens of pages long, just lists after lists after lists of guns, ammunition, jewelry that were seized from these. I mean, it was something like 30-some addresses, I think. Like 2/3 of them, I think, were actually Piru blood addresses. The other third were Crips. I can't recall from memory. I don't have a photographic memory of every single item that was recovered, so I can't answer that question.
All right, but fair enough. Your research is targeting towards Mr. Davis, but in terms of your recollection, you don't recall what was actually in his homes?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall that, no.
And that information would be better served by a member of Compton Police Department?
Sure, they could probably do that. But again, it was 30 years ago. They would probably need to be given a heads up so they can look it up before they come here and testify.
And just one final point, and then I'll just let you go. Your testimony here is that let me pick up here and make sure I'm clear. In your review of the Death Row Chronicles book, is there anything at all in your reading of the book, and once again, you tell me, you read every page of that book, right?
Death Row Chronicles book?
Yeah. The one by Greg Cady?
Murder Rap. Murder Rap book.
I'm sorry, Murder Rap. Yeah, there you go. Did you read this book?
Yes, sir.
Cover to cover?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything at all in the book that says that, you know what, I don't know for sure if anything in this book is true or not, take it for, like a buyer beware or reader beware in this book?
I don't recall. It's been many years since I read it.
Now, what about the Captain Scott book and any of its editions? Did you ever recall anything in here that says buyer beware or reader beware of what's in this book?
Same answer. It's been years since I read it. I don't know.
Okay. How about the Compton Street Legend book? Do you have anything at all in here that would indicate to the reader that, hey, we can't verify the information that's in this book?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you turn with me inside this book to the table of contents, see that? And on the left-hand side, there is a portion that's in there, correct?
Yes.
And in that portion, does it say that even though the authors and publishers have made every effort to ensure the accuracy and completeness of the information contained in this book, we assume no responsibilities for errors, inaccuracies, omissions, or any inconsistency herein?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't read that in any of those other books, right?
Again, I don't recall. It's just typical legalese disclaimer.
Do you know how much Mr. Davis was paid for his interviews with the project that you were on?
Death Row Chronicles?
Yes.
No, sir.
And fair to say that would have been a contract between himself and the company that you were working for as an independent contractor?
It could have been a contract between him and BET. Typically, talent contracts are with the channel, not necessarily the production company, so I don't know.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Redirect Mr. Tupac.
Just briefly, Mr. Sanft started out talking about you providing your recordings
yes.
to us.
Did somebody have to authorize that for you to release those to us?
Yes.
And who had to authorize it?
So a attorney at Paramount Pictures, which owns BET Network, authorized it. And then the head of Creature Films, which is the production company, also authorized it, both to me in writing and an email.
Now, Mr. Sam asked you a bunch of questions about the liquor barn at Maryland and Flamingo, or you said Flamingo, you could remember the street. Were you aware if Lee's Liquor used to call itself Lee's Liquor Barn before they got a trademark infringement?
I'm not sure.
How would he be aware?
I'm just wondering. Mr. Sample's allowed to ask every question on earth. Just add an if. Were you
I can't remember if that's how I discovered that or not.
Are you aware that even today, if there's a liquor locker at Flamingo in Maryland?
Yes, I think that's how I first tipped on to the fact that there was a liquor store in the region or the area where Keefe had described.
Now, Mr. Sant asked you if you had ever tried to confirm that Foxy Brown was in Vegas.
Correct.
Are you aware if Foxy Brown's real name is Inga Marchand?
Yes.
Are you aware if Inga Marchand was even present at Biggie Smalls' murder?
She was, yes.
Question as to relevance, Your Honor, and leading?
What's your response, Mr. DiGiacomo?
I don't think it was, I said, are you aware if? So of course it's not leading by definition.
Okay, so it's not leading. What about the relevance?
Well, I'm about to ask him a relevant question about Inga Marchand.
I'll overrule. I'll give you a little bit of leeway to establish your relevance. Go ahead.
Have you ever tried to interview Inga Marchand?
I have not.
Are you aware of how many detectives have ever tried to interview Inga Marchand?
I am not aware. At least for the Tupac case, I know that they tried to reach her for the Biggie case.
In the book in there, Mr. Davis, does he discuss his proffer that took place in 2008?
In the book?
Yes.
I can't remember offhand.
Go to the second to last chapter here. I can do it in Exhibit 127. Sorry, I gotta get to the page. Does he have a chapter entitled We Know, and on this exhibit it is page 120 out of 145?
Yes.
And if you briefly review, I don't know, maybe the first 4 or 5 paragraphs.
Yes, sir.
Have you got another part yet where he talks about the decision to go down and speak with the police about this event?
Not quite yet. 1 second. Yeah, it's a few pages in, it looks like.
Yeah, you can keep reading, but that paragraph is talking about that subject matter. Is that fair?
Yes.
Or that chapter, I should say.
Correct, yes. The task force and how they got him.
There were questions about what you could and couldn't confirm from Mr. Davis's story with the file that you had. Do you remember those questions?
Say again?
There were questions asked by Mr. Sanft about did you confirm this or did you confirm things from the 2008?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you this. Were many of the things he said in his proffer confirmed by the Biggie Smalls case file?
Yes.
in fact, had Corey Edwards in 2006 given a statement to police.
Correct. He gave a statement to Detectives Greg Kading and Tim Brennan.
Finally, going back to that 2008 statement, I just want to make sure we're clear that as far as you know, the first time the word sea breeze or sea bring the girls in the car, the actual model of the car came from Mr. Davis. Public.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Say yes or no. Overruled.
In the 2008 proffer?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Recross.
Sir, just based upon your investigation as a civil investigator in this case, did you ever speak with Suge Knight?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay. All right, thank you for being with us for these 2 days. Mr. Dorsey, you are excused.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Will he be subject to recall, or is he released from the subpoena?
No, let's keep him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Anybody else to present today, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, Judge.
All right, so then we are going to recess for the evening. At this time, you're admonished you are not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Not from the state. I did request that the link that was sent to you be sent to Mr. Sam, so he should have it today.
Okay. Mr. Stamp, anything else? No. Okay, we'll be in recess. We'll see everyone back 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you.
Your voice may just simply say, open the window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water. It might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah, hold on a second. Counsel?
Wanted to die. Now, in my research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories, and I want to look at how Ms. Clancy to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are: first, altruistic filicide.
What does that mean? What does that mean, altruistic filicide?
Altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was obsessional about caring for her children. She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children, and she believed that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape, and in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was sort of distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other 4 types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy, and that is, it's called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality, and rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those 2 both apply to Ms. Clancy. The other 3...
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other 3, the captions of them.
The other 3 which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone, just for their convenience, the child is a burden, and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to punish the spouse. And the 3 latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a fourth child. So those three categories clearly do not apply. If I can explain how the two categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Miss Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother. And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And, Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her health care providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her health care providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most